Hello, good morning. And you can hear me. I just panicked because I had microphone problems. And it was I needed to turn something, or Reaper was not auto-loading my settings. And I figured that out. So now you can hear me. Welcome, everyone. And we're going to have some more Rage Forest. It's our final quarterfinals. Final match of the Rage Forest quarterfinals starts now. TaToH versus ACCM. Wonderful. Discord announcement post. Grab the URL. And welcome everyone. Hello Botcanero in the chat early. How is everyone doing? I changed a couple of OBS settings too. I learned about new settings. My hope is that it might make it more resilient in terms of potential internet issues. Don't know if it will, but it is an attempt. Let's see if we have a draft yet. And we do. I'm gonna flip him. TaToH is on the right. There we go. So Mongols and Celts, first two picks, then Teutons, Georgians, Turks, Japanese, Ethiopian, Saracens. Nothing surprising. We've been seeing, I think at this point picks are consolidating a bit. Sicilian's still pretty high up there. As are Malayan Dravidians, the elephant archers are pretty OP. But I'm pretty hyped for this. We've had all sets go 5 games so far. I wonder if the Civ draft has something to do with that. I just realized Rage Forest is A tier instead of B tier. I've been clicking that the entire time and haven't realized it. Oh, that's nice. That coffee is hot. So Barles versus Timo will be our first of the semifinals, and the winner of this will move on to face Valis. Barles and Valis probably the favorites to make it to the finals. But I think one of these teams could do it too. Hello, Red Cliffy. And 7 minutes ago, Sherlock Matt, thank you for the follow. Still looking for a lobby. Mem noting TaToH banned Spanish. Update my stream title to remove the 15 GMT part. And that enter key really gets picked up by the microphone. That's the only key, too. Spacebar doesn't. Backspace shifts don't. Just enter. Admin ban saving players from Mapuche. Looks like it. So admin bans Mapuche and oh, Koreans though. So yeah, saving them from Mapuche and Kitans. And then there are some leftover civs, right? So no one had to draft Vikings. Hello, Yidna. So Goths at the very end, along with Tupi for Team TaToH. But honestly, Goths and Tupi at the end don't feel like horrible Rage Forest civs the way Mapuche might. Inca and Muisca at least still useful. And the Chinese do feel a bit better these days. May the internet connection be with me today. I hope so. Alright, looks like we have a lobby. We got Menunez, Nosambi, and Grinchy joining right away. Menunez is, I guess, the last American left in the tournament. So go Team ACCM. Now, ACCM is an absolute beast at team games. Watching ACCM and Slam playing cartographers is pretty crazy. There's one save that floats and each team has an extra save they can choose not to use. Perfect. This actually feels like a really good number of saves for the draft. Also because it's fits cleanly on 3 rows. Raise the power level a little. Yeah, that's nice. Wonders and ACCM are struggling in the league though. That was always a curious team. I mean, they did beat LY in the qualifiers. But I wasn't sure how well ACCM would play with Sebastian, Nikov, and Lucho. That feels like a weird combination of players. I don't know how good their synergy is. 'Cause I feel if ACCM isn't there, Nikov, Sebastian, and Lucho are probably much more comfortable speaking Spanish with each other. And then when ACCM comes on, then they're dealing with huge time zone differences, where he's playing super late at night, and then they all probably have to speak English, so that ACCM can at least understand what they're saying. And I imagine that just changes the chemistry quite a bit between them. Obviously, they're all probably pretty used to speaking English while they play AoE 2, but still, just you need to make that translation and try to speak a second language while you're playing has to be pretty difficult. Hello, Botcanero. Saw you were here much earlier, too. Hello, T-Cone, over on YouTube. Keeping the YouTube chat warm. And everyone's in the lobby, so we should be ready to go in a moment. Let me just get an ad out of the way on Twitch, and hopefully we launch in a moment. So, we're seeing Pikachu, Payehu coming on for the Moray, TaToH, Dragonstar, and Payehu against Nosambi, Grinchy, ACCM, and Menunez. And Jackie17, thank you very much for the Prime sub.
You challenge my every decision. It is as if you seek to lead the Huns yourself.
Ah, thank you very much. And of course, I'm adding another $100 to the prize pool for every 100 subs we get. And we're on our way towards 200, so thank you very much. Hello, Caterpillar. Oh, and looks like we're going. Looks like we are going. Alright, so here we are. Team Menunez will be Team TaToH against Team ACCM. There we go. Purple and green on the scoreboard. So right away to the east are Mets colors, blue and orange on the flank. To the west, it'll be red and gray. So Nosambi versus Payehu and Menunez versus More. The captains this time in the pockets. So completely different playstyle to what we had been seeing from Valas and Barles on the flank every game. These teams have their captains in the pockets. So walls up from Menunez, and nothing really too aggressive here. Menunez not going to try to do a boar steal and take those 3 boars from More. He'll just wall up in the back. On the other side, some walls coming forward for Nosambi. Payehu a bit later in heading forward. But he'll get there all the same, and, well, this wall won't go up for Nosambi. So speaking of time zones, Nosambi is also in a horrible time zone. He's in that Asian Pacific time zone along with ACCM. And Pockets will send their scouts over as the flanks will engage in a big Vil war here. Now the ponds will be right next to Nosambi. This is a 4-pond map, much better spawn for TaToH's team, where each pocket has their own pond. Here, Nosambi will pull the weak Vil back. Vietnamese against Malians here. So long-term, probably a much better civ for Payehu. On the other side, Chinese against Burgundians. Yeah, super safe pond for TaToH and for Dragonstar. Safe pond for ACCM, but Grinchy has to come forward, and he's going to have to depend on Nosambi to keep that pond safe. So civs will be Japanese, Bulgarians, Vietnamese, and Burgundians against Chinese, Malians, Huns, and Mongols. So Mongols, the very first pick used in the very first game, and Huns is the other pocket. Extra line of sight on the scouts can be a nice bonus for the Mongols too, when you're in the Vil fights, or when you're checking for sneaks. So Huns, pretty much clear what they're going to do. Boom into Paladins. And when I look at these civs, actually, I think the Vietnamese could be pretty darn scary, because you look at Malians have pikemen, Huns, yeah, they have halbs, but they're probably going to be the Paladin civ. Mongols, they only have pikemen, and then Chinese have halb Firelancer, but when 2 of your civs don't have halbs, that makes elephants extra scary. Now, less likely to see them on the flank, but still, you get late game, and we're 2 hours in, you could do anything. I wonder what kind of new madness would evolve if you removed Vil ability to attack other Vils in the Dark Age. You would literally palisade wall the enemy's TC. you would have the worst laming you could possibly imagine. It'd be like those Nomad Treaty games where someone tries to wall your dock Vil and you can't do anything about it. But worse. That Vil, fine for Nosambi, he is Loom. And Payehu didn't finish the wall, so maybe a bit worried for him. Nosambi not trying to sneak a Vil. If this were Abu, we'd have a Vil all the way down here, trying to get a dock in that pond right now. Not every flank does that. Not everyone sneaks like that. And right now, that is a scout that's on the other side from Menunez, not a villager. He's got anything else over there? Nope, just the scout. What about Nosambi? Yeah, nothing on the other side. Check all the flanks to see if they have sneaks. Yeah, nothing blinking on the minimap on the other side. So, pretty simple wall-offs. Everyone will boom. Mongols definitely want a good fish boom into just Mangadai Siege. We've seen some games how Mongols take a really long time to get going. Once they get going, they are amazingly strong. But getting to all of your upgrades for the Elite Mangadai and the Siege Onager, and perhaps even Siege Ram or the rest of your Siege, that can take a long time. ACCM team is the better trade. Yeah, if they can get to the very east of Menunez's base, and then they don't even need to trade to Nosambi, they could trade up to Grinchy. Kind of like looking here to here. This is kind of thin, but if you have a few Vils chopping here, like you TC the gold in the Castle Age, most of this will be gone by the time you really start trading in earnest. You have a nice clear route. Yeah, TaToH's team has to be careful that their trade might pass through the forward passage. And then if they try to avoid that and go like Dragon Star to Moray, then it's a lot shorter. So Moray will be chasing Menunez right down this passage in the middle. And triple bore lore there from Dragon Star. TaToH helping him out. His Loom on the Ville, so he should be fine with that. I miss the days when killing the boar with the TC took all the food away from it. I mean, it made these lures so much more intense, because you had to micro so much more at the end. Now you just kind of garrison the Ville and go AFK. Unexplored map would be chaos. If we could somehow do, like, a super unexplored, like, or super crazy passage generation for an unexplored map, that could be crazy. Just for fun someday. So, market there along with stone walls, but tower rush for Payehu. So, nothing aggressive between Moray and Menunez, but tower rush for Payehu, and he would love to be able to apply pressure to Grinchy's Pond. For Payehu, I don't see any men-at-arms. He does have a lovely mining camp between the gold and the stone. But no men-at-arms for him. And again, I need to double-check what I did to the roads. I feel like they shouldn't be this wide. It's such a weird road, like jumping to the side then going down. And there are trees on the road. I think DE's object file changed, and I still have that as a dependency. I should probably just lock in a version and put it all in the Rage Forest script instead of importing something. Hello, Bunkers. I'd love to see unexplored Rage Forest. I feel like if it's unexplored, we need to make the passages more crazy. Like full Swiss cheese. That you have to make it so you're never gonna wall off successfully. Yeah, it's fun, but not very competitive. So, Castle Ages from everyone, aside from these two, who are going to be going for the tower fight. Nosabi could hop over if he wanted to, but that'll be some forward walls. Okay, immediately walled off there by Payehu, trying to get the more forward wall. With 5 vills, 6 vills walling that, should be able to get them up by the time the tower goes up. Yep, and we'll just pull everyone back, nice and simple. Basically a gambling simulator, if we make it that random. So Menunez up to the Castle Age. As double bit act comes in for Nosambi. So Nosambi just managed to click up. We'll see how long it takes Payehu to go up. And we're getting an X here from ACCM. You gotta pay attention to the X's on the minimap. We casted Samaro yesterday, and the minimap is covered with his X's. So, a couple more TCs here from ACCM. And he's just gonna be booming away as the Mongols, on his way towards Menkadai. 2 more TCs here from Grinchy, on his way towards Paladins. Bulgarian pocket too, so they're gonna be Halb Siege. Japanese, I mean, interesting that when we look at TaToH's team, he doesn't really have a Cav pocket. I guess Bulgarians could go Konix, but usually they're Halb Infantry, Siege. Japanese Yasama Towers and Infantry. And if they do have a Cav Civ, Burgundians are on the flank. So they can actually be a pretty good flank. And maybe a bit flexible, because they can go pocket or flank. But when they can Vil fight, if they get stuck in Feudal, they still have the eco upgrades. So they have a really good economy for it. His TC will be by the gold, and can take the deer. Oh, I could have put it right between the gold and the stone. Maybe he just wants more farming space. So, mining camp. Oh yeah, mining camp on the stone? Could have saved the mining camp. TC right here. Could save that mining camp too. So, castle drop now from Nosambi. Nosambi going for the castle, and we'll be pushing these stone walls. So, Payehu, though, has a Mangonel from Dragonstar in the pocket. A couple of those vills are weak. There's an outpost, so they clearly see the Mangonel, and he'll move the vills over to the side. So look at the circles, and these walls will be hit by the castle. So this will have to be an absolutely huge wall from Payehu to keep this out. And if you have to do such a large wall, that means you're more vulnerable to petards, because you won't have as many layers. Are those stragglers cuttable? I don't believe so. No, they're not. They're the oak forest tree, as compared to the... Oh, actually, wait. These say oak forest 2. But what HP are they? Nope, they're 30 HP. The, Oh, wait, maybe DE, if I use their map, might have used different trees, so I might not be able to tell that way. Okay, yeah, so, weird fact about the oak trees. They are the standard forest terrain. When you play William Wallace, you'll see them everywhere. Probably the first trees that they came up with. But they also have 30 HP, whereas all other trees in the game have 20 HP. Even the usual straggler trees that are for the oak forest. So usually you can tell, only for this type of tree, 30 HP versus 20, whether you can palisade them or not. But these here, I believe not, because if you zoom in, you can kind of see the leaf terrain underneath them. And that indicates it was placed as the forest, and not as an individual object. Mighty Oaks. It matters because hill bonuses apply for vills, so if you're downhill chopping up, it takes 3 axe swings to fell the tree, instead of 2. And exactly here are the petards, right from the castle as the Gebettos come forward. And a few knights now from Dragonstar. So he's not going to let his flank deal with Gebettos all by himself. He will commit to protecting him. And meanwhile, our Hun player Grinchy just booming. Only booming, not a care in the world. Doesn't worry about knights, doesn't worry about Gebettos. So just by forcing Dragonstar to make a few knights, Nosambi is slowing down the boom a bit. This is the niche tree knowledge we're here for. I don't know if Capture Age does the same thing, because Capture Age shows the stragglers, but in-game on the minimap, stragglers are not displayed. So I think that's the only 100% way to tell for all trees. If you see the forest terrain on the minimap, you can't palisade it. If you see that there's nothing there, then it's a straggler. So we're Xing over here from Menunez. Menunez, the opposite. Xing, hey, there's a hole. Or those are your walls. There's a hole in your own walls. Run through. The Gebettos will fight the knights. Long attack animation, so the knights have a chance to catch up. No husbandry from Dragonstar, so if no zombie were to do squires, the Gebetto warriors would actually be faster than the knights. The knights all go down. That one tower will be a bit annoying. He'll do, with the low HP of the Gebetto warriors, an arrow hitting them here and there really hurts. So Dragonstar will try to pick up a relic. And yeah, elsewhere, we just have some walls. We have lots and lots of walls from Moray. The Nunez is already walling up the side forest. He's ready for the cut to come all the way through here. And they're getting ready to get their trade there. He's walling everywhere. And meanwhile, it's just Dragonstar defending Moray. Or Dragonstar defending Payehu from Nosambi. And as Dragonstar will also add in his 5th TC. Cheaper stone cost for the TC as the Bulgarians. And he's just fishing on 12 fish traps. And he's adding a couple of farms, too. Alright, interesting eco. Usually players try to go 0 farms. We'll have 50 fishing ships here from Grinchy. And honestly, he still has room for another dock in the pond. What are we going to have from ACCM? You have 38. Mongol's always kind of tricky, because you need a whole bunch of food for your upgrades. And then suddenly you don't need your food anymore. If you're just going Mangudai Siege. Use that Grinchy will just steamroll. I think their hope is that Payehu can wall enough. And then... Oh, wait a minute. The Gebettos have gotten to the fish. They've gotten to the fish boom. Dragonstar's fish boom is disrupted. And yeah, now Grinchy should steamroll. Absolutely. And this was an awkward spot to defend because of how open it is. There's no single wall off your pockets and keep them safe strategy. And ACCM, seeing all the walls to the east from both players, is going to try to triple over on the west. Imagine TaToH will do the same. But the bad thing about the Huns, though, is we have 2 Halb pockets, and 2 really good Halb pockets in Bulgarians and Japanese. So that should stop the early Paladins. And we'll still see Paladin. And it's not like you're gonna maybe think, oh, I'm against Halb, I'll go Cav Archer, because you have the Mongols, and they're gonna go Mangudai anyway. And you still will need the Paladin as the melee unit. And what do we have? CA. So Japanese Cav Archers from TaToH. And they are a bit interesting because they have +2 against archers, and they can't be fully upgraded. Where are they pathing to? They're gonna go protect the fish. Really wants those Japanese fishing ships protected. But that does give them +2 against Mangudai. So actually, I think they can win against the Mangudai. Cav Archer versus Mangudai. And they're just relying upon Payehu to wall and wall and wall. Try to keep the Paladins out for now until the pockets can get here with Halbs. Or with Cav Archer. The Cav Archer... Is that actually the opening you want against Cavalier into Paladin? Maybe this is crazy, but, I mean, Grinchy... Oh, there's a wolf there. Could always think of Tarkins if he's against Cav Archers, too. Research Marauders to train him from the stable. Research Elite Tarkin. And it's only 2 upgrades you need from the castle. Well, you need the castle for conscription anyway. And it gives you another Cav option. All of your other Bloodlines, Husbandry, Blacksmith techs already apply to the Paladins. But Paladin is in, and Grinchy is trying to storm into Payehu's base. And all that defense that Dragonstar provided didn't really do much, as Grinchy just simply boomed. Now, TaToH's fully boomed, but we see how far Dragonstar was slowed down. Didn't have the fish boom. Went more for the night play. And the pocket is just super boomed at this point. A fortified wall only now? Yeah, maybe could have done it earlier. Onagers from ACCM. He's doing Siege Onager, prioritizing that before Mangudai. And against the Cav Archers from TaToH, I think that's the right play. Now some walls up here from Moray, as the trade will struggle to find a place to path. And some more walls here from Moray, just protecting everything here. And Payehu's struggling quite a bit. You know, Manuna's gonna wall everything and prepare next game. Manuna is walling literally everything. Outposts, walls, fortified wall. He's the Chinese, so he has Great Wall researched. He has 3,900 HP. Kind of crazy that the Chinese have a unique tech for more wall HP, and the Byzantine walls still actually have more HP. So Paladins here will take out the Halves, but suffer some damage. Actually, maybe they won't. It'll be close. It'll be close. 1 Paladin survives from all of that. The one sole survivor. More castles over here to the west. As ACCM is Xing, he says, I'll take out the Treb with my drill siege onagers. They're very speedy. And Trebs will be deployed on this castle. So slowly but surely they're pushing in. And TaToH and Payehu will both try to repair that, as TaToH gets some towers up. And now they're trying to stabilize and let the rest of the team catch up with their boom. ACCM Xing all the way in the corner. He's like, Manunas, you didn't wall all the way there. Actually, I think there's a tile where he could hit the corner of the map with the wall. Cataparuto in the castle, but that won't finish. That castle will go down. And that's also TaToH's only castle for the moment. And the only castle for Payehu also will be tribbed. And that's about to go down. Nunez is traumatized from cuts never again. I'm sure we've all suffered from our fair share of cuts. So castle will collapse for Payehu. And the onagers will be able to move in. Halves won't pose much of a threat. And now nomads for ACCM, so he can delete the houses, get a cleaner base and trade route. Has a couple of... Oh, no, those are Menunez's ranges. Gonna go for the Chinese cav archers. And... Well, there will be a token of a push here from Moray with the bombard cannon. And the Trib there from ACCM will take down the keep. And oh, the Trib goes down, but nice shot to clear the Halbs. And I'm not seeing a way back into this for TaToH's team. They've now gotten ACCM to be a fully boomed Mongol's pocket. And oh, Menunez is the one cutting. He's the one cutting. There he goes. Heavy cav archer from him, some petards in case he were to run into walls. And he has some rams leading the charge too. Alright, Menunez, after all that walling, found a spot on the side of Moray's base where the walls weren't finished. And now he can go through. Yeah, cut from Menunez. As everything here now is collapsing for Piehu. He's down to 70 vills. And if TaToH's strategy was hold until Piehu could boom back, that's going to be a pretty long boom at this point. He has a couple of TCs added in. I still think Vietnamese elephants could have been nice in this game, but too hard to get to them from the flank. Another castle forward from Menunez. He'll want some tribs, and he'll want to move in with his ram too. The rocket turret's taken down by the castles. And cannon will be hit by the cav archers. Cannon go down. And the triple castle defense from Moray, as he's still trying to hold while everything else is collapsing. TaToH's trying to stall out with the Yasama towers. This castle on its way down. Moray is still managing to hold mostly. He has quite a few Custuye, but I don't think he'll want to fight underneath the castles. And now that Menunez has 5 trebs deployed, and no conscription yet from Moray, so it's actually important he keeps the castle standing. So TaToH will come over here with some cav archers. He'll try to hold this side. Castle's going down for Menunez, so he's got to be careful about losing that many castles. One tile of gold there. Moray desperate for gold. He's not going to wait for the fight to be over, he's just going to go for it. And now if the treb's cleared a bit, that's going to make it easier to keep these castles repaired, if Moray can buy some stone. And now as TaToH's this side though, here come the paladins. Paladins are in the trade, paladins are in the eco. Dragonstar can't really get enough halbs out. And now it is, well, 3 bases to 5, as Nilslambi will get up another castle. We do have now 81 vills only for Dragonstar, whose eco has been destroyed. Meanwhile, the other side, ACCM didn't delete all his houses. Still could delete the houses. I like how Menunez even was optimizing the trade right from the start, and building houses in ACCM's base, just to keep the trade route clear. He needs to do all his university techs, then delete the university so he's got more room. Only 1 market, too. They don't have too much trade yet. They're like in the 30s or so. They're not up to the 70 plus we've seen. And Moray is kind of pushing this back a bit for Menunez. But the other side is just collapsing, as ACCM now has some Mangudai. They are elite. I believe he should have all the upgrades by now. 42 minutes into the game. All the range upgrades. Yep. University, he has stable upgrades, so he's good. Well, I guess he could do Heresy, Devotion, and Faith if you want the real fully upgraded Mangudai experience, but everything he needs for now. And he's even cutting into another gold spot, and he'll just build a castle in the middle of the map. Why not? Let's put it there for fun. That'll look pretty. And Dragonstar now. This is not fun for Dragonstar. He's down to 43 vills. They got Payehu back, so he could maybe make some elephants soon. Dragonstar is going to run and reboom. Still has his pond, at least. But the fact that Dragonstar had to go help Payehu in the Castle Age, while Grinchy had a free boom, that meant the Paladins could swarm in before they could stop them. So Onager down. The elite Gebettos there. Even hold up decently against the Cav Archers. Will do enough damage to take them down. Siege Onager from Dragonstar on 33 vills. I don't think he can really afford to sustain that. TaToH just doing keeps everywhere. Now, Menunez, after his push, didn't immediately win the game with his push. He's going to fortified wall that passageway. And Mori will finish walling up here. Might need to cut to the edge himself just so he can finish the wall. Yeah, also Dragonstar not really fish booming too. So, kind of an awkward build from him. Dragonstar also a player I expect to be very creative with the build orders and very well practiced at different builds. So I wonder what went wrong for him there just managing the eco. Maybe he wasn't prepared to make knights along with the boom. Maybe he got too caught up in trying to use the Civ bonus of the cheaper TCs rather than doing the fish traps. But now, the markets and the university even are going to be attacked by the paladins. Mori trying to come this side with the Custilier. As his team just keeps taking more and more map control. ACCM will ram through the gate. And be able to ram on through these walls. Soon get into Mori's base through this way. He has a TC there. Yeah, no, that's happened to me too. The Malians break through really quickly with Gebettos. You can always be surprised by that. Maybe the answer is Payehu needed to be far more aggressive in the Dark Age, trying to force a longer Vil fight, just so the castle drop didn't happen so early. But even if we go late game, I'm not sure if Japanese Bulgarians could properly deal with a Mongol pocket anyway. Maybe the Japanese Cav Archers would be enough. But there's a GG from TaToH, as ACCM's team will take game number 1. Well, every set so far has got all 5 games, so we'll see if TaToH can make a comeback. Yeah, Payehu only 11 kills, and once he was overrun, no coming back from that. TaToH even the most res collected, 104,000. More even than ACCM and Grinchy. But you see the difference there with Dragonstar in the pocket. And TaToH's team kind of using 3... Honestly, they kind of used 4 pocket civs that game. If Vietnamese could be an elephant pocket. Yeah, 26-30 imp for TaToH, but just the same time as Grinchy, and ACCM even 27 minutes with the Mongols. Get into the next game. We'll check off the civs. So that's Mongols, Chinese, Huns, and Malians against Japanese, Vietnamese, Bulgarians, Bulgarians. Bulgarians. Oh, it's the dismounted Konik. I was looking for a guy on a horse. And the Burgundians. Alright, so that puts us now... Game number 2. I'll see if TaToH's team makes any substitution. Maybe subbing up Payehu. Because he has one more player. Maybe TaToH needs to go bring in Memp again. Honestly, ACCM's team looks really scary to me. I think they have 4 completely solid players for Rage Forest. "1v1, Dragonstar is a great player. I'm not sure quite how much Rage Forest experience he has, although he did win with TaToH's team. With Mihai and Kamigawa last time. Yeah, and the Japanese even had a lake for the fish boom. So rough to lose with them that quickly. Also, hello, Noob Netrum and Linksy over on YouTube. So it looks like same rosters for both. Payehu back in the lobby. Also, TaToH is streaming his point of view if you wanted to see a POV stream. Alright, so everyone in the lobby just waiting for ACCM to pick his color. Looks like he's going to be purple again. And looking at the remaining civs, TaToH's team does still have their first 2 picks in Celts and Teutons. But ACCM did, at the very least, use a couple of their lower civs in Malians and Chinese. Aztecs also picked pretty high up for ACCM compared to where we've seen them before. They've been pretty much towards the ends of drafts so far. Turks also a pretty high pick. As much as I love artillery, Turks have been kind of a bit lower in terms of Rage Forest drafts than I would have expected usually. Alright, and here we go. Let's launch in. And game number 2, ACCM's team color always goes to Menunez for some reason. But here we are. To the north, it'll be No Zombie versus Payehu, and to the south, Menunez versus Moray. So some colors swapping around on TaToH's team. Payehu and Moray swap sides. We'll have an Eagle Scout here from No Zombie pushing back Payehu. So civs for ACCM's team will be Wei, Aztecs, Magyars, and Turks. Notably, Turk Pocket, Aztec flank, and then Wei flank. Magyar, no question, they're the pocket. This is again a 4-pond map. 2 of the ponds are in the south on the flanks here. For TaToH, the civs, they're using their Celts now. Byzantines, Tatars, Celts, and Hindustanis. Byzantines for Payehu as the flank civ. Kind of a tricky civ to play when you're kind of relying on that imp timing. You don't have a Dark Age eco bonus for the wall-off war. I guess Aztecs really don't these days either. They used to start with Loom back in AOC. These days, they only have plus 50 gold, so they have to research Loom. And you're not really spending gold anywhere else in the Dark Age, so not really an eco boost for them. The bills carry more, but that'll matter more when they get to farming. Not so much when the stuff's right under your TC. So TaToH almost losing, or not TaToH, No Zombie almost losing the Eagle. I'm so used to seeing TaToH in red. As Payehu will push forward with his Vils. And Scout snipes the Eagle from TaToH. And now they gotta be careful because of that Rhino being forward. No Zombie does. Could be lamed. Is there any army that can stop Fast Imp Pocket Turks? We did see Fast Imp from Pocket Burgundians the other day. And Turks, I think, should be maybe even better at that. Since they get the... Well, they'll have a better timing with the instant chemistry. And this is not walled by Payehu. He is missing a tile there. He's very much missing a tile. Okay. He'll go do a lumber camp there. At least he'll have Vils to fight. But he does get the forward walls with an asterisk, because it's not actually walled. South, no one walling. And we do have, again, a better pond setup for one of the teams. This time it's Grinchy who has a pond. And they'll have to decide whether Grinchy or ACCM will take that. Down here, seems like Dragonstar would want to take this pond. Celts with the wood bonus have a great fish boom. So yeah, there he goes. And Moray will have to keep both his own pond safe, and also that pond. And now for ACCM's team, it'll be ACCM taking the pond. And then they'll have to question whether TaToH wants to go grab a pond too. As Dragonstar quickly taking the back pond. Fast and Muisca condos? If you have Italians plus Muisca as a combo, would they get a bonus for them? Well, maybe later on, we'll have to see what combos there are. But here, I mean, Grinchy, same role as last game, boom into Paladins. Although, we have seen Monos play heavy Cav Archer pretty effectively with the Magyars. In terms of the Paladin civs, Burgundians, Huns, Franks, I do think that Magyar is probably the best since they have that Cav Archer option. Huns maybe have the better eco with a fish boom. And if you play Spanish Pocket, you can go Paladins, but also have more options with the trade and the conks. And Veil will be pushed back. I have an X down here from ACCM saying maybe get a backup wall there just in case. Make sure they don't run in, even if they contest the pond. And we'll have a double Rhino lure there from Payehu. Remember, extra food on the rhinos compared to boars. So this would be a good start for the Mongols, where they picked here, but they're in the previous game. And looks like the walls will go forward, but again, someone needs to finish the wall. Okay, Moray will finish it. And there we go. Eventually Payehu realized he needed to finish the wall. So, wall's finished up there. But I'm sure we'll see some feudal aggression over these walls. That doesn't look like it's gonna just stand there by itself peacefully. Also a bit of a tricky situation here. It was Payehu as the flank who walled the middle. Grinchy went to wall that himself. Because the flank walled this instead of the pocket, that does give TaToH maybe a better boom. But does also mean sending the Vil time there instead of collecting food. That Payehu will be a bit later to feudal. A bit later to feudal than no zombie will be. Especially Byzantines versus Aztecs too. Still don't know how much of an effect +3 carry capacity has in the Dark Age. It's more of a later game bonus, but still might have a slight effect. I somehow selected all of those trees. Interesting. So, outpost there from Menunez. What will he be able to see? He'll see pretty much nothing. One felled tree and some more walls. And we'll have, what, about a 45-second difference to feudal age for Payehu here. And there's no zombie up to feudal. It used to be +5. I think they probably should have just staggered it. Made it like +2, 3, 4, 5 per age. The blacksmith for no zombie, he'll probably lure in those rhinos afterwards. He could lure them to Grinchy. And give Grinchy an overpowered boom with a fish boom and extra rhinos. Let's see if he takes them for himself or for Grinchy. What type of teammate will he be? Will he bring him to the pocket as a form of sling? Or will he take him for himself? He looks like he's going to stone wall. And actually, it will just be stone walls here. No tower aggression. But much better walls for Payehu than he had last game. Easier passage, got forward. And castle drop here wouldn't threaten him too much because he could fat slob behind. Yeah, lots and lots of walls up the passage. Alright, that tiger getting a few bites out of the villager. She'll run away. As everyone's starting to get up, Menunez to feudal, TaToH to castle. And TaToH will immediately add a couple of TCs. So if you're going to ignore a pond, TaToH is one of the civs that's maybe a better choice for it. Because they do get the sheep when they place down the TCs. And you can keep your food eco rolling while delaying the farms. And they will just give the pond over to Moray here as the Hindustanis. But as the flank, it's harder to get a good fish boom. Especially if you're investing into the tower fight, and your vills have to be managed, and you're not chopping as much wood for the fish. And there'll be double towers for Menunez. Double towers to push this. And Moray might need to think about stonewalling behind. See how far. And those towers do reach pretty far down the passage, especially with fletching. So honestly, they even hit the lumber camp. And it'll be another tower behind for Moray. And they'll be part of a stone wall. It'll be campaign-esque, including the tower as part of the walls. So we'll have a couple of TCs here for no zombie. And forward vills from ACCM. Alright, ACCM wants to be aggressive as the Turks. He's dropping a castle. So this won't be maybe a fast imp from him, but it will be Janissaries in the Castle Age. So while Dragonstar's booming as the Celts, ACCM will come forward. Now, Turks versus Celts late game, artillery, bombard cannon, and hand cannoneers to deal with the infantry. Usually a good combination against the Celts. Sometimes on Black Forest, when you have super high populations fully boomed, though, Celts can still just overwhelm that. Kind of the same thing Celts versus Mongols. In a 1v1, you're thinking, Mangudais shut down everything the Celts do. But then on Rage Forest, you have enough siege onagers that you kind of turn things around. And what is that castle? 15 seconds later, you could have killed the stone wall. Yeah, that's a good point. Could have broken through the palisades and put it forward. Maybe he was a bit overly wary of the castles or potential mangonels, and just wanted something really safe. I'll go petards now, as he starts queuing Janissaries. And if you go petards, you want to do it while Moray still is in feudal, so you only need one to get through the wall. And still only one fishing ship for Moray. So pawn's still tricky for TaToH's team, I think. Aztecs versus Celts, too, another matchup where Jaguar Warriors are something the Celts can struggle against. But at the same time, Celts have more siege onagers. In a 1v1, you're maybe thinking, okay, block printing monk, Jaguar Warrior, your own siege onager, you can win. But in the 4v4, where the Celt siege onagers are all the more effective, that turns things around. Can petards garrison in towers? Yes. They can. So you could try to hop the petard in that tower, and then out. The Janissaries will try to take down the Mangonel, and I'll see just how strong Janissaries are. The Mangonel does get killed by the tower. The tower finishes it off. You might not want to show the petard yet. This tower will prevent any further wall-offs there from Moray. Maybe preemptively getting a gate from the dock to the forest could be nice. He builds houses here. They do serve a bit as a wall-off of a second layer. That's true. Also makes it a bit harder for a Dragonstar to micro any Mangonels. On the other side, Mangonel push from Payehu. Byzantines have a good monk rush. Byzantines versus Aztecs. Faster healing for the Byzantines, more HP for the Aztecs. Neither really matters, because you're just converting each other. Atonement on the way for Payehu, and he's looking to be very aggressive with this monk rush. He's actually almost through these walls. And he actually let the Vil get converted back instead of deleting it. And that's interesting because you let the monk use all of its faith. So now the monk can't go for a conversion on a Mangonel until it regenerates. I'll need more monk juice. And now that one petard's still in the castle. Moray is in Castle Age. Manuna is still feudal. He's only up to castle just now. Right, ACCM with the fish boom could be thinking of heading imp soon. And Atonement in. That'll be great for Payehu. Converts the monk. The monk was running away. And okay, tip for the monk rush. If you're being converted, and you yourself are converting something, the monk loses its faith, so it starts at 0 and has to recharge when it's converted. If it's just running away and not converting anything, it'll have the full 100 faith. This will be 1, 2, 3, 4 TCs there for Menunez. The conversion on the other monk. But this is where the rams come in useful. Monks have to be adjacent to convert the rams. Redemption monks could convert towers, but the tower there would be good at stopping monks, although Byzantine healing can be interesting if you can out-heal tower damage. Conversion on the monks as Atonement is in now for no zombie, and we're having a good old clown fiesta up here. Mangonel does go down. And we'll have some forward bills from TaToH. As Pei who has to delete his walls. And TaToH will go for a castle. Now, extra important that Mangonel does not get killed. Oh, 4 bills killed! And then deletes the Mangonel. Yeah, do not want it getting converted and stopping the castle. Aztec monks have enough upgrades, 45 HP. No sanctity even yet for them. That bill gets killed or deleted there. So Ram and Mangonel in the workshop for Dragonstar. TaToH's up to Imp. Celt's, I think, one of the trickier pockets for defending the fast Imp. I think if you have a pocket who can get a decent timing for full Knights or full Cav Archers, you can defeat the fast Imp. The power units won't be there for the Turks. Just the siege and the range is the trouble. But if you're Celts and you're trying to just do a normal boom, I think that doesn't give you the timing you need. And once more Dragonstar, 4 TCs, and adding some farms along with it. Well, he does have at least a bigger fish boom this time, 27 fish traps. So it feels like Dragonstar compared to ACCM with no farms and Grinchy with no farms might not have the same fish boom efficiency that maybe some of the more specialized Rage Forest players have. So we'll have the artillery queued behind that Treb. And ACCM going for the long-range Turks. And Turks, the weakness of their fast Imp is that they can only Treb cut. So every layer of fortified wall delays them quite a bit. Even walling the pond off. And this fast Imp will be a fairly slow fast Imp. ACCM 68 eco units to the 126 of Dragonstar. Dragonstar himself should be clicking up soon, floating a bit of food. And if he just gets out tons and tons of Woad Raiders, he should be able to overwhelm this. And honestly, maybe this is a crazy idea. And maybe it's a bad idea. Because the Magyars can triple this side. But what if you see you're against the Turks? You see they're just going gunpowder units. What if Dragonstar were to go Celt Paladin here? Just open them. You clear the gunpowder, and then you can raid Menunez with a quick Paladin play. I think you just need TaToH then, where you need to be forcing Grinchy to come this side. Then it would work. That's the one thing Celts can do with their Paladins. As much as they have weak Paladins, no Bloodlines, and no final armor upgrade. They're still good against gunpowder units. And they could clear a Janissary Bombard Cannon. And then they could still raid the eco. And then you kind of transition after that. Yeah, it's an expensive opening. But then you transition just to Halb Siege after that. It gives you a bit of time to do your siege upgrades. But Ram push from TaToH. And TaToH's job, I think, still is to force Grinchy to come this side. And TaToH is going heavy Cav Archer. The TaToH Tatars. I think the heavy Cav Archer for the Magyars with recurve bow should still be better than the Tatar ones. But the Tatar ones can get at least one Pierce Armor to cancel out the attack. Just won't have the range. If they have a hill on which they fight, that'd be great. But the range for the Magyars lets you avoid those fights better. So this is lots and lots and lots of walling. Not even Petarids can get through those walls fast enough. Defensive Mangonels. This is where the monks have to convert the Mangonels so that TaToH can use the rams properly. Do Tatars have siege ram? They do. That could be an option. Can you counter Turk Bombard Cannon with Tatar Trebs? I don't know why that was... Oh, because it said BBC. Of course, that's why it was countered. Or that's why the countered. The chat filter got it. So ACCM pushing through. He's going straight for the fish boom. And this is where Dragonstar is going Halb Siege. And I don't think Halb Siege stops this. I mean, it'll be decent against the Magyars. Menunez is going to lumber camp here to chop to the stone. And after all these fortified walls, still not enough fortified wall for Moray to stop this from getting in. Dragonstar doesn't have the timing. And remember again, Dragonstar had done the forward workshop to defend the flank. TaToH still not quite able to push through. And we see how much more effective No Zombie is with the walling than Moray was. Fully committing to these fortified walls. Moray needed to commit more. I mean, it's not like he didn't make 6 layers of walls. But No Zombie holding out siege rams. These were just bombard cannon. They're a bit slower breaking through the walls than siege rams. TaToH's almost through. And he's going to need to kill No Zombie quickly. No Zombie has a backup castle. And Payehu almost up. TaToH getting back with the Cav Archers. He's thinking, I need to save Moray on the other side. But Moray is dead now. Moray has had to run. At least he did manage to run Vils and get some back TCs. At ACCM up to 120 Vils now. When you fish boom along with the fast imp, you get your TCs added on your way up. And suddenly you have 120 Vils. Hello, mass bottles. And yeah, we have these neon, cyan, glowy Woad Raiders here, showing off how much they're not going to help against the Paladins. And Turks against Kelp Pocket going for the castle push straight to Imp. Seems to have been a really nice strat for ACCM. As well as Grinchy tripling this side. So kind of sacrificing No Zombie. But No Zombie, well, to be fair, he is more dead than Moray is. Moray's up to Imp, 85 Vils to 56. And Dragonstar now needs to hold this. And as far as holding is concerned, he is going Kelt Halb against Paladins. And yes, ACCM has Janissaries, but they're not the main army over here. They're only 16 Janissaries. And TaToH with some Cav Archers coming back can hold this. So I think his team is still okay if they can get Payehu into the game faster than No Zombie. Of course, they'll have to play 3 bases versus 5, but maybe they can take No Zombie's base and make that 4v4. So Halb's kind of melting there, but they can pull back and let the Halb numbers grow again. I need some Vils to start repairing the castles, as we do have 8 bombard cannon from ACCM. Cannon go for the castle. And a couple of cannon go down. But that castle will fall and the Trubs will have to pull back. And now the Heavy Cav Archer trying to help defend. That's 20 Heavy Cav Archers, so a good number there. As the push continues, but once more fully walling. And ACCM's team has been really good at the walling and slowing down the pushes. But No Zombie now, he is basically completely dead. He has another 10 Vils in that TC, so move that 47 down to 37. And he is now stuck in the Castle Age. He's losing his castles. He has a Vil over there. He's got 7 Vils over here. If this team finds it, like No Zombie, he did manage to run some Vils, but his reboom is going to take a long time. Meanwhile, we have Imp now for Moray. He is the Hindustanis. Since he's Imp, his Vils are nice and cheap. As long as Dragonstar and TaToH can hold this push for a bit longer, they will get the Hindustanis back into the game. We're starting to get some Turk Cav Archers there as a transition from ACCM. And Dragonstar with stone for castles to hold. And what does Moray need to do here? Honestly, I think if he just booms and goes Hussars, that might be enough because it gives them a way to pick off the bombard cannon. And he should be able to do that fairly simply as the Hindustanis. They have Hussar, right? Yeah, and they can fully upgrade them. And then you can think about a gold unit later. Yeah, Grinchy does have great numbers. It's from the fish boom, but now Grinchy has to turn around. Menunez also has to come over here. He's going Shenbei Raiders, and I think those would probably die to the TaToH Cav Archers. So, Ram push continues. There are a couple of onagers here from Menunez. But Menunez now has to protect Grinchy. And if they ever get to Grinchy's pond, all of a sudden, Grinchy's in a lot of trouble, because he still does not have a single farm. And if that pond gets hit, then he has no more paladin numbers. He's not floating fruit either, he's spending all of it. That's still 40 Vils for No Zombie. That's going to drop as those Vils die. And no zombie is not part of the game. Dragonstar at 95 Vils, but at least he still is Celts with all of the upgrades he needs. Just missing, so he's getting Blast Furnace now. So if he needs to, he'll be able to reboom a bit and then get Halbs out again. His team can sling him to get Halbs. They're floating some food and wood. So the lack of his eco is something I think his team can make up for. I still think I prefer TaToH's team's position here. They both lost a flank. Dragonstar has lost the pond. Maybe the downside is Dragonstar doesn't have much room to reboom, since Moray's already taken the spot for the reboom, and he's going to need farms. Both of their ponds down here. But now he has a few onagers. Doesn't have siege onager, but can still at least get onager shots to kind of keep the cav archers on their guard. So Sipahi cav archers, or actually that's not in yet. Sipahi, wait, it is in. What are they missing? They're missing bloodlines. ACCM missing bloodlines and husbandry on the cav archers. Oh, ACCM, you need a stable. So he did the unique tech, but he didn't do bloodlines. That is an expensive, still less than fully upgraded heavy cav archer without husbandry. And yeah, we do have the gunpowder now. Is that the right choice, though, for Moray? He would need gold to get camels, so I don't think that's an option for him with the reboom. Unless they were maybe to chop to that gold, or have him start taking the golds here. Some camels could be really nice. It's also something Payehu could do, as the Byzantines add in some camels, even though the imp ones from the Hindustanis would be better. The Dragonstar is still crumbling. I don't know if the hand cannoneers add much. You're against heavy cav archer. There's armor for ACCM, who still hasn't realized he's missing bloodlines and husbandry. Well, not having those upgrades definitely will hurt. I mean, TaToH's cav archers now are simply better as the Tatars. They got 7 pierce armor. And they should be able to win this fight. And now, as this push continues from Payehu, he has a lot of bombard cannon. But since TaToH isn't here, there aren't as many counters to the Shenbei Raiders. So this could actually be a great fight for Menunez, pushing Payehu back. I do wonder how Byzantine camels would do against the Shenbei Raiders now. He does have 157 Vils. And I think camels at this point, looking at the composition, would be better than Halbs at least. But this is simply pure stalling defense from Menunez, trying to go keeps along with some bombard towers from ACCM. So Byzantines struggle to push the Turk bombard towers. They have 13 range, and they actually outrange Byzantine cannon. No siege engineers, so only 12 range for them. There's Chautauqua. So that will be a strong unit. And Chautauqua hand cannoneers with extra range. Hand cannoneers have enough attack that they do a lot of damage to paladins. And ACCM's team starting to pull ahead. Those bombard towers will be so tricky to deal with. And No Zombie still has a bit of a reboom here. He's actually up to 80 Vils. So maybe the timing for TaToH's team, they're still on a timer where they need to push. And No Zombie having this eco is kind of a sneak for him. It's a risk. If it ever gets discovered, he loses 16 Vils. But it also means that he'll have a great way to push into the back of this army and maybe surprise it. Up here, just more walls from ACCM. TaToH taking the gold. And I think that ACCM's team will be able to get trade more easily than TaToH's team, because Dragonstar's base is getting pushed, and that makes the natural trade line like here to here in No Zombie's base, which is awkward. The towers even could disrupt that. But still, No Zombie not really contributing any military yet, and it is still 4 players versus 3 in terms of military. The tower is helping to make up for the pop difference a bit. How much gold does Grinchy have yet? He has 56 Vils on gold, and Grinchy does have 22 trade carts, so I think he actually does have a bit of gold. Let's see, there's a gold there from Menunez, and he's probably, let's see, 3 players taking the gold that was in Moray's base. And they still have this gold here. I mean, Grinchy's teammates are stopping him from mining gold. He shouldn't have any gold left in his base, and this gold from ACCM is still taken there from No Zombie. No Zombie may be the player who doesn't need the gold right now. I mean, if they ever could get Moray over to Imp Camels, that'd be nice. And maybe Hand Cannoneer is the best thing they can add. The Kelp player already can have the Halbs. Trying to go Halb Siege Ram. I'd love to be able to push the towers. Help's going to ungarrison and try to fight the paladins. And Dragonstar's still struggling on pop, and I think more than anything, he's going to struggle in farming space. This is kind of crazy, but actually I think they just need to chop some trees so that he has space to farm. And I'm worried about No Zombie now up to Imp. He's clicked it somewhere in one of his TCs. And it's behind a Vil somewhere. And there it is. Oh, okay. He is down here now, next to the trade. He's gone to the opposite flank that has been taken, so he's in Moray's initial base. But yeah, still no bloodlines. Wait, no, wrong civ. Yeah, still no bloodlines though for ACCM. No bloodlines and no husbandry. And simple disaster for him. You got so much you're trying to take care of, so much you're doing. But not having that makes him so much less effective. He's basically wasting his unique tech because he doesn't have bloodlines. There's a lot of rams wasted to the paladins. The halbs need to be a bit more forward with the rams. They get wrecked by the bombard towers. Some trebs in the back there from TaToH. But the push slowly but surely getting to the towers. Menunez here with an onager. And honestly, great credit to Menunez for holding the opposite side. Much better civ matchup using the Shenbei Raiders against the Byzantines. Against Payehu, who's just going trash units. Maybe Payehu needs some arbs here. Only 6 Pierce Armor on these things. They do miss... Or they do have Parthian already. Alright, so yeah, this is No Zombie attempting to go Eagles. Well, he is against Byzantine, so Cataphracts would hard counter this if Payehu can afford it. But I think struggling on gold a bit now. TaToH's team does have some trade. I think ACCM's team ahead in their trade numbers. Bombard Tower here in the back. And yeah, No Zombie has now been walled out by some Byzantine fortified walls. So this will be cleaned, and that should stop the forward attempt. And TaToH's team pushing out here, pushing into the towers with their Celt Siege Rams. The Paladin numbers here dropping for Grinchy, as he now has to hit the point where he only has 37 trade. And I don't think there's much gold for him, if any, to continue mining. And some skirms being added in here. And Byzantines just need to figure out how they can fight the way. And if they have the resources to make the right transitions. So Cataphracts won't want to fight the Shenbei Raiders. Bombard Towers will just take out the building. With 120 E4 attack, they actually take down buildings pretty well. And this is being cleared now, and Dragonstar now has more room in his base. He can actually maybe... I'd say he could add some farms, but his teammate's just going to add archery ranges. But he has a ton of siege rams now. They're pushing back. And these bombard towers no longer effective with all the siege rams there. We're going to get siege ram from Moray too. And they're going to think about ramming their way, killing some of No Zombie's Vils. But No Zombie up to 162 Vils now. He can lose that. Some rams here from TaToH. Lots of siege rams on this team. A relic that still could be taken. And bombard cannon should help against the onagers. Payehu asking for stone. Yeah, and Cataphract's not going to be the option here. Honestly, I know this is silly. And I know I suggested Celt Paladins earlier. What about Byzantine Paladins here? You'd be against Shenbei Raiders, so you'd have more Pierce Armor than the Cataphracts. And Elite Cataphract here just finished. And I still like TaToH's team's position. I think they're pushing this. And No Zombie as the Aztecs, I think, is going to struggle to contribute. He does have 50 trade, but Monk SO is usually the best thing they can contribute in this situation. Too many hand cannoneers out for the Eagles to be effective, or even Jaguars for that matter. There's no infantry unit for the Jaguars to counter. Not even Halbs anymore from the Celts, just Siege Ram. Just Siege Ram as the scores flip. The scores flip. And hand cannoneers looks like they've worked out. Togni hand cannoneers. Powerful attack with 9 range. They are a crazy good unit. Only having 7 range is really what holds hand cannoneers back. But now with the extra range, they can use their attack. Slower rate of fire, but they will be devastating. And I don't think there's any stopping these rams. An amazing push from Dragonstar. And No Zombie needs SO. And he has a Mangonel. That's it. Yeah, Aztecs cannot fight Cataphracts that well. Best option still being Arb. And I see trade is stopping, and this is where the trade was for Team ACCM. So that will be stopped. TaToH here with Cav Archers. And I think Team TaToH is going to do it. They're now going to reclaim Moray's base, be now, what is that, 5 bases versus 3? And then even treb down the markets on the other side. So the trade is now completely dead and stopped for Team ACCM. The team that had been ahead in trade, so that'll eat into their population more. They'll need to rebuild some markets and now have a short trade. But that's only 2 bases apart. And kind of awkward with all the trees and buildings there. Well, 1 market here, but that'll leave the trade completely exposed to raids. That is a lot of rams. No infantry added, just ram. 378 HP. And the bombard cannon are continuing to push here in the north. Yeah, no Onager from Team ACCM. Right, the only Onager Civ is the Aztecs, but their Onager player died early and has been attempting to reboom. But attempting to reboom in spots that were a bit awkward, maybe. So ram push here, clearing the rest that was in Moray's initial base. We'll have some docks on the pond for Moray to reclaim it. And I think we're looking at a 1-to-1 set. So that'll mean we see at least 19 of the possible 20 games from the quarterfinals. Have archers here to push paladins. Cav archers here. Just trying to hold. But we do have Imp Camel now. We do finally get to the Imp Camels now. So it's been a while. Moray went for the hand cannoneers that were cheaper earlier, but he has now gotten to Imp Camel. And with this, much better counter to the Cav archers that still don't have bloodlines. And also much better against the paladins. Nothing special about the Magyar paladins. They have speed with the... or they have an initial quickness to getting them out since they get the free attack upgrades. But if you're booming into paladins, that's not the biggest expense for you anyway. Now it's just a normal paladin against Imp Camel and Heavy Cav Archer. And a cut through the forest too from Payehu, who will go full Byzantine Skirm against these Shenbei Raiders with some bombard cannon backing him up. Wait, Menunez didn't have bloodlines? Wait, what is Menunez? Did he just do it? I see he has it now. That's important for Shenbei Raiders. He just got it. Oh no, that's even worse. From 40 to 60 HP is an even bigger jump, percentage-wise, than 80 to 100. ACCM needs to remember bloodlines on his team. Now the Cataphracts will push forward. I still think Byzantine Paladins would be the right unit here to raid underneath all the towers and the Shenbei Raiders. They still have the full 7 Pierce armor, because it's the attack they miss. And there are the GGs, and TaToH's team will tie this 1-to-1. We have a set on our hands. Yeah, we have a set on our hands. There we go. 1-to-1. And military, that's 718 kills for ACCM as the Turks. That is insane. But only 82 for No Zombie. Not able to get to the siege onagers. And somehow, some way, TaToH's team holds on, turns that game around, and they killed No Zombie. No Zombie did not run, as well as Moray did. No Zombie might have been a bit better with the initial walls than Moray was, but Moray with the running and rebooming did that much better than No Zombie did. And we'll have 130k res collected there for TaToH. 2745 imp, still the fastest imp for him too. And he didn't even have the fish boom. And GG. Greek fire affects units that can't be traded in the age it was researched. That's true, it affects the bombard towers in imp, and you can research it in the castle age. So if you're on a land-only map, that maybe is a bit weird. Alright, so that was the Turks losing. Turks, Aztecs, Wei, and Magyars against Celts, Byzantines, Hindustanis, and what was the final civ? Was Tatars. Alright, so a good mixture of civs from all three rows from all the teams now. And Dromans, true. Well, it affects the fires, which are in the Castle Age. Never thought about that, but that is a bit of a weird design. Hello, also Edward over on YouTube. Luckily they have a discount on an imp. Not for the Byzantines though, they don't have a discount on those. Is it the only unique tech that does that? Oh, I guess technically some unique techs, like Great Wall for the Chinese, also affect their bombard towers, which are imp. Yeah, and Armenians have their tech that affects their Dromans. Maybe a couple more we could find. Alright, still we're looking for the players to... There we go. There's the lobby hosted. Wonderful. So that leaves Teutons and Georgians, the number 2 pick for both teams. Also Ethiopians and Saracens. So some very good pocket civs remaining. Malay always really interesting for their elephant push. And how cheap the elephants are. So, at least 2 games, maybe 3 remaining. As it must be super late for ACCM and No Zombie in their time zones. Where is Menunez in the US, if anyone knows? I always thought he was a bit more west. Like central to west. I'm not sure. Oh, he's East Coast, really. So it looks like we have the same lineups for the teams again, no player swaps. TaToH, Dragonstar, Moray, and Payehu. And picking their colors, same thing, TaToH and Payehu on one side, Dragonstar, Moray on the other. And same exact lineup for ACCM. No Sambi, Grinchy, ACCM, and Menunez. Valkenberg tactics questionable, and indeed the Great Wall also affect imp units. Questionable because hand cannoneers are in the Castle Age. Wait, does Valkenberg tactics affect cannon galleons? Those would be imp. Never thought about that before. Do the Bohemians have speedy cannon galleons on water maps? If you ever have water dodgeball with cannon galleons, they'd be the civ to pick then, I guess. Wait, drill doesn't affect cannon galleons? No. Yeah, Hussite Wagon's a castle unit, though. Right, that's in the Castle Age. Famous Bohemian Navy. Well, TaToH's our last remaining Onamaru player. Far more successful than the teams of Doubt Jordan and Viper had been. Once the new DLC comes out, we will have to do some type of Play All 7 show match for Rage Forest, using all the civs exactly once. Yeah, the Bohemians can have speedy bombard towers. If we ever play the moving buildings mod again, go Bohemian bombard towers. Okay, here we go. Launching in. And once again, it is Menunez's color. And also Moray's color. Yeah, the captain's colors there. So, to the southwest, we'll have Team TaToH. To the northeast, Team ACCM. Oh, and this will be a restart, though. This will be a restart. We got a bugged lake. The bugged lake restart. We'll hop out and hop back in then. Let's do an ad during the restart, I guess. Reset that timer. We need direct path for terrains. We do. I did have a consideration of spawning lands for the lakes, but I don't think that's going to work, since you can do connections between zones now. The problem is there is some other zone avoidance distance also used, and connecting zones and connections with distances is just not really going to work. Yeah, noob map maker confirmed. Yeah, and lands are way more finicky. I use lands to place pawns in 1v1 Rage Forest, but not going to work for larger sizes. Well, I'll do it for 2v2s too. But for 3v3 and 4v4, that's too much connection generation. So, rehosting after the Lake Re. And here we go. So attempt number 2. Once more, we'll get the players on the scoreboard. And it'll be... this isn't a restart. I can take that. Oh, wait, no. This is a restart if that's trapped? Wait a minute. So, wait. It is a fair 2 lakes versus 2. But what is this? Lake Re, TaToH says it's fine. Or, nope, okay. TaToH is fine. I mean, TaToH's team could have just played that, I guess. But, yeah, that's fine for a Re. Alright, new map scripter confirmed. I'm curious, though, because the map should spawn the same number per side. And it's like 1, 2, then this is 2 that spawn together. Where's the third coming from? This is an odd one. Yeah, where's this lake coming from? There's no corresponding third lake on the other side. Unless this is like 2 that spawn together, and that's 1, but that's like not the right size for that. Okay, that one perplexes me. I'm not sure what happened there. That's a weird one. Part of me says they're fine to play that because it does seem like it's an equal 2 and 2. Hello, John. RF6 hype. Lake Re-hype. Alright. Third time's the charm. Once more, they'll host the lobby. Getting ready to go. The joys of RMS on full display. One day, Death Counter. One day, we will have the technology to have balanced lakes on Rage Forest. The one extra fish lake didn't matter, but the flank lake was also in the passage that was Re for ambiguous plus weird glitch. Yeah, I'm fine with the Re there. But it's just also... I'm just curious how weird it was. I don't know how that happened. Sci-Fly, hello Sci-Fly. And once more, ACCM. So, we'll have fair map generation this time. 1 pond on each side, and the pockets have it. So, TaToH's team to the northwest, ACCM's team to the southeast, and we'll have a large passage between Menunez and Payehu, and then several passages, 3 passages on the other side. As No Zombie with the Speedy Berbervilles will fight Moray as the Tupi with the Champy. And it'll be Ethiopians, Khmer, Tupi, Romans against Inca, Saracens, Slavs, Berbers. Ooh. So, Ethiopian pocket with torsion engines. Very, very scary siege. Khmer on the flank and Romans in the pocket. So Romans plus Khmer, that'll give good Scorpions for Payehu on the flank. Or I guess just, he'll have Khmer Scorpions. Romans don't have a team bonus, Scorpions do. But good Scorpions for Dragonstar in the pocket. And Menunez trying to lane a boar, won't get it, and Payehu will get it back. We'll lose the scout in the process though. So Menunez the one with the Champy here, and he'll get a pretty forward wall off. Payehu choosing not to fight right away. We'll probably go Man-at-Arms Trush then. So we'll have an X on the deer there. ACCM may be saying go lame the deer. I think Menunez will want to save his Vil. Maybe he just wants the Vil fight more. So pockets will be the Saracens and the Ethiopians with the ponds. Probably they'll just take them. The Slavs, the other pockets, so they'll just farm. Romans do... Oh, do Roman fishing ships gather faster? Their villagers do. I guess their fishing ships probably don't. So I guess you also want to be a farming save with the Romans, since you'll work slightly faster. And Ethiopians should take the pond then. Oh, they do have a bonus min-range. Oh, they do have a min-range bonus. Okay. So they increase the maximum and decrease the minimum range of the Scorpions. So Menunez will have a forward Vil. He won't pull it back. Dragon Star... Or, I mean, TaToH. I'm getting confused from all the colors. TaToH there will help attack that Vil. And Menunez, will he sacrifice the Vil or the walls? He'll actually just wall in front and try to keep the Vil safe. This is closed off, actually. He has a forward little nook that he's made for the Vil. So he'll be able to save the Vil. Nicely done. And he will just have to wall behind this now. A bit annoying as he has to wall farther back. And the Vil's on this hill. We'll be fighting those other Vils back from Moray. And big Vil fight now. More Vils, 6 versus 6. 2P versus Berbers. So speed advantage for the Berbers. And if that Vil is trapped, she will die. And then the weak Vil for the Berbers can speed away. Speeding away. No zombie. So 6 versus 5 now. And more HP for no zombie. But he's going to give up the passage a bit. And with 5 Vils, I think Moray could get a nice wall off right here. He's just going to turn and fight the Palisades, though. He wants to keep fighting with the Vils. Zombie there turning to fight. And he's going to try to take the hill. Speed up the hill with the Berbers. And his Vil is surrounded, can't quite escape. And her own Vils will block her. And she'll fall to her death. So ACCM, with a full HP scout from the other side, comes over here to help out in the Vil fight. We'll try to pick off a weak Vil. Does so successfully. We'll take a hill bonus. And can maybe pick off another weak Vil. Lost a lot of HP to the Vils there. A bit of an awkward micro from the scout. We'll have a decent HP scout from Dragonstar coming over too. As they're full committing to this fight. And they're going to lose a lot of Vils here on both sides. Vil going down for both. And now no zombie running the full HP Vils. They need to get back into the fight. They need to get back. They're taking their break right now. And ACCM's going to lose his scout. Nice pick off from Moray. And Feudal Age on the way for TaToH, but Menunez will be the first one up. And if Menunez is up, he's doing a barracks. He'll be able to go for a tower rush. There's a stone mine right there. And yeah, as the Inca, his first settlement between the woodline and the stone, so he's ready to go towers. And I'll have to maybe get a settlement on gold somewhere then. Yeah, so gold and near the berries. So he could long distance take the berries at that settlement if he wants to. And now around the slumber camp, there's some Xing. As we have 2 scouts now, TaToH and Dragonstar, both forward, trying to take down a house. Those low HP Vils are walled in at least. They're also kind of hung out to dry. Grinchy's going to wall himself off in the pocket. Extra important that they don't let anything get to ACCM's fish boom. And they'll want to keep that nice and safe. They're munching on a couple of vills here for Dragonstar. Can Dragonstar save the vill? 3 HP. He has to wall it in, and the bear will not get a diagonal hit. We'll turn to the other vill. Wait, but this vill now has to wall the bear in. Alright, and the bear is now trapped. 1 HP left. He could just kill the bear. But he'll leave it there. And there's the tower with archers from Menunez. So Will is indeed going for that Inca tower rush. Now Payehu, he would get population space were he to do a defensive tower because of that 2P team bonus, plus 10 pop space. Counts as 2 houses. They're gonna come down, maybe munch on some vills. Vills take down the bear. And oh, Vil will be picked off by both scouts. And TaToH and Dragonstar are still getting value from those scouts. And now Nosambi will wall off Moray. In the north, he will finish the walls in the south. So Moray may be a bit more forward with the walls, but does eventually get them up. And now could do a settlement here and even take the boars. As Dragonstar has... He's going forward with vills, but running into bears. Don't know what he's planning. Maybe some aggression from the pocket. As all the pockets are up to castle. And fishing lines will be in now for TaToH. So both captains, TaToH and ACCM, fish booming. The tower picks off the archer. And that scout from Dragonstar still will be hoovering around, trying to find low HP vills. Maybe that low HP scout from Vinci, as those vills will have to retire to life on a farm. They're low HP. And oh, no, misclick from Nosambi. Low HP vill found by the scout. Ooh, the scout gets the scout from Grinchy. Grinchy a bit overzealous, trying to get Dragonstar to run into some TC fire. The TC doesn't manage to shoot it. Another TC up for TaToH. Not by the gold, a bit more focusing on the wood line. As archers from Menunez still continue pressuring Payehu. ACCM also with another TC. And I think he's just going to boom now as the Saracens. Now, maybe the good thing for TaToH's team is they managed to get a Civ composition that does not have a Paladin Civ against the Saracens. So, as good as the Paladins can be, they are pretty hard countered by Mamluks. So if they're going to have a civilization set that doesn't include Paladins, maybe the best pocket you could hope for would be Saracens, because you're somewhat wasting the Mamluk potential from the Saracens. Or not killing the low HP Vil. Vil here from Menunez, looking to fall back from the outpost. Not giving the outpost up due to all the towers. And the Chimera, they do have guard tower. Yep, they have keep. And forward Mangonel from Grinchy is the Slavs. Immediately picked off, though, by a knight from Dragonstar. Campbell from ACCM to deal with the knight. And this push will now get through the walls. Nosambi still in the Dark Age, so he only has Palisade walls. Grinchy didn't come forward to wall for him, and Moray now can do stone walls, while Dragonstar goes for the siege push against the Palisades. A couple of light cap from Grinchy to find the walling vills, and Moray not able to quick wall them to keep them alive. They'll hop in the ram, though. Try to keep the Vil safe. More walls behind this. That's quite a few Scorpions. And if they jump out on the other side, remember, they have less minimum range. So they could maybe take out all those scouts. 4 scorpions against 3 scouts. Until they're picked off. And Castle Age from flanks now, aside from no Zombie, who's just up to feudal. We'll have that Castle Age workshop in his base. And some Xing in the middle there from Menunez, maybe saying that Grinchy needs to stonewall that. It is open now. So spears there picked off by the camel and the light cav. The mangonel here from Grinchy keeps attacking that workshop. That's going to be 6 scorpions that all pop out. But an awkward moment for them to pop out since they are surrounded by camels and a knight. They will get some kills though. Before that mangonel cleans them up, or the cav finish cleaning them up. And more stone walls behind now from Moray. Moray walling this off as the pressure continues. But camels from ACCM, while TaToH's mostly just booming, he does have a workshop though. Over here on Menunez's side. So he's committing to some Castle Age fighting too. So not just going to be pure booms from everyone. There is Menunez and also Moray up to the Castle Age. Stone walls will be hit by the mangonels. Spear down. And Dragonstar with a couple of spears actually could do some poking on the mangonels, do some good damage. So defensive mangonel from Moray. No zombie finally up to the Castle Age. And as the Berbers, he's on stone, so he could contribute camel archers. Gold mining for ACCM. As TaToH's boom passes 100 eco. 30 fishing ships for both TaToH and for ACCM. And I still think I like Ethiopians a bit more as a pocket here. But then I do like Slavs a bit more than the Romans. Quite a bit more. And just like in game number 1, when Vietnamese were on the flank, you're taking the elephant civ, putting them on the flank, and kind of forcing them to do something that's not elephants. Oh my gosh, one champy. You're going to be stopped by a galley. So gold shaft mining, wheelbarrow, and loom all on the way for ACCM. In the back, a couple of knights hovering around. As a couple of monks will come forward and try to convert the knights. So Grinchy going Castle Age Knights as he's adding in extra TCs to boom. And now we're going to have no zombie, who has a good number of vills from being Castle Age so late. We'll add in 3 extra TCs. And Moray, who is Castle Age and has been for a bit, only 30 vills and struggling against this push, staying on 1 TC. No extra TCs for him. He can garrison the settlements, so that should save the vills from knights. I'll have a 5th TC from Dragonstar. Dragonstar liking the 5 TC booms. And Imp on the way, first clicked from TaToH. So a pretty clear path to go Torsion Engine Siege from him. You will want the heavy siege against potential Blackwood Archers. Or actually, wait, no, that's the other side. The other side that would have the Blackwood Archers. Well, either way, both pockets have siege onagers. To do with Moray late game. Against the Inca, I don't know what unit the Inca even go for these days on Rage Forest. They don't have Eagles anymore. Kamuk's probably not going to be useful against the Ethiopian pocket. I mean, they are good against infantry, but that would be if TaToH opens Halbs. They open for archers, then you're running into the Siege Onager. Maybe it's Champy, honestly. But even that would die to Showtells. So more walls going up for No Zombie, trying to secure this passage. Mangonel will be hitting this gate. Of mangonels now from TaToH. They're going to deny a castle. So Menunez wanted the forward castle, but I'm not going to get it. He wanted, I think, to keep this open for ACCM, who's getting Imp. ACCM doing a couple of castles forward now, but Mamluk, if that's what he's going for, I don't know about that against Torsion Engine's SO. I would definitely like what TaToH can do in the matchup here. I'm not sure what else ACCM would do, though. And that castle has to be deleted for Menunez to get stone back. There's ACCM up to the Imperial Age. And he is opening Mamluk. So Mamluk's melee attack. They destroy mangonels pretty quickly. But with only 3 range, they have to close the distance, and then stand at an awkward distance where the mangonels still can shoot back at them. So there's one mangonel down. They can deal with all that cav should they want to. And the ram. Mangonel hits the ram, ram goes down. And we'll have now a forward castle here. So castle, that'll be for Dragonstar. Looking to go down this passage. Might need TaToH to delete some walls so the castle can be more forward. Grinchy Xing over here. Maybe he's worried about needing some more walls. Well, if he is, he's right. There's no zombie who'll have to wall around the forest. And the castle here from Moray. This is just going to be Blackwood Archers from him then. He's trying to add more TCs and boom. But 37 vills only, compared to now the 78 from No Zombie, and a very clear path where he can simply contribute Bombard Cannon and Camel Archers. Maybe even just normal stable units, but I think much easier for No Zombie to contribute than for Moray. But TaToH still has the pocket. I think he's going to have a great matchup on this side against ACCM and Menunez. Yeah, 164 vills, too, for ACCM. But I'm not sure how they counter Torsion Engine's SO and Cannon. Torsion Engine's not in yet. But still can be on its way. And the outpost will go down there. And it's time to cut. So ACCM wants to cut. And what unit does he have other than Onager? Nothing other than Onager. It's just an Onager cut that will get Onagers forward. A few Halbs for TaToH. Well, I mean, he doesn't see what he's up against. I don't think the Halbs will be all that useful for him, but maybe just as a raiding unit. Plus some Chimera Elephants as Payehu's Imp. And over here, if No Zombie can get up quickly and push, then I think ACCM's team has a chance, but it depends on No Zombie now. Because over here, I don't think they're eventually going to push this. I think that TaToH's team should have the better siege. And better eventual army composition with elephants. This is even ballista elephant. Now, this is crazy, but none of the scorpion bonuses apply to the elephants, right? Like the team bonuses. Yeah, the Roman bonus won't give them less minimum range. I guess they don't have a minimum range to begin with. They're the command unit in the first place, so you don't worry about that team bonus. Double crossbow applies to them, that's what matters then. So, Xing all around here from Nunez and Grinchy. They want to cut there to get the stone, maybe? So, ramp push and petards, but lots and lots of walls. So, fortified walls from no zombie. Feels like they have no clear path. I think the clear path is no zombie has to carry. Still only 64 vills for Moray, but he's up to imp. And Blackwood archers are cheap enough, maybe his team could just sling him to army. Since the rest of the team is imp. And Moray actually is imp faster than no zombie is. Well, this will be a very open field for ACCM. Trying to win the most trees onager award. That would be a nice stat to track. Which player cuts the most trees with onagers? It's a bombard cannon here from ACCM attacking the castle. He eats trees? As long as he loves baskets, that's good. That was a nice hit on the elephants. And champions now from Grinchy. So Grinchy going Drazina champions, they just get slaughtered by the ballista elephants. And we'll have slingers from Menunez. What does that do? Counter the halbs? Okay, and still without bombard cannon, the Slavs, I don't think they know what to do over here. They could double up the SO, but Saracen SO technically will be better with counterweights, plus 15% attack. And really cut the trees. And now Dragonstar is gonna cut and try to get to this clearing. And then we already have a castle there for ACCM. Well, you'll cut to that clearing, then cut in, I guess. We're gonna have some crazy cutting now across the map. Not enough passages, so the players will be making their own. Do slingers counter siege? I mean, +3 against siege weapons. Does that really help out against ballista elephants? When they have 7 pierce armor, and the slingers otherwise do 1 attack, so that's 4 attack? They have 300 HP? Maybe. That's true, they do have an attack bonus there. And there's enough onagers from ACCM, they are slowly pushing this. And you're gonna need to get the siege engineer, the torsion engines, and siege engineers, but them working together for TaToH. He's getting some cannon now. The cannon will help out against the onagers. A zombie behind stone. Onagers counter the elephants. The elephants will be taking down the champions. And the siege onagers here keep pushing through the buildings. Forward keeps there from Nunez, the cheap Inca keeps. And no zombie, 160 vills, still only 90 for Moray. And it feels like Moray with the castle and the Blackwood archers might be the player who pushes first. So this cut from Dragonstar actually has just gotten right into the trade. We'll have some onagers from Grinchy as the Slavs, maybe prepping siege onagers. But there is a ram push now coming to the castle, filled with halbs. Mamluks and champions coming to stop it. I think the rams need to go through these walls to get to the castle properly. Another castle up here for Menunez. Paravil's being sent, and this castle, actually as the Rams go down to the Mamluks, will be enough to keep the trade safe. And their Scorpion's still here, but they will get hit by the Onagers. And this raid into the trade, not doing anything. Team ACCM defends. Do castle with a bit of idle time, but they'll have enough. Elephants here pushed by the Onagers. Elephants going down. What type of Onager shot can ACCM get here? Not easy with the bombard cannon from TaToH. Trebs will keep falling. Few elephants. Still, if they ever get in range, ACCM should have another good shot. I don't think that'll happen. Well, the Rams are there. But TaToH has so many cannon that there's nothing that deals with the cannon, especially if Grinchy's still on champions. Another push back up the tunnel of the cut. But ACCM will go and wall that off. Good forward wall from him. Some Centurions there too from Dragonstar. And that'll be Elite Camel Archer now. But is that too late for No Zombie to be useful? Is that too late? He doesn't really have any army. He only has 13 of them. Could delete that palisade and go in, though. Actually, that'd be nice. Or he can just go in. There is an overchop there. All the vills suddenly sent from Moray to try to wall this off. As No Zombie is there, he can just stop right here and kill vills. And maybe even keep that open. Okay, well, it does get mostly walled. And now the Camel Archers are going to get right into the trade. Okay, that's what they want. Hit the trade before it really gets going. And kill some trade carts. Blackwood Archers over to defend, but the Camel Archers can still kill the trade and run. And enough Blackwood Archers that probably gets cleared. But still, being right in the trade is so annoying. And with some keeps, they're still pushing on the northeastern side. We'll have another attempt from Dragonstar to get Centurions down through the middle. Some more walls from ACCM. They'll have a defensive siege onager ready. And Grinchy ready to re-wall some forward vills. Trip down. Blackwood Archers now could force the Camel Archers to fight. Yeah, the Inca diagonal walls do look weird. They zigzag. It's kind of cool, but it's also kind of disorienting. So we now have elephants. We've hit the point in the game where the Khmer player can go standard battle elephant from the flank. And those will massacre the Champies. Champies with 9 Pierce Armor, that helps out against the Ballista elephants. But not against the normal elephants. Normal elephants will be added. I guess Mamluks can be decent against them. Mamluk Ballista Elephant probably kill each other. And the Siege Onagers in the back still getting some nice shots on the elephants. ACCM doing what he can to try to carry this side. TaToH with a great score lead, though. The elephants will push in as Trebs get the castle from behind. There'll be a couple of Trebs besieging it. Oh, nice shot on the Blackwood Archers. You just see the tail end of them going down. And the Mamluks, I don't think they deal all that well with the elephants. Slavs with Trezina Halbs would. But the Halbs also are a weak unit. And well, to be fair, so are the champions compared to this. And an Onager is still trying to push back the Ballista Elephants. Nice couple of Onager shots with counterweights. Those elephants are all very weak. And Mamluk's there to pick off the battle elephants. And one good shot now could kill a lot of elephants with how weak they are. ACCM gonna try for it. And does get a decent one. Okay, that's what he wanted. Mamluk's there to pick off Siege. And Menunez now adding in pikemen. Helping to use them to push the elephants. Dragonstar is pushed down here through the middle. Basically stopped. I don't even know where everyone's cutting now. ACCM actually is open. There's still an Onager there from TaToH. Over here, I see some X's. They're maybe thinking of potential ways to push through the passageway. As Moray is through the passage with Onagers. A little ways to go till they're through. But they will have maybe a sneak attack, as they did have a cut through to that pocket earlier. For Grinchy. That's a lot of Blackwood archers in the middle. And another cut there, as Menunez tries to get to the trade. But Payehu will get a castle up. And they're still playing basically 3v2 on this side, as TaToH's there with a few bombard cannon. Fortified walls in the South American set are a blemish on the otherwise great architecture set. You don't like that? I have a mixed opinion about the architecture set. Some parts of it I like, some parts of it I find are a bit off. I think my biggest criticism is since you use the settlement for all 3 drop sites, it gets very repetitive. It needs maybe several rotations like houses have. So a Ballista Elephant cut to open up farming space in the north, but there will be a Champy warrior there, or a couple of Champies there, fighting the Vills and the elephants in the area. As that Vill goes down, and more Vills will go down. A bear on the wood line. This castle now. Alright, this might finally be a good push, as Dragonstar, with enough trebs to take down a castle, actually manages to push through the middle. TaToH will have some siege onagers here, and it'll be 3 players pushing the middle. At the same time, they're still trying to fight over that northern flank. There's a Lego nest in the stone forts. Okay, Onager is still trying to hit the camel archers. Scorpions rush forward. We'll take them down. And some good use of the Roman heavy scorpions. Centurions forward too. 7 pierce armor for them. They could maybe go for the Onagers Grinchy's trying to add. And Grinchy needs the Onagers to stop the Scorpions. Yeah, the percentage of map occupied by both teams. Kind of like a time of possession stat in football or soccer. The Onagers moving forward for ACCM. As they'll Onager some of their own Champies. But this TC looks like... There's the Onager on the Champies. It'll go down. And ACC... I mean, he's almost in the trade. He's almost in the trade. At the same time, though, that cut from Moray is in the trade. They've gotten Blackwood Archers into the trade in the south. There's that gray color on the minimap. All the Blackwood Archers now funneling through this cut. That trade against the edge of the map did eventually get through. Did eventually get through. And up here, enough elephants. I think Payehu's still protecting the trade line. These scores are really, really close. They're still within 100 points. That's a lot of camel archers now for no zombie. That's something I don't think that Moray can fight properly as the Tupi. And that gate won't go up in time for Moray, who doesn't have a Vil anywhere near. And the Camel Archers now can find themselves a passage they can raid down and try to push back the Blackwood Archers. And then in the north, the Ballista Elephants still fighting the Onagers. Feels like maybe ACCM's losing some Onager numbers. So Mamluks will, at the very least, plus 12 against Cav, have an attack bonus against the Ballista Elephants. But again, they have to close the distance. And if they close the distance, I think they get slaughtered. So Trip goes down to the cannon. And we'll have Blackwood Archers hit by the cannon in the middle. They're going down. Cannon hit. There. Place outposts everywhere to boost that stat. Okay, so Siege Onagers. Big shot on the Blackwood Archers, maybe? Grinchy shoots, and he gets all of them. One more shot that needs to land. Moray gonna stop microing for just a moment. And he'll have a lot of resources added to his stockpile. Those archers dying. Elephants here is still taking down Champies. Halb's pushing the light cav as Onager shots land. And the Ballista Elephants will push the Vils back. They keep still getting some fire on the Ballista Elephants. And now we even have Onagers from Menunez too as the Inca. He doesn't have Siege Onager, but he does at least have Onager with Siege Engineers. And that'll just help get more fire on the Elephants. Man, we're getting a ram push from Grinchy now. And I thought Ethiopian Siege would be dominating this side, but not quite. The Ballista Elephants not really doing enough for the Khmer, maybe. And the fact that Dragonstar is still trying to push with a cut and not fight this side is meaning they're fighting 2v3. And right now, up the middle, enough stone walls from No Zombie that the cut, which initially threatened the trade, didn't quite finish. Now it's Camel Archers here that should be able to beat the Blackwood Archers. At the very least, 1v1, the Camel Archer would win. And now, Moray getting pushed a bit in the south. Man, we might be here for a while in this game. No one really pushing. I think this is the most stalematey game we've had. Halb's taken by the Onagers. Champies now are hit by the Elephants. And tower goes down to the cannon. And that will fall. Onagers here pushing into the Camel Archers. Onagers go down. The Onagers are dead as the barracks will crumble now. And the Camel Archers will push forward. Blackwood Archers getting hit by the Onagers. And Elite Centurion now just can't really hold up to Camel Archers. And between Romans and Tupi, these two civs will be pretty weak. The Camel Archers are an insanely strong unit. And maybe that by themselves will be enough for No Zombie to push this side 1v2. Or at least pin Dragonstar there. At the point where in the north, the rest of ACCM's team might be able to make some progress. And this castle now getting trebbed. And I feel like this team is slowly but surely losing ground. And maybe soon losing access to their trade. It feels like there's a bit of momentum now for ACCM's team on both sides. And TaToH now only on one side. It's not like he's trying to play both sides with Siege Onager, which sometimes is what you have to do as the Siege Onager pocket. Ramlick's going down to some Onager shots. Just remove stats, says Sci-Fly. Perhaps a good option. The Ballista Elephant's taking down some Halbs. As the Trebs go to hit the castle. TaToH also, he's floating a tiny bit of food. Not really making too many food units, though. 64 trade carts. I mean, 80 trade carts, 70, 48. 55, 30, 83, 42. 83 trade carts for ACCM. That's how he's able to afford so much gold. Onager is just massacring the Halbs. Halbs, oh my gosh. I mean, I want to see how many deaths Menunez has at the end of the game. He's just feeding Halbs. And now Dragonstar trying to come over with Centurions. Maybe they can pick off the Onagers. But Mamluk should be able to stop them. Ballista Elephant's going down. And here, desperate repairs on the castle for Payehu, but that looks like it'll go down. And against the normal battle elephants, we will have Halbs. You need a good surplus of resources to be able to make the elephants. Right now, Dragonstar floating some wood and some food. Maybe a few too many vills, or maybe he needs to be slinging his teammates. If they have too many vills. Because right now, that float is not helping him. Nasabi floating a bit too. But you gotta realize you're floating food and wood and communicate it. So it does look like, though, the Tupi have stabilized down here. Moray. Maybe Nosabi needs to finish that wall to the edge, do a gate there, perhaps. But Moray not being pushed. That means... Oh, that was a good shot on purple on some Mamluks. Okay. The elephants there dodging a bit. Stable here from Payehu getting trebbed. Mamluks can take out a Siege Onager, rush down some cannon. Really rushed down the cannon there. What is the map control percentage from both teams now? I'd say maybe 60-40 in favor of ACCM's team. And enough map control that they can onager the Ballista Elephants. And they're just about ready to onager the trade. Trade getting hung up on that mining camp. The Centurion's trying to keep the trade safe. But the Ballista Elephants will be going down. Counterweight's pretty darn strong. The elephants will fall. Taken down by the Siege Onagers. Elephants going down. This castle still being trebbed. And when this castle falls, there goes the trade. So the trade just about down for Team TaToH. And that might be it if they lose their trade. The Ballista Elephant's still crumbling. The Chimera not able to contribute enough against the Siege Onagers. And the Mamluks actually still being useful, even with all the Ethiopian siege for ACCM. And ACCM's team might just be able to do this. I think they're getting into the trade. That castle can't go up for Dragonstar. Payehu's going to lose another castle. That's going to be his Ballista Elephant production curtailed as well. He'll still have 4 castles left, but they're starting to be in Treb range. His elephant numbers are dropping. His population dropping a bit too. Only 13 Ballista Elephants. 80 trade carts, 80 villagers, no army. And you can see the trade numbers now. Still 75 trade for Payehu. And a big ram push now from Moray, but TaToH will call the GG. ACCM's team with the score lead gets into the trade, and just as the trade's getting massacred, TaToH's team will call it, and ACCM goes up 2-1. Nice game from ACCM. And here we have it. It'll be 999 kills from Payehu, 843 deaths from Menunez. Those ballista elephants were gunning down Halbs. A Dragon Star with the Rowans, and Moray is the 2P. Kinda crazy to see only 225 kills with the Blackwood Archered. No zombie once he got to the Camel Archers. 675 kills. Just, I guess, a good enough unit that they overcame the poison damage. Have enough HP to hold on. Menunez only 300 kills himself, but he was meat shielding for ACCM. 193k res collected for ACCM too. What's the trade? Do we see trade profit? 38,000 trade profit. The other team had much more trade overall. More gold. ACCM beast mode there. Saracens with Mamluks have a unit they can add in to their counter rates onagers. A bit more so than TaToH can. So I guess unit plus SO makes them a useful pocket. Right there. Okay, let me update the saves. I need to go grab some water now. So that was a win for Saracens, Berbers, or the Inca Berbers, and what was the final save? The Slavs. And then losses for Ethiopians, Tupi, Khmer, and Romans. But they used a lot of bottom tier civs there. And they still have Teutons as a pocket. So TaToH will look, they'll probably use Teutons now and try to tie this up. So I'm going to go take a quick break. I'll be back and we'll get into game number 4, which will be our 19th of a possible 20 quarterfinals games. If Team TaToH can win this, we will have seen every possible game. So stay tuned. Alright, I have water now. We're good to hop into the game. We have a lobby going. And TaToH's team still has to figure out how to use the Goths, but ACCM has to figure out how to use the Inca and the Muisca. Or wait, they did just use the Inca. Got to check them off. Did I check off something incorrectly? I checked off. They haven't used the poles, right? They used the Inca. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, yeah, there we go. I have to figure out how to use the Muisca. Which, I mean, it could still be an SO pocket, right? The Muisca and Goths can still be pockets. Alright, so same lineup still, no players swapping. ACCM advances to the semifinals with a win. And team's definitely taking a while to figure out how they're going to use the civs. Blank civs for TaToH, definitely the Portuguese. Likely also Wu and Shu. But then they have to figure out Bengalis or Goths probably is the other flank. And here we are, into game number 4. Here we go. Pawns, 2 pawns again per team. TaToH versus ACCM. TaToH changing colors around. This time he's going to be Moray's pocket again, and putting Dragonstar as Payehu's pocket. This is a very open map. 2 passages here from Moray to wall. 1 passage between Payehu and Menunez, and then 1 big passage up the middle. And we're going to have Teutons and Persians as the pockets. Now, TaToH, if he wants to make us proud, will go War Elephants. But in all likelihood, we'll go Savars. Persians being the Cav Civ, and Teutons being the Halb Siege Civ. Now, the Wu can go Fire Archers. Yeah, haven't really seen them be that effective, along with Traction Trebs. Bengalis should be a great flank from Monk Rushing, or Elephant Archers late game. On the other side, Poles, Dravidians, Georgians, and Maya. So Dravidians, probably an Elephant Archer pocket. Although they could be Halb SO too. Georgians could be Halb SO. They could also be Cav if they want to go Manaspas. So a couple different options how they could play that. Could just go double SO. Teutons could also go Paladins. So a couple options what they do too. Depending on the situation. So Menunez is going to have a very conservative wall. But opt simply to get it up safely. The Poles are a very limited civ. They have lots of weak units. They can spam Winged Hussars, maybe spam Cavaliers. Usually we see them end up going Cav Archers. Which is probably why they are split from the Dravidians, who would probably go Elephant Archers. So they probably go Cav Archers with the Georgians in the long run. But even with Cav archers, where are they? They miss Parthian tactics and the final armor, so they're pretty fragile. And don't think they hold up to elephant archers. And honestly, if they get to the late game, I don't think there's anything that bulls really do against elephant archers. Bombard towers, I guess, could be helpful if they add them. But you probably want the stone for Svan towers anyway. I'll probably be the Georgian player doing the towers. And looks like 2 Vils get through for no zombie, even though Moray does have this walled off. It'll be a close Vil fight. And Moray going to take one of his boars so it doesn't get lamed. The one pond will be here for TaToH in the pocket. He'll have a nice Persian fish boom. Has to be wary of that wolf. Dragonstar as the Teutons could come to dock this pond for Payehu. So extra important, Payehu gets a super forward wall off. ACCM's team does have 2 nice back ponds for each of their pockets. So the Georgians and Dravidians will each take that. And also benefit from the Dravidian bonus, giving 5 pop space for the dock. So 1 Vil still running around for no zombie. Might try to get to the deer and lame them. Do winged hussars from poles do bonus damage against LE archers or only foot archers? The pole bonus is +1 attack versus ranged soldiers. So they do indeed do bonus attack versus the elephant archers. Only +1 though. So against elephant archers, that's not that big of a difference. The winged hussars specifically will do +4 against gunpowder units. But no elephant is a gunpowder unit. Yep, and oh, there we go. TaToH, or Moray rather. I see red and I automatically think TaToH. Moray. What is this? No zombie went for the pond. Managed to wall in the Vil. But then Moray walls in the wolf along with no zombie's Vil. Oh, but he's attacked by the wolf. Diagonal wolf there. So if no zombie deletes the walls, the wolf will go for his villager. Oh man, that'd be sick. Alright, here's TaToH. He's fine. He's at the pond. Have to remember he's Cyan this game. And we'll get a house up from Moray. I'll have an X in the middle for Menunez. And a boar dragged in here from no zombie. Up the middle, Vil without loom has to be careful from Grinchy. Ooh, the wolf got a couple of extra hits in. Grinchy does manage to wall it. 4 HP left, and he's gonna send that Vil back. So wherever that Vil was going, he's gonna send a fresh one. After that wolf will be walled in. A nice spot for him to do a mill, since the deer are right next to the berries. Be a bit more aggressive with losing the scout then. He'll do a panic house. Even with the dock, he doesn't want to be housed for too long. Check the idle. Ooh, that is awful as a pocket. 44 seconds of idle time. Grinchy having a rough Dark Age. Got distracted walling in that wolf and didn't do a house. So no zombie, yeah, he has idle time, but he's been forward. He's been being annoying. Forcing Moray to wall him in creatively. There'll be another wall for no zombie. So this Vil, I don't think she ever does anything. I mean, what she could do is, if this palisade gets deleted, she can build a tower there. And then tower the fish. Probably the most annoying thing that no zombie could do right now. This side should be a safe pond, but Payehu taking the pond as the Bengalis. It's not going to be the Teuton pocket. Well, Teutons might just want to farm anyway with the cheaper farms. There's Menunez up to the feudal age. And Payehu up as well. So stone walls will go up back here for Payehu. When he was Pikachu. Oh, that's what TaToH called him when he drafted him. And there's ACCM up to feudal. Just doing a nice old Georgian's fish boom, market blacksmith. Everything going swimmingly for him back here. 4 fish in the pond. And deer getting pushed in. No zombie actually close to breaking out over here. Were they to time it right, they could delete the wall and try to get a diagonal hit on the Vil with Dragonstar's scout. Attacking the house. No zombie deletes the house to escape, the house will or the scout might aggro onto him. But the scout might also be on stand ground. So no zombie might have a chance to escape. Escape, maybe harass the deer. He needs to get around the scout somehow. Need some epic quick walling. Maybe you could quick wall the scout against the edge of the map if it's on aggressive and Dragonstar is not paying attention. But only 12 HP to play around with on the Vil. So TaToH's Vil isn't back here by the pond anymore. No zombie feudal. But with double tower rush against him, he has to work on stone walling, and that's not going to give him time to deal with the Vils in the back. And at some point while you're booming, when you add in the monastery to grab relics, you go convert the Vils. When you can get up the tower, you can jump in across the palisade. You can't jump across palisades, no. Between a palisade and a tree, yes, but not across 2 palisades. A watchtower up for no zombie behind his stone walls, investing a lot into the stone. But yeah, I agree. He should eventually make that tower, but I think he's spending all of his stone walling up. So by Moray pressuring here, he's denying the stone that, or at least forcing no zombie to spend the stone that he'd use maybe on that tower. There's one tile on the back towards the forest. I think you can delete that and do the tower a bit more forward. Or, I mean, he can do 2 towers, maybe 1 there. Especially when he gets fletching and then gets up and does bodkin. He'd deny a lot. They can bash it down. Oh, he's gonna try to fight the wolf. Oh no, he just quick walls the wolf. Yeah, he wants to do a palisade out there. You can't build across the diagonal. He could build it where the Vil had been standing, though. Now it's gonna be the better spot. Are cliffs banned from tournament maps nowadays? A lot of people just don't use cliffs. They're very tricky to use. You have very little control over them. I did some very, very hacky stuff when I made TaToH for the Brazilian Dynasty. To get cliffs in specific spots. Oh, and the Vil goes down. The Vil goes down. They delete the palisades. The scout is there. Would have been a brutal tower. So a mistake to try to get forward to hit the palisade. It lost the Vil. So yeah, that might have been great. One tower there, one tower there. Would have denied the fish boom from the Persians. But that doesn't work. The other Vil looks like that Vil was towered. So Moray just towered to take care of the Vil. A lot of stone, but, I mean, Nilsabi's spending stone too. Spending stone too. And forward workshop now from Grinchy. So while he's booming, he'll be going mangonels. He's got 7 fish traps here. And we'll be adding 2 TCs. And then 2 TCs from Menunez on the flank. And that'll be TCs versus... Let's check the stone count. Nope, just TC is a boom then from the Bengalis. Not going to be a castle drop for Rathas. I still do worry Bengalis will have an eventually stronger unit composition than the Poles. By a lot. And especially if they have a fish boom. So it's going to be Teuton pocket farming. Bengali flank fish booming. And a bit of a push now from TaToH from that forward workshop. Not just going mangonels, but adding rams. And showing the downside of rams, though. As Grinchy with 1 mangonel can put a full stop to the ram push. Vil is trying to wall the tower in a bit for no zombie, so it can't be walled. Or so it can't be rammed. Everyone else just booming. Then Teutons, Persians, Bengalis. And Wu. I might like them slightly more than Georgians, Dravidians, Maya, and Poles. Maya and Poles, I think, are going to struggle a bit late game. Wu, I think, will struggle. But Teutons, Bengalis, and Persians all should have good late game compositions. He'll have elephant archers, Savars, and then help siege. I mean, maybe TaToH can be crazy and give us actual elephants. I do the KD panel usually for early game, so we can see the idle time and the KD. Then we go to resources. I do feel you could probably get more information if you, like, condense, instead of having the resources on 2 rows, have them, like, on 1 row, with the res on one side, then the vil, like, to the right. And then have a bit more room for stuff underneath it, like a KD or Eco KD. Or even just overall resources. We don't necessarily need to see the vil distribution. It's kind of useful late game, though, to know how many vils are on what. So, castle will be here for Moray. But not too far forward. So with all the mangonels that are out for Grinchy, he's not going to risk putting the castle where it would destroy the tower and get through the walls. He's just going to start amassing fire archers. And all the way to the edge of the map, Menuna's going to wall. So he's not going to be cut from the edge. He is very far forward compared to the rest of the team too. So no matter what, it would likely be trade here from ACCM's base over to No Zombie's base. So if Team TaToH is able to push No Zombie, they're able to push where the trade would be added. And TaToH losing a mangonel. Still with Rams clearing these walls. There'll need to be a lot of fire archers to think about pushing this. Although they could start taking down the tower soon. Stone mining on the way for Dragonstar. And we'll have a few houses in the back for TaToH. So he's just booming. Adding a couple of farms even to supplement the fish boom. Even though he has a lot of fish traps. So 24 for him now. 24 fishing ships, 30. But the most fish traps for ACCM. He's got 40 of them. And this push that TaToH's doing, maybe slowing down the boom a bit. ACCM on his way, looking to triple this side. This team has the score lead. He definitely has the best boom. Imp will be on the way for ACCM, but also on the way for Moray and for Dragonstar. Moray so far 1 TC going Imp. 2 TCs for No Zombie. I don't need much eco, but lots of people on TaToH's team clicking up now. We'll have ACCM and Menunez. Menunez with a good boom. And he's going to add in archery ranges. It will indeed be cav archers from the poles. And he can get them out more quickly than elephant archers here from Payehu. But we're going to have a good boom with the fishing ships and the fish traps. There's the university, and Payehu will be imp in just a moment. Grinchy not that far from clicking up. And oh, that wolf there. Going to attack TaToH's Vil, but he should be fine. Take the wolf down and do another dock. And he can fit another dock on that pond too. So it can go 6 docks. 27 fish traps already. And as the Persians probably wants to get to 40 plus. So Xing in the middle from ACCM. Maybe saying to wall more. As No Zombie sending, or as Menunez is sending a Vil over. Vil's still all over the gold here for No Zombie. There's Moray up to the Imperial Age. And everyone on TaToH's team is up. we're still looking at no zombie who will stay castle. And that is a lot of petards. So cheaper wall for the Maya. No zombie will need to take advantage of that. He has several layers of fortified wall now, getting to the point where you need 6 petards to get through. Kind of becomes unwieldy to use that many petards. And we'll have a castle forward for Menunez. But Piehu will be in a good position to treb that down. We'll have a workshop from Dragonstar. And maybe add in cannon to help here. Several layers of fortified wall. Lots of stone being taken. And still a fish boom that needs to be protected. ACCM with an amazing score so far. Here are some traction trebs. And some petards. No fire archers yet, just the traction trebs. And he'll be trying to treb down some of those spawn towers already. Treb down maybe the walls, maybe the mangonels. With traction trebs to take out mangonels, then TaToH could ram properly. But not gonna happen. Don't think those walls even took much of a hit. And there's maybe a cut from ACCM. Okay, he's thinking about cutting. Doesn't really have army for running through, though. Going help siege. He'll have elephant archers from Grinchy. Savaris should have a lot of armor against that. Part of me still would want to see war elephants from TaToH against elephant archers. As there's Savar, though. And just a treb fight over here. Conscription for Menunez. I think he should lose that castle. He has a petard that he can't ungarrison. He'll be walling behind it. So second treb from Piehu. And he's doing archery ranges, so no doubt about it. Elephant archers from him. And I think that's scary from Menunez. And if you're then forcing a pocket to help, it has to be, I guess, ACCM playing Siege Onager on both sides. Elephant archers out for Grinchy. So different role than he had in the past when he was the Paladin pocket. Now he's an Elephant Archer pocket. ACCM losing some towers there. TaToH's now forward with his own Onager. He has Siege Onager just about to finish. A nice use of the traction trebs on the Onagers. Able to take them down pretty well. Some HP off of them. 3 Onagers down. His castle being hit. Not repaired. But it did buy some time for TaToH to get Siege Onager. Those petards will be useless. Plumed archers here. Still just castle age plumes, though. They will go down to Siege Onagers. And now TaToH here with Savars. Or sorry, TaToH was green last game. Dragonstar with the Siege Onager. TaToH with the Savars. And Savars, remember, they will have +4 against archers. And that does include the elephant archers. Yeah, we were talking earlier about the Poles having +1 against elephant archers from the Hussars. Well, TaToH gets +4 from the Savars. Also, they can get to 8 pierce armor. So, should be a good unit to help against the elephant archers. Still, though, they're pushing. They had the better booms. Now, Zombie might have done enough to disrupt the fish. But the Siege Onagers here should be the unit to counter the elephant archers, you would think. And this is now about Menunez going Onager his side. He'll have pikes on the way for Piehu. As he's actually just about through the walls. And there he is, able to get into Menunez's base. Bombard towers for Menunez. That's what I thought his best option actually would be. But if we're able to run in here with Elephant Archers, Piehu, then maybe he could just pick off the Onagers. Is there Siege Engineers? No Siege Engineers yet. And Elephant Archers themselves, I guess normal Onager without Siege Onager, I think they can take them down pretty well. They need to get their final attack upgrade. I think that must be chemistry. Yeah, it has to be chemistry. There's Siege Engineers on its way for some more range. Tricky matchup there. Mark it over for no zombie. Feels like ACCM's team, though, is making progress in the north. Traction Treb's trying to counter the Siege Onager. So now we have Siege Onager from ACCM. And still Swan Towers from him. Lots of gold that's forward for Moray. He's trying to mine that as well as he can at the start. Team TaToH does have more vills total. And Menunez is doing everything he can to hold this side. Lots and lots of onagers. Bengalis do not have bombard cannon. And we'll have some, it'll be heavy cav archer. But those will die to the elephant archers. Maybe some monks could be added to try to convert the onagers when the towers are so far back. We'll have ACCM adding towers here too. Menunez going for a castle. This side will be all about Menunez holding. As Menunez actually is going forward with vills up the middle. How did he get those vills forward? How did they get there? Maybe they walked here earlier? Oh, they walked through here. They cut maybe a bit. I see some stumps. And they were there mining stone where Payehu had walled. Actually through now, mining some extra gold. But the main push, something that Moray can't quite handle. And Siege Onager is not enough to stop the elephant archers. Meanwhile, the walls here from Menunez are wonderful. They're stopping Payehu from pushing. Payehu has the highest score on the team because he has so many elephants. He can't actually spend all of his res because he's going to be pop capped. There's Mahayana and banking. I think maybe he's a bit too afraid of the onagers and needs to be more aggressive if he's going to push this. There is a hole in the wall now. He's not shooting the Vil, though. And now it's more and more onagers are being amassed. He's adding in some light cav, trying to go Hussar now. But in the north, things are not looking good for Team TaToH. TaToH with elite war elephants now. Maybe they'll be more effective than the Savars. They actually only have 7 pierce armor, but so much more HP. 620 HP. They will soak up arrows from those elephant archers. Well, can you actually produce enough of them? He only has 11 right now. Can he sit in front of the siege onagers? Menunez even over here with cav archers. Cav archers gonna make it into the fish. And Menunez has done such a good job of walling. ACCM even sending siege onagers over here that Payehu has not been able to push. Some quick walls from Moray to trap the cav archers. TaToH gonna try to run them down with the elephants. Casting so calm, I finally file a 4v4 RF game. Hello, Sunnyflower. Okay, some Savars there to trap Menunez. If TaToH actually can sustain elephant production, that should give them a counter to the elephant archers, but I don't know if he can. They're expensive. He has 5 or 4 castles only, and they're going to be trebbed soon. Maybe if Payehu can sling him. But Payehu still, he's stuck on these walls. Menunez has been walling here the entire game, and these elephants have not gotten in. Yeah, so many Onamaru team captains, and they won't make it through. That would be the last one if TaToH gets eliminated here. He's going Desperation Elite War Elephants. But Halbeso from ACCM, as ACCM going full beast mode. Pikemen from the Maya, there'll be Halbs there too. I mean, every civ here, other than the poles, is a Halb civ against the elephants. Maybe the elephants will just be too strong. TaToH has a lot of them now. 14 elephants. They'll have skirms from Moray. That does not feel good. Skirms. Ooh, skirms. Against every unit in the game. Siege towers, spawn towers, and not even the elephants have enough HP to stand up to this. Castle taking some damage too. TaToH trying to add in more castles for more elephants. He's got Moray defending here. And still no cut succeeding for Payehu. He can't find a way to get into Menunez's base. Menunez now has tons of towers up protecting the trade. She's even trading here. I said they need to trade from behind the pod, but Menunez's base is safe enough. And now Elephant Archer's gonna get to the fish. TaToH losing more castles. TaToH on 169 vills. They're trading over from this corner. The skirms are getting flattened by the siege onagers and the elephant archers. And the Wu cannot contribute enough late game. And, I mean, all the elephant archers in the world do nothing if they're literally doing nothing. Payehu has been top scorer for a while, just down here, unable to cut. And because of that, even Menunez with the cav archers was in the north. In the 3v3 game, where it was both pockets against both pockets, seems to have worked out better for Georgians Dravidians than it has for Teuton's Persians. Just now the Elephant Archer's coming up for Payehu, but I think that might be too little too late. As now it's 5 bases versus 3. And all of TaToH's castles and his War Elephant production crumbling. As the siege onagers will go for Grinchy's elephants. But the elephant archers here, not enough of them, and too many siege onagers. Siege onagers themselves can take down the castle if they want to now. They'll take down another castle. Siege, they actually do enough damage to castles that you can use them if they get close. It's like a 150 damage per shot. And TaToH with more castles still trying to hold desperately. But now, instead of pushing, it's Payehu who's getting pushed by Menunez, losing his fish boom on the pond. And ACCM looking to lead his team into the semifinals to face Valis. There's your shots on the elite elephant archers. The elephant archers going down. There's no more army here for Payehu. He's trying to make cannon galleons. But Menunez now is going to push, and he will get into the trade, and he will start adding bombard towers on the trade. Well, I was questioning Poles versus Bengalis. Maybe I shouldn't have. Payehu unable to punish Menunez for playing Poles on the flank. The heavy cav archers now. No armor, no Parthian, no problem. As Team ACCM will get the win, we'll have 19 of a possible 20 quarterfinal games played. With a 3-1 victory, ACCM now will eliminate the final Onimaru captain. Grinchy leading the way with 451 kills with the Elephant Archers. No Sambi, only 86 kills, but Payehu only 55 kills. He was fully boomed with the highest score for a while, and couldn't figure out how to push. And it'll be 48,000 food collected. He even had the most res collected at 100,000. But at the end of the day, ACCM's team advancing. Team ACCM dominating. He does have a stacked team. That'll be the quarterfinals next week on Saturday. Also, not to jinx it right at the end, but my internet has managed to hold up for this entire length of Rage Forest set, which is amazing. I changed some OBS settings, and maybe that's enough. So that's Georgians, Dravidians, Poles, and Maya winning against Teutons, Persians, Bengalis, and Wu. Needs to play with Scorpion. His team has been stacked so far. Honestly, no Sambi, Grinchy, Menunez. Beasts at Rage Forest. What's going on with the league right now? Is there like a thing to cast? Is Nocturna versus Tag still going on? Or is it Onimaru versus Vitality gonna happen soon? Should we go cast that? Waiting for the next set? Alright, this finished at the perfect time then. So we'll go cast, I guess, the league set now. Nocturna tag is finished. All right. But it's Vanguard versus Vitality, right? So Vitality's probably gonna sweep the floor with them. All right, let me just update some tags on YouTube. Copy and paste a thing to the description. YouTube, let me type where I click. There. Alright, so thank you all for watching Rage Forest. We'll get ready to cast the next set of the League. Let's see. This is Vitality versus Doubt plus Jordan plus Andy. League. There we are, and I can swap some logos over. Swap some logos over there. This will be Vitality against Maru Vanguard. This is what, round 3? Play all 4? Or is it round 4? It is round 4. Okay. Some drafts. But man, I've been really impressed by ACCM's team so far. I think he has a chance to actually upset Valis' team. So it'll be Barles versus Teemo and Valis versus ACCM. Or I think Valis and I combine them, Varls. Valis and Barles, probably still the favorites there, but I think ACCM Valis will probably be the closer set. That'll be, I think, 14 GMT on Saturday. We'll start that next week. See if we have a draft somewhere. Information. Rex in 1 minute. Oh boy, 1 minute. Gotta swap slides on the scoreboard. Rex are here. Gotta get the draft set up. There we are, and it is recorded game time. Right. And capture rage stuff. Right, and the map is frontline. Alright, so I need to say play all 4. Capture stuff is typed in. So, welcome over to the league. As you can see, we have a snowy map. The fact my webcam is bathing me in a bright white light from the snow. And we will get to game number 1 of Vanguard versus Vitality. Vitality logo needs some color in it. So we will have Freakin' Andy on the flank, Jordan in the pocket, and Doubt in the super pocket. Armenians, Vietnamese, and Jurchens. Opposing them, Vitality. Hart as the Aztecs on the flank, Leary as the Maya in the pocket, and Hera as the Slavs in the super pocket. So pretty much the same setup from both the Vil Fighting Civ, Archer Civ, and Cav Civ. Slavs with the option also late game to go Halbaso, can make it swap to Boyars. Neither Jurchens nor Slavs will have Paladins, so they do need to make a transition. No Knights from the Jurchens, so it would just be Step Lancers, or just Iron Pagodas. Don't know who wins Iron Pagoda versus the Boyar. The Iron Pagodas do have the Shravam magic, where they absorb 1 melee attack. I did get the title, yeah. So, Eagle Warrior here from Hart can hoover around a bit. Bills will be fighting the Eagle. And we'll have a bit of a sheep lane here. Of Hart trying to take the sheep from Andy. Is this live or Rex? These are Rex. These are Rex. Bill poked by the Eagle, and Andy will lose that Vil. So Andy with all the Rage Forest experience. Should be pretty good at the Vil fighting. Although Onamaru as a whole, all their captains now eliminated from Rage Forest. TaToH is the last one standing. He and Andy did make it to the playoffs at least. And TaToH made it to the quarterfinals. But now both of them in the quarterfinals, so. Now a Vil for Hart going down. Honestly, when it comes to Vil fighting, I'd probably take Andy over Hart. He plays so much Rage Forest flank, he should be much more used to it. Now, this is an interesting map. In some ways, kind of like Menandy, because it's a rectangle cut off on the sides by the forest, where you can end up going late game, because players are, despite the flanks being close, the super pockets are so far apart, you can end up walling and playing for a very late game setup. Both Aztecs and Maya on the same team. Yeah, very different roles for the civs. The Maya are there just to play crossbows, so it doesn't really matter what the civ is as long as it's a crossbow civ. And Maya with the cheaper crossbows do that just about as well as anyone. Vietnamese maybe a bit more late game potential, being able to go elephants, having some fire lancer and different siege options. Jurchen's also able to go gunpowder, heavy rocket carts late game. They do have bombard cannon, right? Yeah. So late game, their siege probably could work to counter the Slavs. On the flank, as Armenians, Andy also will have the option to do fortified churches. So if he gets to the Castle Age, not always a given for the flank on this map, but if he gets to the Castle Age, should be able to defend pretty well. We'll also have the archery range forward for Jordan. I mean, maybe something to consider on this map would be, speaking of double archers, Britons on a flank and then Maya in the pocket. Because then you're doing the faster producing and cheaper archers for the Maya. And then also having the Britons, who will be a good Vil fighting civ with their sheep bonus. Less idle time if you're being very aggressive in a Vil fight. And good Dark Age eco bonus. They take the sheep ever so slightly faster than they would a boar. If you're worried about late game, then still maybe even Ethiopian as the archer save could be good because their siege will be better than the Maya late game. Hera takes down Jordan's scout. Hera going scouts, and Jordan with a spear to try to poke around. So it will just be feudal age from Hera. You can try to FC as the pocket. I don't see Doubt adding in any extra scouts, so he might even be FCing. Yeah, he's just going Market Blacksmith on stone, so he's going to be going FC for Iron Pagodas. Again, I don't know how they do against Boyars. I don't think I've seen that matchup. Hard up to the feudal age. The scout from Doubt will go down. And scout from Hera poked by a Vil. Spear comes forward for Jordan. That tower now will go up for Jordan. And he'll immediately just tower his gold. And it's a gold that he and Andy will be sharing. Tower that for defense. Oh, a hole. There's always a hole. And Doubt had a hole by the market. This market will always want to debate you with the bamboo. But the Vil will go down to the scouts. And now Hera. This is painful for Doubt. Doubt's going to need Jordan to come back and save his stone miners. Not much HP on the scout, so Doubt can turn and fight, but Hera will just be as annoying as possible. As annoying as he possibly can be. The Vils go down, and we'll have scouts trying to get... Man, this is just so annoying from Hera. That was great to have the high HP scouts take the brunt of the damage. And let's just run circles around Jordan's spear now. And there you're coming forward. And one thing you can try to do on this map is actually wall all the way to the sides. But they're pretty far apart here. And if you're... The easier walls are just to go straight down the sides like this. And much less likely to have one hole lead to everyone getting killed. You can always get the extended walls later. It's kind of a weird situation where it's actually much less walling to wall simply across the sides once. Where you're basically walling that same distance twice to go from front to back. But also a lot less walk time for the Vils. And the front player is so engaged in the Vil fighting that they don't really have time to get the walls up. So, Vietnamese against the Maya. Vietnamese will have the better crossbowmen, better archers into crossbows with more HP. But the Maya simply should have numbers since they're cheaper. And now, going for the workshop Vils. Jordan opting to deny that while trying to dodge. We'll lose a couple of archers there and sacrifice army to Liri. But the workshop will be finished. As Hearts just sent more Vils. He's on the flank, so it's close for him to send Vils. It's not like the forward workshop is halfway across the map for him. And Hera is still annoying Doubt on the stone. Hera being beast mode with the scouts. And a lot of houses and a few palisades in the back for Hera. As another TC will go up for Doubt. And start shooting at that scout from Hera. See if Jordan can maybe poke it. But the scout will run away. And a fortified church will be up for Andy. He is doing Redemption 2. And the fortified church up at the front for Andy as well. So exactly what I said at the start. Fortified churches will be really good at holding against the Mangonel push. Same HP as a town center, but they only cost 200 wood, and then cost 100 wood to repair from no HP to full HP. So very easy to send 1 or 2 repair vills and hold against the Mangonel push, especially if you put your own Mangonels behind them. You can also train monks from them and try to convert. Armenians have a good monk tech tree, but maybe the push is just a bit too aggressive and too early. As Jordan still does not have crossbow numbers, he is just clicking up to feudal now. And Andy, being castle age first, now is going to lose the relic from the church and have to go for a workshop and try to get Mangonels out behind his TC. But now, with the walls breached, Hera can get in with light cav. And Doubt, with the castle going Iron Pagodas, will be much slower to get army out than Hera is, even if maybe the units will be stronger. Gonna be a Mangonel from Andy, but 2 Mangonels from Heart. This is gonna be a tough Mangonel defense. As he does have Redemption, working on Sanctity now. That can keep Mangonels away. He can also charge conversions on the scouts. We might see Atonement now from Heart. And Mangonel shot, keeping Leary away. So the Archer players later to go up to the Castle Age. Leary doesn't have crossbow yet either. So Jordan will be around 30 seconds slower. But then we'll have all that extra HP. And that does actually matter quite a bit against Mangonels when you're at 42 HP versus 35. Because Mangonels do 40 damage. And that does let you tank Mangonel shots a bit. Secondary projectiles then do 1 damage each. And you're worrying about them hitting you, but probably not all going to hit 1 archer. So you are much tankier against Mangonels as the Vietnamese. And down with the Iron Pagodas, they can get up to... They start with 3 Pierce Armor compared to the 2 of Knights. So they do have good Pierce Armor against the archers. And they're not going to try to wall this off and surround from behind. They're just going to come back. Jordan will be up, and he'll immediately have to do Crossbow Bodkin and Null Sticks. And are we having an internet drop? F? Yep, we have a bit of an F. We did survive the Rage Forest at least. Let me see, are we back though? I think we're back. That was a mini F. That was a quick one. Alright, alright. Like I said, I did change a couple of OBS settings, so I'm hoping we're slightly more resilient to the mini drops like that. I didn't drop from the game at all, which is nice. So Monk's going for a couple of conversions here. And lots of Xing. Why is Jordan Xing the middle of nowhere? Oh, nice conversion on the Mangonel. The Mangonel gets picked off. So crossbows here dancing back and forth. Mangonel pushes forward. And will be picked off by the crossbows. And nice hit landing center of the crossbows. But enough healing from that. That's crazy, actually. 8 Aztec monks to heal the crossbows. It's like healing your army in a campaign before you engage again. They'll be all healed up. I guess that synergizes a bit better with the Vietnamese with the more HP. So in terms of overall vills, 30 extra for Vitality. Most of that being, I think, Hera and Lyri having better booms over the pocket. That means like 10 extra for each player in their respective role. Hera getting a 4th TC up. Just now doing Loom. With all the early pressure they had. Was never rated. Since Doubt didn't go Scouts, he could afford to skip the Loom. Be extra greedy skipping it. Oh, Mangonel hit as it shoots! And gets all the crossbows. Oh my gosh. Conversion just in time for Andy to get a shot on the crossbows. Counter shot kills it, but not in time. Dang, and now Lyri gonna lose all of his crossbows. That was a huge Mangonel shot, as now the Iron Pagodas will corner the crossbows. They'll find one little palisade to hide behind, but Jordan will be there. Lyri lost his entire army. All of a sudden, he's down to 9 crossbowmen. Jordan still has 22. And now Andy can send Vils forward to do a fortified church and be in a great position to start pushing Hertz TC. Oh, that was a crazy turn of events with a conversion to Mangonel shot. If that Mangonel had just been deleted instead of converted, then the other Mangonel is still alive. Or maybe just gets destroyed right away, but Lyri keeps his crossbow numbers. Now Doubt will go for a 4th TC. Hera's still super far ahead of Doubt in terms of the boom, though. 94 Vils for him. Has that Slav farming bonus. It'll be very smooth. But the Slavs don't have a clean transition into Paladins. They'll have to go Cavaliers, and no castles yet, so it won't be Boyars. It'll have to be Cavaliers. Can still do damage. And I think this is maybe a missed opportunity now for Onimaru to have walled the sides. Maybe that's what Jordan's going to do now. But at least get one of the sides walled up. If you can get both walled up, you'll stop a lot of the power of Cavalier raids. They're pushing up the front. There's Hera Imp. And Lyri will need to amass more crossbowmen in his archers. He'll be cheap in the castle age, but he'll need to create them now. I'll have a forward castle from Andy. And I have to worry about whether a forward castle is the right thing to do now. That they're going to have to deal with Cavalier raids. I'm not sure what civs I prefer late game if we go there. I kind of like Aztecs over Armenians, Vietnamese over Maya, and maybe Jurchens over Slavs. A lot depends on the strength then, maybe of Iron Pagoda versus Boyar, though. So all those crossbows go down. We'll have a bunch of light cav going to the back. Mangonel's hitting the TC here. And Hart's going to lose the TC, but he's actually the one starting with the forward stone walls. Remember, Maya make the walls cheaper, so he can start walling off the map. 5th TC for Hera. He still wants more Vils. He's going to send some Vils forward for a castle right in the middle of Lyri's base. That'll keep Lyri alive. And he's just going full Hussar now. He's not even going to bother training Cavaliers. He's only making Hussars. Only making Hussars. Iron Pagodas from Doubt. Won't quite be walled out. We'll have a Vil there from Lyri doing a couple of houses. We'll have a forward gate from Lyri. And he's just trying to wall this as well as he can. He can also hop in the castle should he need to. And yeah, he needs the gather point on the other side. They need some team coordination there. Okay, and full Hussar, that should lose to Iron Pagoda, I would think. Down up to Imp. Jordan Imp in just a moment. Jordan will be Imp much faster than Lyri, but much lower in score. Now the Hussar raids will be everywhere. I don't know, maybe Hera's just trying to conserve gold for siege later. How many vills does he have on food? Only 42. So it's not like he has an overabundance of farmers. I mean, like 100 slot farmers, yeah, you can spam hussars forever. And Andy certainly is ahead of Hart. But, I mean, their vill counts are still pretty similar. His Rams will go for the blacksmith. And Hussar is converted. There's more Hussars here from Hera. Will maybe go down. Ram pushing the monastery. But Trebs for the castle. So this is now just going to be Hera. He's going to be as annoying as he can be. He's going to flood Hussars into the back of the map. I mean, it's weird enough that Hart's the one who is walled. Andy will now have to wall behind this. And Andy has managed to get forward walls on the other side. And they'll have to rely on their army and castles in the middle, but that castle will go down. And there's Doubt up to Imp. And what can Doubt do now that he is Imp? He's doing plate barding armor. He will go for Elite Iron Pagoda, I'm sure, then. Otherwise, he could do Elite Step Lancer Hussar. He should have better Hussars than the Slav Hussars. But Slavs have the better eco for Hussar, so I don't know if you want to get Hussar versus Hussar there. And then Slavs also have the Jazina Halbs. So Hera's still going full Hussar. Not bothering with Cavaliers. Now if Jordan has to go Skirm, at least he'll have Imp Skirm as an option. Doing Ring Archer Armor. There's Elite Iron Pagoda. And these walls still open. And Elite will come in. Do they get more Pierce Armor? I don't think they do. That'll be a good stat to look at. Elite Iron Pagoda, 7. And yeah, no more Pierce Armor. But 5 melee armor, and they absorb an attack. So they should absolutely wreck Hussar in a head-to-head fight. And they still do get to the 7 Pierce Armor, standard for Paladins, for fighting Arbs. Leary will try to find a little nook where he can hide. But the Iron Pagoda should be able to take that down. Well, House is being trebbed. That's not going to engage. Only 7 Arbs, he could have cleared it. But he's going to prefer to hit Hart. And if he keeps raiding Hart, that means they can maybe get Andy into the game faster than a Hart. So rather than honestly raiding Leary, because Jordan can contribute, he can add Imp Skirm. Leary already has 57 Arbs. And Harry's just going Hussar. So Jordan can contribute with Imp Skirm. He can do that now. Even on only 54 Vills. That's the problem, though. Jordan feels very dead. Even though he's Imp. I think they need to get Jordan then into the game. Maybe the plan now is try to raid from Doubt, but also try to sling Jordan. Get Jordan more TCs and more Vills. And it feels like he's in that Black Forest position where he's basically someone who needs to reboom now. And the good thing, though, is just while he's rebooming, if his teammates can sling, he'll have Imp Skirm. But the problem is Andy also needs some sling. Andy also needs some walls here. If he walls this in, he can stop the Hussar raid, and he gets the wall just in time. And he also needs walling here. He will get those walls up. Needs a bit more walling. He's almost stopped the Hussars, but he still needs to stop them more. Not enough walls. He needs a gate over here. There's a hole in the wood line too, and the Hussars will stop the castle. So Andy committed to the walls, but not enough. And the Hussars will get in, deny a castle, kill some of his Vills. And he's still in the extra vulnerable because he's rebooming category. And Hera is on 178 Vills with a few Boyars now. A bit overboomed maybe, but he could sling his teammates. I mean, Hera and Leary both fully boomed. They could maybe sling Hart. Get him back. Hart will need some gold. But Elite Boyar, or not even Elite. Normal Boyar. Okay, normal Boyar will lose to the Iron Pagoda, I think. But I guess that still depends on numbers. More Boyars than there are Iron Pagodas. Yeah, I think Elite Boyar then, so much melee armor, they should win. And that should be better than the Magic Shield for the first attack. Hussars in the back, now cleared by some Iron Pagodas. As Arbalists move forward, Monks will be healing up all of the elite Iron Pagodas. The Hera with 34 trade carts, getting his trade going. So it seems like his plan was just spam Hussars, don't make a gold unit, and then the lack of Paladin doesn't matter because you're not making a gold unit anyway. Arbs here, killing the elite Iron Pagodas. And Jordan still doesn't have Arb. If he's going elite Skirm, he can't fight Boyars with elite Skirm. So elite Boyars, less HP than the Iron Pagodas, but more attack, more armor. And is Hera missing something? Nope, they're also slower. But I think they should win the fights then. After the initial absorption, they will be stronger. Let's see, a couple of elite Boyars for Andy. Jordan now on 82 Vils. Which, I mean, that's not the worst for an Arbalest Civ if he gets a bit of sling for Arbs. It feels like he needs to get trade going now. Just get Arbs out. And Doubt needs to worry about the trade too. Hera's trade... 41 trade carts is at the point where you start feeling the trade. Not at the 80 trade carts we've been seeing. 40 should be enough. Trap hitting the fortified church as all the Arbs move forward. And Onamar losing this fight. Losing it pretty hard. Iron Pagodas falling to the Boyars. But yeah, Hera's trade now gonna power him. So, I mean, that is interesting, right? You go full trash unit, and then the gold you're spending is gold for adding trade. And then you have a ton of trade, so now, while your enemy team is maybe lacking trade and struggling to produce their gold unit, you can full-on spam your gold unit. And it's just Arb plus Boyar. So Treb here hitting the TC. Hitting also the fortified church. His church should go down to all the Arbs. And now Andy is dying. Now Andy's dying. And I think we're in full Vitality wins mode now. Jordan up to 114 Vils. Andy finally Imp. The fact that we get pikemen from Heart is the Aztecs. I guess Aztecs struggle to contribute here. And Armenians at least can go Composite Bowman Halb? Maybe Heart just needs to work towards Siege Onager. He won't have the discount that Terra does, but they'll be just as good fully upgraded. Maybe even better than the Slav ones, because the Slavs lack heresy. And the Aztecs do have it. So if Andy's doing churches and monks, maybe Aztec SO would be better. Yeah, it's a lot of churches. And with churches, they can hold for a long time. Doubt is getting his own heavy rocket carts. So, I mean, we're only 50 minutes into this game. They've lost most of the map control, but I don't think that really matters. And John Slow, thank you for the raid. You're here watching Doubt struggling to try to chase some units from Hera. Bogeyar's actually, with their attack and their armor, pretty darn good against elephants. Actually. I think they actually can win against elephants. But now we're getting into, okay, the players are late game. They're getting their trade going. Maybe they can make a different unit composition. And when Aztecs only have pikemen, and the Maya are full arbs, maybe a heavy rocket cart plus elite battle elephant can turn the fight around. As Doubt still will have some iron pagodas. I figure this is going to be the story for all 4 games. I mean, I think Vitality probably sweeps this team. Capybaras may be a bit more interesting, but I think that they have Capybaras have a very high ceiling, but a lot of variance on how well Viper and TaToH play these days. So all of these elite Boyars still raiding. The weird thing about this map is your trade is all the way at the back, and because the golds and stones aren't really all that numerous, you don't lose much by sacrificing the front of the map. You can fall back, and if your flank has an eco in the back, you don't lose much. And now Jordan, with 31 battle elephants, elite battle elephants, can he push this? Maybe Leary needs to start adding halbs, and Hart needs to, yeah, he's getting to the siege onagers, but a bit late, he doesn't have too many. And the elephants can push from Jordan now. Now, that's what I was kind of worried about. Late game composition, how good are the elephants going to be? And Vietnamese elephants, he doesn't have the unique tech, though. He's missing 100 HP on the elephants, and he's missing paper money. Jordan actually doesn't have a castle, and if the elephants fail, there's the GG. Maybe the fight goes differently if he has an extra 100 HP on the elephants. Leary able to save the arbs. Elite Boyars, as I said, they're still good against elephants. So, GG. Yeah, what elephants? Yeah, no SO to cut the forest for bigger trade. Right. Team is missing the opportunity there. So Hera, 330 kills. He just made Hussars. He had 105,000 res collected. Over 10k more than Doubt. And GG. So that's a win for Vitality. We'll see if they get a sweep. You missed the RF games, Jay? Yes, RF games were earlier. So we'll be casting the rest of this league set. And we'll just jump right into game number 2. Let me do an ad. And just head right into it. I'm getting tagged somewhere. Where am I getting tagged? Oh, someone spammed. And what will our next map be? As we'll get the civs. I didn't leave the game from the game. So many buttons I gotta press. Drafts. There, so let's win for Vitality on frontline. We're gonna go into Crescent next, I believe. But that was Armenians, Jurchens, and Vietnamese, losing to Maya, Slavs, and Aztecs. And we'll head into Crescent. Crescent. And be aware the colors change around a bit. And here we go on Crescent with our lovely fish and whales jumping up and down in the water. Has the mango shot been addressed? We saw it. It honestly didn't look that weird to me. It looks like he just got a good mangonel shot. It didn't seem like out of the ordinary. I have heard there are cases where it seems like the mango delete bug was still back. And it didn't really look like the delete trick to me. I think the delete trick had a bit of a larger radius than that. Who knows, maybe there's a bug. Wouldn't surprise me. But at first it just looked like a good mangonel shot. Like the crossbows were all underneath it. There's a nice sequence of converted mangonel, shoots, then gets destroyed, and then the shot lands. So maybe there's some jank going on there. It didn't immediately jump out to me. So this will be Crescent. Very similar to Rooster, but sadly without all the galley micro. We will have one passage to the northwest, and then a land bridge connecting the two islands over here to the southwest. Makes a U shape, or a crescent shape, I guess. In the middle, there are a bunch of whales. In each corner, there is a single whale. And we'll have some players docking outside, some players docking inside. And this passage is just wide enough you can't dock block it on both sides. A forward dock here from Doubt. Southern dock there from freaking Andy. And a boar will be here under the TC for Jordan, pushing in the deer. And looks like Jordan, being the water player, as the Dravidians, will probably just open up maybe fires, maybe hulks, maybe galleys. We'll see what he does. As the Chinese in the middle, Doubt will try to get off to a good economy, and he will have the dragon ships for water in the late game. We'll see how dragon ships do against Viking longboats. Leary as the Vikings, they'll probably just want to get longboats and win water. Vikings, Italians, and Shu, 3 good water civs. Not really prioritizing a paladin civ for the middle like we'd seen some civs do. I guess maybe the same could be said for Onamaru. A slightly broken donut. Push the right side of a keyboard. Do you have a numpad? Oh, you gotta go for the hanky-less keyboard at least. Save all that desk space. Gotta get the separate numpad for the left. In case you need a numpad. Be real minimalist, go down to the 60% keyboard even. So, on the land, it'll be Wu versus Shu. And Militia for Hart. Barracks and Militia for Andy. So, men-at-arms over here. Because of the rock terrain, can't wall the sides. And you have to wall fully around you. And the TC will shoot the boar, or will be taken by the Vils. And I'll have a few more militia gonna pop out of the barracks for Andy. A couple of scouts gathering down here. So where now is Jordan's scout? Okay, Jordan's scout is over here pushing deer. And then where is Leary's scout? Chasing a purple scout. Chasing Andy's scout. Alright, Andy's scout's gonna die there. Especially since Leary's up faster. And Leary will be the first one up, followed by Hart. Yep, and goodbye, Andy Scout. And on the outside with the docks, it'll be a fire galley opening from Leary, since he's up first. Just wall the entire beach. You can wall across here. You can. Has some trees on it. It is not as primitive as that Relic of Earth land bridge back from Gwyndlegard, if y'all still remember that. Dock wall? Can't dock wall the rock. And this is too wide to dock block the passage. I suppose there also is room for some transport ship play for Jordan. If he wanted to go forward. We'd probably be foregoing fish if you do that. Park some transport ships? Maybe late game, if you had Dravidians, you could wall with Therissidae. Those have some good HP. Or Koreans could wall with turtles. Can you transport hop, like with Khmer houses? I mean, sure, but what are you gonna hop over? Like 2 docks? You can't ungarrison onto water. Can't put ships in a transport. You can only transport land units. I mean, if you do ever have a situation where you're ungarrisoning a transport over the corner of 2 docks to land units, that would be absolutely wild. Because you'd have to have docks built in a weird configuration, like on a corner, where there is beach between 2 docks. Could fit a demo in a galleon? Sounds very dangerous for the galleon. I mean, I'm down to the spear. Can you transport a garrisoned ram in a transport ship? Yes, you can. Although it does count, every unit inside counts against the transport ship's capacity. So a ram with 6 units in it counts as 7. There used to be a bug where you could bug out the transport ship's carry capacity if you save a game and then load a game with units inside of a ram inside of a transport. I think DE fixed that at one point. I remember that happened to me once while I was playing the Ulio campaign. In the final scenario, I had my hero in a transport, and I bugged the garrison capacity, so it said, like, 7 out of 5 when there was nothing in the transport. And he died because I couldn't re-garrison him after I saved and loaded. Can you garrison units in a ram? And ungarrison only the ram? You can't control where they ungarrison, though. Units ungarrison and they are randomly placed. As well, I've heart walling out the archers and the scouts, so they might just venture over to the pocket. So every player individually has to end up being walled here. Oh, Jordan, don't lose a Vil like this! Don't lose a Vil! No! No blacksmith, no Vil. Picked off by Lyri's scout. So Lyri is the Vikings. So Vikings versus Dravidians. Interesting. I mean, late game, it'll be dragon ships and Therisidae against longboats. I think the Therisidae win that. We saw that the other day. Dragon ship should be useful too for Doubt. Doubt's up to castle as the Chinese, but Jordan taking a loss by his docks as he tries to amass more fires. Does a relic take his spot in the transport ship? The monk with a relic is 1 unit. You can't have a relic outside of a monk. Or outside of a missionary in a transport. He has to hold that thing the entire journey. Okay, so Jordan, having lost the side, will now try to push Hera in the middle. But Hera up to medium warships, and he'll have hulks to deal with this. And so what's Doubt gonna do on water? Just 2 docks. And Doubt's scouts, where are they? There's one around the south. Trying to see where on land they are. Andy's archers are in the middle. And okay, Lyri has a bit of a maze where the scouts can get in. He'll have to garrison those Vils. Oh, then they can get out. Okay, so somehow there was a hole in these walls somewhere. Maybe... wait, what? Oh, I guess over here? Could run through and, like, zigzag around? I was looking for the scouts, and they somehow were through here. That's true, Lu Xuan's from both the Wu and the Shu. That's true, we have Therisidae, Dragon Ship, Lu Xuan, Longboat, and Italians just make normal ships. They're good but boring. So, Jordan now getting wrecked by Hera on the water. By all these hulks. And Doubt also had to run his fishing ships, he was gonna lose them. He'll still have a fish boom on the outside. We did not manage to go get the corner yet. This dock will go down. Is he doing only fires instead of hulks? Oh, he's fighting galleys. He was hoping to counter the galleys. And when you're against Vikings, hulks just melt to longboats. So you really don't want to go Hulks against Vikings. Outside Hulk versus Hulk action. So War Hulk there, taken down by Hera. And Hera now fully controls the middle water. And Jordan with a couple of fishing ships. He'll try to do maybe medium warships. We'll have Andy doing warships. I mean, he's still fighting on the outside. No one really pressuring on land. Doubt with a few knights, though. Should be able to clean Heart's archers, keep Andy safe. There's a knight from Hera, but not too much yet. The knights still have to run forward for him. Italians will have fully upgraded cavaliers, but no paladins, so they can go pretty heavily into the knight line and still have an imp transition. And there still is a chance that Onomaru gets late game and still would have Dragon Ship plus Therisidai to win water. So they might be able to take it back later. Jordan investing quite a bit into fires, but there are the Hulks there from Hera to deal with the fires. That dock will go down. And Hera can move to the other dock, rather simply. A bunch of fires here pushing the Hulks, pushing the other fires. But it's Hulks. And now, the fact that the Vikings have not just longboats, but that they can combo other ships with them, makes them crazy hard to stop, especially in the 1v1. In a team game, maybe you have more ship types, but then your team game means the team has to be winning. We have doubt on Hulks now. And Hera might simply be able to go imp into Hulk then. Or into the Carrack. So Andy losing a few bills to Heart. As all those bills from Andy get slaughtered on the gold. And a couple of knights coming out from Hera. As now it looks like Leary in the south of the map, actually, with his longboats, his war galleys, will be able to push the dock. And Andy now kind of losing on water too, as well as getting pushed on land. I'll go 4 TCs. And just try to hold now. Doing a market, needs a workshop. Maybe needs a monastery. As knights and crossbows together start pouring in. Okay, he does have a monastery, does have some monks for the knights. And honestly, nice crossbow micro from Andy to pick off Heart's army. And conversion from the monk. 2 HP left, that's all he needs. His friend can heal him up. What the heck? The spear was not poking the knight was dancing. The knight needs to go get healed by a monk. His monk still needs to get healed too. Okay, some more HP on the knight. He'll be fine. And Leary's fleet in the south just keeps on going. And Andy's lost everything. Now, Leary's in the corner. That's lost his fish. That is 6 fishing ships. Where are they? In the middle, about to die to Hera. Okay, Andy lamed a gold. Other than that, Vitality is in full control of the game so far. We'll have much better fish booms. And now has cleared Doubt's docks. As Imp will be on the way for Hera. Doubt trying to add some knights. And Chinese, just like the Italians, fully upgraded cavaliers. No more camels for them, though. And that'll certainly hurt them more in the team games, I think, than in the 1v1s where the Fire Lancers still are pretty darn good. And the Zaid AoE, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Knight's not going to get over to the wood line. Just has a color advantage, blue on the water map. Harder to see. I will think the purple player is on their team. Maybe we should do teams cyan, green, and purple against red, yellow, and orange. And then just make sure we don't have desert maps. We can make them grass all the same. And then we can see everyone. And I won't be confused. Or we could just not have water maps. As well, Jordan does have a couple of ships on the water still. But Hera, now he's Imp. And with the water control, we're basically just waiting to see if Onimaru somehow has a civ advantage on the water late game that overcomes the fact that they have not won the water. Leary with the transport ship. Jordan will get a counter castle up. Leary closer to Imp though, so he can go for Trebs, and could also go for some cannon galleons. He does have a longboat. Couple of archery ranges also for Leary. And pass a castle here for Hera as some knights charge forward. Chasing one knight from Noble Andy. I mean, the options are hope that dragon ships and Therisidae will be enough on water, I think. And that they can hold land enough to do that. And who knows, maybe on this map it is, as this map doesn't seem to end. I kind of like Migration a lot more because you win the middle, and the game can end from winning the middle. Here, it just like drags on. We'll have an elephant ramp from Jordan. It's hard to pressure again because you need the landings. Painful to watch teams getting steamrolled. Some fire archers from Mandy. And he'll try to get fire archers, but they're not even that advantageous over the Arbalest line if you're not destroying buildings. So, Imp now from all the remaining players who aren't up. Jordan needs to go for elephants enough to push this castle. Probably doesn't need to keep his own alive, but would love to be able then to push Trebs. Now going heavy warships. That'll give him the dragon ships. He's amassing war hulks to turn into Carracks. A fire ship to turn into a dragon ship. Carracks are on their way forward. Yeah, fire ship into dragon ship. There it goes. Alright, the old campaign-only unit that now the Chinese have. They're faster and speedier than the fast fire ships, so they can zoom about. But they'll run to the Carracks, which should counter them. The Carrack is the upgrade of the Hulk line. That thing does feel extra speedy. And it will go down. And they're still hoping Dow can dominate water with these things. But Jordan now, who would do the Therisidae to counter the Hulks, is getting pushed by Leary on land. And honestly, he doesn't have much left. And he still is in the Castle Age. He's being pushed by crossbows and by cavaliers. As the dragons take down the Carracks. I'll have another castle for Leary. And ballistics here for Jordan. There'll be another castle then from Doubt. And Trebs will hit the TC. TC will go down. Cannon Galleon on the outside, too. As a couple of traction Trebs will push the TC. And the TC at 97 HP. Will that go down? One more treble shot will get it. More like fire ship, more like dragon ship into GG. Well, I mean, the dragon ship's still destroying the Carracks. Cannon Galleon there. But I mean, what is Jordan gonna do? Jordan with the TC in the back. Trying to reboom. This map isn't like Rage Forest, you don't have room to run and reboom. Arbs pick off the Treb. And all the Trebs now come forward. They'll find another TC to hit. And Jordan has 73 fills. And he's just trying to hold on. Traction Trebs now for Hart pushing the castle. He has 2 castles up. Arbs start to push the Vills. As Traction Trebs enough will actually be enough to take down the castle. How do they fare against Traction Trebs? How many shots do they need? 3, I guess. It's like it is 50 melee damage. No extra bonus against Siege or Heavy Siege, which they are Siege. Thank you, Berta20 Le, for the follow. Welcome in. And now some more Cavaliers popping out from the castle. And we do have the Luchuans. Oh, we have Luchuans from Doubt as the Chinese, too. Oh, he's going Dragon Ship Luchuan. Onomaru still hoping Doubt can win the water. They're relying on Doubt to carry, as Andy's doing yet another castle. Yeah, there are the GGs, and Vitality goes up 2-0. So no surprise there. Oh, let's check the stats. And military. 164 kills for Hera. 127 for Doubt. But on the water, Leary with the Vikings dominating. 69k res collected. 4,000 trade profit too. Fastest imp time from Hera. Were they trading on the water? They were even trading on the water. I guess trade profit doesn't distinguish between gold and wood on the water. Alright, so that's a loss on Crescent. I think the teams may have picked my 4 least favorite maps in the map pool for this set. Frontline, Menindi, Crescent, and Tresleches. Where's the good old Arabia or Arena? Or Black Forest? Or even Nomad? So that was Italians. They didn't use Koreans. Vikings. And Shu. Didn't use Berbers or Malay either. Against the Wu. The Dravidians. Their first pick, too. Chinese. Compromise with islands. Is there an islands? I don't think there's an islands in the map pool. There'll be Tres Leches. Up next. Feels like Onamaru need to go crazy, dark, and all like style. So Jordan's map does not have any wood. There was a big admin discussion where apparently there wasn't an admin around. They probably would have given them a restart for this. But, I mean, it's not like Hart has wood either. They both have wood really far from their TC. I think the difference is Hart had a tiny bit of wood start in the explored area, and Jordan didn't, and he had to explore to find a lumber camp. But he found it right away. And just has nothing to wall with. Hart has maybe one wood line he can wall with. He can wall to here, and then do a circle around one side of his base. Jordan kind of has to wall the wood separately. Could wall 3 wood lines all in together. Oh, is Hera casting his point of view? So a few palisades up for Jordan around the dock. And Hart will be luring in that Rhino. So Rhino back to his TC. And Japanese Bohemians Way against Burmese Lithuanians Kohean. I totally read that wrong. I saw Lithuanians, and then halfway through reading that, I thought I said Lithuanians when I read Bohemians, and I completely messed saying Koreans. Let's try that again. Japanese Bohemians Way against Burmese Lithuanians and Koreans. So War Wagons late game for Koreans. This is another map that can drag on super late. I feel like they picked all 4 of the maps that are decided in the first few minutes and then drag on to the super late game. This one, kind of an inverted flank pocket situation where your 2 edge players are back, and you have to be careful because you can't wall the vills in by the docks. No loom. And Andy will try to get separation from the scout and find a place where he can quick wall the vill. But 10 HP left. Leary can leave that scout hoovering around so no further docks can come up. The Bohemians. Combine the Koreans and Bohemians. And Hera trying to snipe a dock vill does get Doubt Scout. So that's valuable too. Forced Doubt to fight. Won the micro battle against the scout. And Jordan heal X, he'll see the militia from a heart. Both have wagons. You can do the Hussite War Wagon, or the War Hussite Wagon. The Elite War Hussite Wagon. Be like a speedy Valkenburg Tactics thing that also shoots scorpion bolts. With all the projectiles that it has already. So Jordan up slowly. Does he want to FC? So Hart around the back still with the scout. Checking out the vills. We'll have a vill forward from Leary. And a couple of militia hitting the house over here from Jordan. Ostrich taken by Jordan. And nice quick walls from Jordan to protect the vill from the scout. One vill might not be enough to repair a house, though. And the men-at-arms will force the vill back. Close enough to the TC that he can run. And maybe close enough to the TC that the men-at-arms can't even lame the ostriches. Let me just check. I have Amazon package arriving. Just want to make sure it's not sitting outside my door. Alright, so men-at-arms going for the hut. The poor hut. Less HP than the feudal house, or than the dark house even. But it does have 0 melee armor, instead of -2. How much does it cost to repair? Is it free to repair? Now, Jordan's spending wood. Chat, how much does it cost to repair a hut? I don't know, I'll have to check that. Like I said, I stopped using the themic huts and maps for houses because they don't play with the Inca bonus. I didn't want to restrict civ selection just because of the artistic change to the houses in the Dark Age. Oh, but you know, maybe I could just upgrade the graphics of Dark Age houses for all civs to be huts, for hut maps. And then they'll upgrade to houses in Feudal and whatnot, but like your Dark Age houses could look different. That could be interesting. Like they still be houses, but they'd look like huts. I could even do pavilions, maybe, for a tent map someday. Ooh, that sounds like a horrible idea, but I'm intrigued by it. Do it. Yeah, so winning the water not only gives you fish, but late game gives you access to the market locations. You want to trade from corner to corner, of course. And there's a lot of wood on the trees in the back. But you also need the middle for wood. This can become a wood game if you do chop all the wood in the back. It's not all that thick. And you know what? Now that I look at this, with the beach terrain and the mangroves, you can just wall across this. Now, you could wall it off if you don't want someone sailing down the middle. Maybe control one side. But Hearts Forward on Jordan, still doing damage. And Jordan definitely suffering from the fact that he does not have wood control. That has to use his stragglers. So, Hart really, I mean, he doesn't have wood either. But he's done a good job of pressuring, so it doesn't matter. He himself is not getting pressured. And Jordan on stone trying to do more towers. I believe it's just ships, Ring Lord. I believe it's just ships that can trade and get wood. So, scouts from Hera, they will find Doubt, and pick a Vil, do half HP's worth of damage to another Vil. As men-at-arms from Hart come in. And they'll maybe get to the wood line in the back with a couple of lumber camps there. And we'll have fires and hulks now from Andy and Leary. Hulks killing the fires. Feels like Leary with a bit more production. And you'd expect that from the Japanese with the cheaper ships. And, I mean, from the Koreans with the cheaper ships. Andy's the Japanese will have the tankier fishing ships. But Koreans in a ship war should win that easily, and then have the option for turtles in the next stage. And now Hart might lose some archers to the fires. Jordan's fish will be disrupted too. And feels like Jordan having an awful game. Doubt now hit by Hera and struggling. Didn't manage to finish his wall off. Wanted to be fully walled with the dock block on the side. But Doubt is maybe winning water against Hera slightly on the side. I'm looking at Hera, he has 3 hulks to Doubt's 6. So Doubt does have the numbers advantage. Doesn't make them strictly superior. Depends on what you're trading for. On this map, you're probably not trading because your opponents are on opposite sides. But if you are getting 50-50 wood gold, then maybe it does make them better. Yeah, they are more restricted in terrain and how they trade. Oh, could Doubt lose the mill before Horse Collar? Yes, he will. Well, Doubt clicks up to the Castle Age anyway. Has to realize he doesn't have Horse Collar at some point. Gold mining and Castle Age on the way for him. If they also make more gold per minute as well over the same distance. I think they do. The reason you don't use them is because they're so awkward to path around water terrain, and it makes them more awkward than trade carts usually. But now with the change, I think players have been on Crescent preferring to use trade cogs rather than trade carts. The other issue is you need to be careful with your dock gather points, because if you end up needing to make warships, you suddenly are needing to manage different production from the same building in different areas. So Castle Age on the way for Doubt. We'll have a few scouts from Hera running through. And I'll maybe find the gold. A couple of weak vills there. Spears move forward, and the scouts will pick a vill. It'd be floating docks to trade with in deep water. And if you could build them, then you could wall with them. And if you can wall on the water, then water maps take even longer to end. Drawn out long enough already. There are some maps with corner docks, yes. And now Doubt is going to help out Andy on the water, sending Hulks over here. He's not actually going to finish pushing Hera, but instead we'll try to help and relieve Andy. Andy's going to lose his docks. And actually, I think both he and Doubt now will be surrounded by Leary. Korean's such a good water save with the discount, wood discount on their ships. They just pump and pump and pump and get more ships. And now with the upgrade, War Hulks, War Galleys, and sad Doubt. As he'll lose everything. Andy now down to his final dock. And this means Onamaru won't be able to trade late game. As long as Vitality holds that corner. Or if they trade, it'll have to be short trade more around here. And since it is a quadratic increase in the gold you generate per distance traveled, or distance between markets, it actually is more valuable to get an extra tile closer to the edge, the closer you are to the edge. Since the gold amount increases more than linearly. So we'll have a bunch of War Hulks here just kind of standing around, waiting to engage, and Andy will try to use the presence of his docks to get a production advantage. Or a reinforcement advantage. I don't think he can take the fight just yet. Has a couple of fishing ships shooting arrows inside. But we'll now have the Hulk versus Hulk. Wonderful AoE 2 action. Gamer moves to trade over the middle mangroves from side to side. The mic might be clipping a bit. I'll notice that. I'm going to try to adjust the noise filter later. Oh, if it was clipping, I did notice, did I just have a couple of drop frames? Oh, I'm noticing a bit of a connection instability. But the stream is not dropping. And you know what that means? That means the OBS settings I changed are working. I have a turtle ship forward from Leary. So now with turtle ships, he should just win, right? Turtle ships should win the water. And look, Hera's raiding the wood line again. As Andy will get some houses up. And that dock will go down. Turtle ships don't have much attack bonus against buildings. They're not like cannon galleons, but they can still tear them down. Oh, there's a hole in the house wall. Well, they can just be walled in and trapped now, until they're over-chopped. And oh look, they're free again. They're low HP, the Vills could maybe just turn and fight them, were Andy to notice. But that's a big were Andy to notice. Oh no, he walled, he thought he was safe. And now he has to delete the wall. 6 HP on the scout. And yeah, not recognizing the scout HP hurts a lot. That's only 22 HP. That's the point where it's still kind of iffy to engage. But 6 HP, your Vills just turn and knock it down quickly. So, oh look, we have a couple of Tiger Cav from Doubt. They're getting in on the wood line. And Doubt still, honestly, he's raiding Hera. He has a dock forward. They have water on this side, maybe. Perhaps with Tiger Cav he could raid. He doesn't have any armor on them, though. But I guess Hera doesn't have fletching, so it won't matter. Still 1 damage from the TCs, at least on level ground. Actually, TCs, they never do heal damage. Only secondary arrows. So yeah, he doesn't actually need the armor until Hera does fletching. So Hera actually really should do fletching then. Which is help out against the Tiger Cav, but if he converts it, not needed, all the same. So Tiger Cav going down to some TC fire. Let me see if I can check the YouTube. That still looks like it's bouncing around a bit. Is that relic in the Palisade Gate? Yes. If you drop a relic or a monk is killed, I think you can still pick it up from both sides, even if the gate's locked. But it does not hold the gate open. Yes, you can put relics inside the gate. On chat, let me just check some... Oh my gosh, look at the turtle ships! The turtle ships demo, that's almost useful. So turtle ships, they no longer one-shot monks. That's true, maybe monks are the counter to turtles. Ooh. Okay, there's a watchtower from Andy. In the middle of the lake there. Gold per minute for trade cart increased quadratically per distance. Distance between the markets increases the gold that each trade cart carries. So if you have to snake around a path, that doesn't matter. It's only the distance as Stormy the dog flies. The monks can't quite get conversions there, but we'll have more Arambai for heart. As a castle will go up for Doubt. On this hill here. A bunch of Warhulks and then turtle ships pushing forward. And how effective will the towers be? This actually gets interesting. This is the one situation where the Bohemians actually use the Hussite wagons how they're intended, because they reduce damage for shots that pass over them by 50%. So that actually can protect your ships. That's the only time I've actually seen that bonus used as it was intended, and not just the Hussite wagon as a strong unit. Does Andy have heated shot? The Japanese do not get heated shot. Where is it? Yeah. They don't get heated shot. They can do Yasama, but no heated shot for them. Only the gold earned was a minimum of 1. It is a fraction. You can stack 2 markets on top of each other, put trade carts directly on top of the market, and you generate gold very slowly. Even though the trade cart doesn't move. I don't know how that is calculated. That is a very small amount. It does go up very, very slowly. So there's some minimum. It's not 0. There's a small fraction. There's a small epsilon minimum. Greater than which the gold generated per game tick, I guess, always will be. A lot of monks from Jordan. So, monk, Hussite wagon, pushing forward. Let's even get some conversions on Hearts monks. As those monks have to go back. I have houses here forward for Leary. And the monks will there convert the vill from Jordan. Convert it back. So you convert 1 vill, I convert it back. And now, as soon as Hart retasks the Vil, he'll lose the 55 HP. It'll go back to 40. It'll no longer be a Bohemian Vil once it switches tasks. I have a tower up on the wood line there from Andy, and okay, oh wait, Andy, that is an annoying tower. It's like a Rage Forest sneak villager there, towering the wood line. Does he have ballistics? He does have ballistics. And up to Imp now. He needs murder holes. Oh, he needs a quick murder holes. Does he? Yeah, he needs murder holes. Then that tower would kill the Vils attacking the base. It's still kind of killing them. They're too far away. He's doing treadmill crane for another tower. See if Hera notices with that weak monk. And yeah, he's doing mortar holes. He's doing it. Does he have arrow slits? He doesn't have arrow slits yet. Oh, I mean, Yasama. He doesn't have Yasama yet. But murder holes 8, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and murder holes time. And now it's attacking the Vils at its base. So Lyria's going to lose a lot of Vils there. He's not paying attention. Those Vils are not actually attacking. On the side, Elite Lechai for Hera. How many relics does he have? Only 2. So halfway with their bonus. He is still raiding Doubt. Doubt still does not have a wall here. And honestly, walling this is kind of rough because then you don't have as efficient of a trade line. So Jordan has walled most of the map. Doubt has not, and because he hasn't, these Lechai can just come pouring right into his economy. He will have a couple of castles, but at the front of his base, not really within the farms protecting them. And he's still being extra annoying with these towers. This tower with murder holes will massacre the Vils at its base. Man, that is a crazy tower. If only he had had chemistry earlier, or Yasama. He did get Bracer on it, too. Up that Vil can garrison in the tower. If Andy garrisons, that Vil stays alive. Hart trying to chase it with Vils. Alright, Andy, he's paying attention to the middle, undoubtedly. As we'll have turtle ships still pushing from Lyri. Lyri is an imp, and elite turtle would be an option for him. As Jordan can't really get much more of a push with the monks. And the towers in the middle will go down. Hulk's just grappling everything. And Onimaru, I think, running out of steam a bit. As Doubt now needs to place guard towers. Heated shot could be done for Hera. Here's chemistry and ballistics now for Doubt and Jordan. I mean, Andy is getting some good towers constructed here on the other side, but that's annoying. That's not deadly. Keeping heated shot for Hera, so he's going to do more towers on the shallows. And now Hera is right where the trade would be with the Lechai. And whatever Doubt was making there as the way, probably some Tiger Cav. Got massacred by the Elite Letis, ignoring armor. And Hera cleaning this eco could clean the tower if he wanted. Vils everywhere. Halb's going down. That guard tower will go down. The Halbs will kill the Letis. And some rams. More rams going for the towers, going for the keeps. So Hera and Hart will have that on lockdown, clean it up. And now the middle controlled completely by Vitality. So with controlling the middle, especially with the turtle ships, I mean, Andy desperate for keeps, desperate for shipwright. But I think all they need to do is win the middle, and then they hold these corners, and Onimaru can't trade. And they also can't cross over the middle because it's like Highland. Just one river separating everything. Saw towers like that before. There's enough chaos going on that there's room for single Vils to do towers like these. And if you're focusing on Navy and on Cavalry, you're not going to have a few stray archers to pick off the tower Vils. not as straightforward as an Arabia army composition, where it's crossbow plus knight that would be able to pick off vills, especially with the crossbowman. There is Hufnitze from Jordan, and the Wei are a fairly weak late-game civ. The Japanese are great with their towers, and the Bohemians are great too. So maybe they're hoping those two civs still can carry. Jordan did wall off most of the map, and he will be doing fortified walls in front of Andy's walls too. And he is almost fully walling everything. And they could maybe soon start trading. They'll get markets up. Vitality trading too. Oh, the camera broke. Fix that. Thank you. To restart that. Deactivate and activate again. There we go. Camera broke. Yep. That happens sometimes. That's what I'm gonna do something to attempt to fix that. My guess at why that's happening, and it might not be true, is that I have it plugged with an AC battery in to a power strip and then with a capture card into my PC. I'm guessing that my power supply, it's like for the 5080 GPU, the recommendation is to have an 850 watt power supply. Mine's only 750, and it's also 10.5 years old. I'm going to replace the power supply in my PC with something that actually fits the recommendation. And I'm going to hope that there isn't going to be like some type of micro loss in power that like affects the capture card. I've noticed my audio interface does that too, sometimes. Hey, good that I don't have to replace RAM. Yeah. I actually have 2 more SSDs that I'm going to plug into my PC too. They're old, but they've just been laying around. I had one that's brand new in a drawer I just hadn't installed. And another one that was the main drive on my old PC, but I have another slot I should be able to plug it in. I might just try to move all the files off of that, and then maybe turn that into a Linux installation. Need to decide what I'm going to do with it. Editing videos takes a lot of space. Have Onamaru actually made it an even game? I don't know. I still feel that Leary should win the water late game. And that Doubt being the way is not going to be able to contribute. Whereas Burmese, Lithuanians, and Koreans all have useful land units. I guess the Lushuans can contribute to water too. Andy's actually walled off. That's a nice wall up and down the middle. So he can't get from one side to the other. And since they hold the middle right now, I think Hart could add a few more of those types of walls. Separate the middle. But then I guess Onamaru could too. And I mean, Doubt is still getting raided. There is still Leichai in his trade. The only downside is Hera only has 2 relics. And no one else on his team has relics. Jordan did a great job of hoovering them up. Denying them from Hera. And I guess Bohemians still are scary no matter what late game. Doubt's losing a lot of vills. I feel like we're just going to be staring at Hulk versus Hulk for a while. Or whatever ship versus ship we have. Fires versus Galleons now. There is something of a balancing problem that ships tend to have significantly more HP than many land units. Other than like the heavy cav and elephant lines. So you can't really do much to push ships with land units. Especially if demos get added in. And it makes it hard to actually end the game. But Doubt now, with Lushuans, if he can push here, he can end the trade. And if he ends the trade, then maybe they make it a game. Have a keep going up for Andy. The Cannon Galleon hits the keep in the back. Give flaming camels an anti-ship bonus? Then we'll pick Tatars on Water Nomad. Rams can help against the Galleons. How do they do against the Lutrons? Melee damage. So Lutron should destroy Rams. But Leary coming to save the trade with some fast fires. And he'll take down the Lutrons, take down the Galleons, and the markets will stay up. He will keep the market saved. So Halb's here from Jordan. They will be pushing back into the light cav, into the Halbs. And we'll have some fast fire ships for Leary. They will push back. And we'll have Halbs out now for Hart. All the Halbs go down. But Doubt now, he's down to 85 vills. As speaking of towers in the eco, Hera has come forward, and he is getting keeps in the eco. I think players have realized keeps, especially when you upgrade them fully, are very strong. We've been seeing more towers in Rage Forest and more late-game towers. This was something in AOC you very rarely saw, late-game towers. Now we see them all the time in these late team games. Hera trying to keep Doubt down. Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one. So, another couple of docks forward for freaking Andy. As a keep here will be shot by the Galleon. And a few Hoofnitsa come forward for Jordan. And he'll pick off the keeps. Did Doubt destroy their trade? Well, he destroyed their markets. So they will now have a bit less value from the trade carts. That's true. Hey, keep him coming. Hera's going to try to keep him coming. Well, Andy, he has his own keeps. And now with the Hoofnitsa here, they can stop the keeps. But it will be a few more markets in the corner. Doubt can just re-add them. And they'll trade in the middle until that's added in. So let's see, it's 33, 39, and 23 trade carts to 42, 67, and 44. Hera with the most trade. Needs to turn it into army. He's floating a ton of res, too. Needs to start spamming the army. Doubt and Jordan floating a lot of res, too. Zonomaru does take a score lead. Maybe they do have the better late game civs if Doubt with the Wei can go Lushrons on the water. That's true. Ships are camels. If we turn them into elephants too, then flaming camels could do damage to them as well. That's a good one. It wouldn't be the first time they shared an armor class with something. So now in the middle of the water, with the water control, Onomaru can stop Vitality from crossing with land units. I mean, Late Shy, do they ignore the melee armor of ships? There's 0 armor for ships, so I guess there's nothing for them to ignore. At least of the Galleons. Well, if you only have the Lushrons and you surround them with enough Late Shy, maybe you can kill them. The Imperial Age Cavalry have enough HP that they can fight on the water. And maybe this is the solution? Lithuanians versus the Galleons? Imagining a flaming camel on a ship leading to problems for both. As Halbs come forward in front of the Hoofnitsa. And the galleons will be pushing the Vils here, but the Vils are across. They can just build an outpost, though. Jordan not able to get the quick wall in time. Oh, but that's a lot of Pufnitsa that now have the Halbs leaving them. Hera will run through Halbs to try to get to them, and how many will he manage to destroy? All but 4. All but 4. Or all but 5. Wait, there's 6. Suddenly there's 6. There are some that I didn't select. And one that's over there. Okay, Jordan still has, like, 8 of them. He's fine. I was like, oh no, he'll lose them. They're expensive, but... Okay, well, Oromaru somewhat turning this around. Andy now with towers heading across the map. What is the stone price? 346. This might just be a situation where Vitality has to weather the storm and wait for stone to get so expensive that Andy can't buy it. And then when Andy doesn't have towers, the Japanese fall off in strength quite a bit. Because then their best unit is Halbs and Cav Archers. And Koreans should be able to deal with both. I guess Leary wants towers too. 306 stone for him. Wait, does Andy have guilds? The Japanese have guilds? One of those questions you learn. Do you have guilds? No. So they can't keep buying stone. So what that means is someone else needs to do guilds, buy the stone, and then sling it over to him with banking. So Jordan has to be the one buying the stone, and then slinging it to Andy. Which hours? So what is the price for Jordan? That's got to be the same. 310? Yeah, 310. Oh, and Viper 999 fan, 666 fan.
A battle rages ahead. Stay back, lest we be caught in the crossfire.
Jordan Wall in the markets. Thank you for the sub. That'll support our Rage Forest sub goal. So lots of walls up there from Jordan. So lots of rams from Hart about to move forward. And Rams all down. Chad going down 2 to the Halbs. And the Galleons also struggling. Get some of that Luchuan fire. Did I check how much it costs to repair the hut? The scenario building? I did not. The game has not stopped since then. I have not had a chance to check. Watching competitive Dota. I have never watched a game of Dota. Oh, I heard a dolphin. I heard what just made the dolphin noise. The dolphin did. Okay, okay. So Jordan is with Halbs in the trade, but we will now have Burmese champions there to clear the Halbs. They will have extra attack, 14 plus 7 total. You tried Dota? I've never tried that, and I've never tried League. I've never tried StarCraft, or really anything. Maybe I have to one day. Don't get into it, it's addictive. And the Elite Lechai now forward for Hera, and they seem to be turning the tide on the water. With the weight of the moon, they will attack these fast fires. And without taking extra bonus damage from them, and with having a lot of armor themselves, we'll be able to push this back. They have enough HP. And now Andy is off the water. Leary regains control, but now he's being pushed. So these earlier walls from Hard have been breached. Doubt is over here. Doubt is still in the trade. And Oromaru does have a much better trade line. Fireships now pushing the galleons from Leary. Fires here will go down. And Captrams also going to be absorbing some galleon fire. But as we checked earlier, Luchuans do melee damage, so they will destroy the capped rams. So Halb. So Japanese and Bohemian Halbs together. Leary trying to add cannon galleons. Hart's score is very low as the Burmese, and honestly, he's struggling to find something to add. Against Japanese and Burmese, maybe elephants won't be the unit of choice. How are the Wei Halbs? They missed the final armor. Other than that, they're decent. So I guess champions do feel like the best thing for Hart here. No hand cannoneers out, or cav archers, just Halb. So maybe better than elephants now. I mean, Arambai the other choice for him. But maybe a bit more expensive. He is up to 60 trade. They're sending wood to Leary. They're slinging Leary to get on water. And now Hart's going to get on water. So how are the Burmese late game on water? They miss shipwright, so that'll affect the trading speed. They can't do dry dock. They can't do the fire ship upgrades. No siphons, no incendiaries. And they don't have heavy demo, but that doesn't matter. So it would be Carracks for him. And that'd be about it. I mean, if you're fighting on water, honestly, it'd be better just to delete your vills and then... Or delete your army and have Leary delete his vills and commit fully to slinging Leary on water. And because Leary will have the best navy. Lithuanians, no shipwright either. And Onomaru now, their rainbow of Hufnitsa, Luchuans, and galleons are pushing the north. But that could maybe leave the middle opening to a ram push if they're committing to water. And now, it looks like TaToH, since he went to the northwest, has actually left the eastern corner open. And that will let Leary add in a bunch of docks and maybe do some markets on the side. Yeah, Jordan's resource bank is insane. That's true. Hello again, Sunnyflower. Resource bank is insane. And we'll have some wood stockpiled for TaToH. I find it weird how the ships kind of like bounce when they sink. Look at them bounce. Gotta recoil a bit. Now the Lechai can run through. Have some walls going up. And, well, the Luchuan's still holding the middle. But now, Leary taking the water without doubt. Andy can't hold by himself. TaToH has to go Luchuans in the middle. And now Hart, with a push of rams, champions, and elephants, pushing up the middle. No siege ram for the Burmese. He could do siege engineers. Hera has an insane bank of 10k wood. And he can keep slinging Leary forever. Andy's out of wood. Andy has 8 fills on wood. Andy is completely out of wood. And that might just be the difference in this game. The fact that the Koreans have cheaper ships means that every time they trade, they're taking a favorable trade because Leary is spending less wood. And shipwright is in, but shipwright for the Koreans means they have a 20% discount on top of their 20% discount. And they build faster. And then compared to TaToH, who doesn't have shipwright, if he's fighting TaToH too, TaToH will struggle for wood soon. So, I mean, where's Andy going to take wood? There's no wood left for Andy to take. There's still wood left. Is the wood balanced equally on both sides? I don't know. I actually don't know that. But whatever happens, check the KD. Eco KD, overall KD. Yeah, Leary can have a negative KD and still have spent less wood. That's the trade screen. So there's tons of wood left, but it's all on the vitality side. Or by TaToH. So Andy needs to get more vills on wood. Somehow. He needs to go down to TaToH's side and start taking wood. He only has still only 8 vills, right? 7 of whom are there. One other Vil randomly taking wood somewhere. Champions here pushing the Halbs. As the elephants rush forward. He just bought thousands and sent it to Leary. Let's check. Up 257. Yeah, Leary sent food to Hart and Hera. And they're managing the market. Herabart Stone. Page up until we see... Oh my gosh, so many market events. That's all about there. He bought 2,000 wood. 2,500 wood. For all that gold he was floating, he bought the wood. I mean, wood still isn't that expensive compared to the stone price of 502. But as I said, now that stone is so expensive, where are the Asama towers for Andy? They don't exist anymore. He can't afford them. And he was relying on them. And I think the Japanese rely on their towers much more than do the Koreans. As good as the Korean towers are, they have more options otherwise. Then it's just Halb and Cav Archer. And if you're out of wood, you're not doing either of those. So Koreans with the wood savings, a great civ for the wood game. As that's 52 galleons now. And a latest army that can overwhelm Doubtsvilles that were trying to chop the reeds. And now Hera gonna try to wall in order to trap the Halbs. So Jordan will delete to let them in. They need a coast for the trade cogs. Oh, I don't think that's gonna happen. Because Hera and Leary have reclaimed their initial market side. They should probably add in another market here. I don't know if you guys see it. Do you see, like, occasional screen tearing in Capture Age? It's a bit weird, because I think I'm seeing it horizontally instead of vertically. That might just be my eyesight going, though. So, Hera buying stone. As they keep pushing. You didn't see anything? Okay. Maybe it's just me. Your monitor's failing, so you couldn't tell me? As the late side push forward into the galleons. And I'm noticing a few, like, yellow bits in OBS, but they're not red and they're not the stream dropping. So I'm hoping that that's meaning the OBS settings changes I made stabilized some of the drops I had been having. Jordan needs to send his wood to his allies. Wait, Leary has 23k wood stockpiled? Yeah, I mean, this game is over. They might play for another 30 minutes, but the fact that Leary has 24k wood stockpiled means this game is completely over. Jordan has gold, but the wood price has skyrocketed already. And honestly, I don't think this will be the only wood game we see on this map. I think we're going to see quite a few. I think just the nature of the shallows through the middle of the map means one team will have water control, or maybe it'll be half and half, but it'll be impossible to push someone while there's still water control in the middle. And then you can do raids, you can do towers and whatnot. But ending the game is going to be kind of like Highlands, where it gets very difficult. Yeah, and then Hera's been consistently buying wood and slinging it since he's had... Oh wait, Hera! You haven't done guilds, Hera! You bought 2,500 wood, and you didn't do guilds. No, Hera, you're buying wood and slinging it to Leary. Let Leary just buy it, he has guilds. Or just sling him the gold and let him buy it. No, late game, absolute blunder from Hera. I mean, they'll win the game, but he should have been doing guilds. Oh, Hera. Let's see, they're buying food, sending it to Hera. Paying 0 in tax. He does have banking at least. Yeah, the taxman is more... the taxman is banking gold. So now, Onimaru gonna hold again. But I think we're gonna wait here for a while. I think this is gonna be a long time until the wood runs out. And Onimaru, as long as they have all those Lushuans, they're not gonna stop. They need to fight Leary on water still. I mean, if Leary just engaged on water, like fully engaged, I think that Onimaru would be blood dry of wood. Still, some war wagons, they're gonna help out on water too. And champions feel like a nice unit here for use against the Halbs. And Leichai walled out by Halfnitsa and massacred by the Bohemian Halbs. Okay, that was crazy. The last stand into GG. Here are the elephants now. The Lushuans go down. I said as long as they have the Lushuans, they'd survive. But now the Lushuans are gone. Honestly, land units now are much better against water units with the absence of demos. Because that would be like the hard counter to clumps of land units. You go a few heavy demos, and they'd all explode. Nowadays, especially like something weak like the champions, like when you have a lot of HP on the elephants, demos wouldn't be worth it. I don't know, maybe they still would. Maybe there's room to try demos here on the shallows still. That would be the Onimaru A team with TaToH, though. But yeah, imagine just having heavy demo after heavy demo into this latest group. But doubt losing the castle now. And Leary is still 24k wood. Andy has 96. Jordan's running down. Doubt's running down. Really hate the demo nerf. Doesn't everyone? Don't we just all miss demos? And now, running for the trade once more is Hera. Andy still has his keeps. Oh, wait. Doubt. His lumber camp's disrupting the trade. He kept them too long. Should have deleted them. Yeah, everyone needs to delete their lumber camps now. Oh, wait. Andy's had wood the entire time in the corner. I mean, it's only like 1,600 wood, 1,700 wood. But still, take some wood. And I don't think that Onimaru wants to admit it. But this game is just about done. Cannoneers now from Jordan to push Hart back. As champions here slaughter some vills. Why aren't they going Samurai? Samurai would die to the extra attack champions, I think. You could ask maybe why could they go champions themselves. I'm not sure what wins between faster attack and extra attack. But champions have the attack bonus against unique units. You don't really want them against elephants and Burmese champions. I mean, you could do them against champions, but usually your own champions are a bit better. Okay, here the Hoofnitsa get a good shot on Hera's cav. They can. And they get another good shot. They can. Alright, so that helped. That cleared a lot of cav. Hera just got absolutely massacred there. But on the other side, let's see, that's not really a push, that's just a workshop. Leary not pushing, he's just sailing. He's just going boating down the passage. All Civs champions counter them? I wouldn't say they necessarily counter them, so much as champions just don't really mind fighting samurai the way they would a Jaguar warrior or a Teutonic knight. It's more unique units. Like, you don't want to go champion against Berserk or against Woad Raider usually. But it's okay against Samurai. Maybe it's a bit different nowadays since the Samurai have a little zoomy attack. Don't know how much that changes things. Could load transport ships and drop them here. I mean, they could just run along the shallows, too. Gotta be careful with keeps destroying transports. So Vanguard's still holding on. Oh, nice shot on the champions. And now Doubt losing his vills to Lechai. Doc's going down. And then once this water is controlled, and Leary will because he has wood, they can go for the markets. I wonder if Onamaru was selling wood for gold early. And might have been running out of wood. Champions might be cheaper than house. That's true. That's true. I mean, wood is now more expensive than stone. Stone is 611 gold. Wood is Doubt buys 1,000 for 7,000 gold. Well, 712 gold per 100 wood. Andy buying wood for ridiculous prices. And in a wood game, the Koreans are the civ you want. They save wood. Also, tanky units that they could even heal. Jordan trying to go hand cannoneer box formation. That's not going to save him. Some Lechai rush forward. Those docks cost 1,000 gold, 150 wood, more than that. And that's true. I mean, replacing the docks will be impossible if you can't have any wood. And all the wood is gone now. Cav archers cleaning the Lechai that are in the trade, but I mean, these units are free now for Hera. They cost food and gold. Hera has 9,000 wood. Here has 25k wood. This game's just about over. I mean, I feel like this game has been over for a long time, but they still need to end it. Still need to convince Onamaru that it's over. Yeah, Hera's sending gold, and he still hasn't done guilds. Still hasn't done guilds. And now we have heavy cav archers cleaning champions. But I mean, there were times it did look promising for Vanguard. When they were forward, they were in the trade. I realized I didn't put the team logos there. I'll do that for the next game. We're an hour 38 in. And Elephants now pushing champions. We do have champions now from Andy. Maybe could have been doing them a while ago. Well, he needs something that doesn't cost wood. Doubt 0 military. And there's a GG. And it is over. It is over. 1,165 kills for Hera. Everyone on Onamaru killing a lot of units. But, let's see, Jordan the only one with a positive KD. Hart lost a lot. 22 conversions. Eco, yeah, but Eco is so much better then. Especially the trade profit for Hera. Overall, res collected. I mean, wood collected, actually, other than Leary, was much more for Onamaru. Maybe they just used it poorly at the market. Lost more wood units since they were doing halbs versus the elephants. But yeah, I think this will be a full wood map for the most part. Alright, so that's a third win for Vitality. I mean, Twitch needs to do an ad. Let me get that out of the way. And we'll have one last game to get to. Let's look at the maps. That was lost for Onamaru on their home map, and we'll have Menindi. Another map that can drag out very long. That was Japanese Way and Bohemians. Losing to Koreans. Lithuanians and Burmese. He also started buying earlier. Well, that might just be part of the strat, buy the word early. That's how to counter now the fact you can trade on water. Make a map where you can't naturally have a trade route. Let me get my overlay actually set up this time. It'll be on Menindi as our final map. Alright, I'm just going to run to the bathroom before this one, because that was a long set of games. Be right back, and we'll do rec number 4. In game 4, let's go. And Menindi. So, Vitality to the southwest, Onamaru to the northeast, and it'll be Doubt as the Inca, Jordan as the Ethiopians, Andy as the Hindustanis, against Hart as the Malay, Leary as the Britons, Hera as the Berbers. Right away, I think the Civ positions are better for Vitality, because the Archer player is on the flank instead of in the back. Doubt is forward. I mean, the colors you pick determine that. The map kind of has the colors backwards, to be fair. But Camel Civ also for the Berbers. So a settlement and a mill right next to each other in the middle. They'll have 4 deep fish there, and time maybe for a Vil fight. No loom for Doubt. Doubt. You didn't do loom. You can't Vil fight Hart with who has loom. Doubt. There's no loom. Doubt! Well, now he clicks loom. Andy probably telling him to do loom. Kind of surprised Andy isn't the Vil fighting player here. But I mean, Doubt does like his Rage Forest too. Well, disaster for Doubt. Well, he has loom, hasn't lost a Vil yet. Did lose a bit of HP, he'll just have to run that Vil back. Okay, you also have to make sure you're dropping your food off in the Vil fight. Like, you don't want to lose Vils who are carrying food. Also, the Champy, not good in the Vil fight. I can understand Aztecs maybe having an Eagle here, or Maya having the extra Vil. Honestly, this might be a good map for the Maya Britons. But I guess you're taking food. Actually, I guess you would want maybe Romans for the Vil fight here, because you actually would gather from the fish faster with your Vils. Exclamation mark TL.
Siap, pasti. Siap.
For the league.
Iya. 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 Iya.
There, Kramer's has it. So Vill's fighting, and, well, what's Doubt gonna do when he's against the Malay and the Malay go up faster? Actually, now that I think of it, Malay might be one of the most incredible Vil fighting civs because of that uptiming. I mean, it's not like you're gonna get a great fish boom like you would on Rage Forest. Maybe you also just think about the Inca give the llama to your teammates. I mean, it gives them a bit of an eco boost. One of the few, like, team eco boosts in team bonuses. If you are going to spend a lot of time Vil fighting, maybe the thought process is simply which team bonus is the most valuable. But the Inca are fairly good at it because they do save wood on the houses, and then they also get pop space from the settlement. So you can basically send all your Vils to food and not take wood. And you won't really need a lumber camp with the TC so close to the wood lines either. When I say lumber camp, I mean settlement. Is Jordan up to feudal? And Leary 2. So Ethiopians against Britons, 2 archer civs. Faster firing for the Ethiopians. No thumb ring, but more range for the Britons. And Berbers and Hindustanis, so 2 camel pockets. Berbers probably have an advantage in the Castle Age with their cheaper camels. When you get fully upgraded Imp camels, I think they kind of edge out the Berbers in terms of power with their healing camels. Camel archers also then become scary. Yeah, in the Vil fight for the long haul. So, poor Hart. Has to be the Vil fighting player on his team. Hera and Leary not going to do it themselves. Just making Hart do it. That's now 14-8. But he actually has an extra Vil in total over Doubt. 21, or 2 Vils, 21-19. So now the archers start coming forward for Jordan. You have to watch out for castle drops on this map. Depends on what type of feudal army you have, whether you actually can stop it. So now it looks like Doubt can fish in peace. There's only 100 food left, as Jordan will be there with archers. Leary comes over too, though, so maybe Doubt has to fall back soon. I have an outpost up for Doubt, as Andy will be up to the feudal age. And the archers force the other archers all away. And Castle Age will be in for Andy. We'll have another settlement up for Doubt. With an outpost up and archers chasing the Vils. Vils will go down to the archers. Okay, that's a lot of Vils killed. Leary jumping Doubt, trying to take a boar all the way out here. Doubt needs to practice his Rage Forest lures if that's where the boar is. Archer's moving forward now for Jordan. Trying to keep Leary away. I do have to worry, though, with Leary as an archer player, that Onamaru B doesn't really have a player that can match his micro. Jordan will do his best. I don't think he's at quite the same level these days. And we'll have a bunch of vills forward for Andy. And Andy's looking to drop a castle once he's up. So as I said, castle drops on this map. They're going to be going for Liri. This will be Hindustanis, potentially for Gulams. Okay, that's interesting. So if you're going Gulams, though, instead of camels, I think that opens things up for Hera as the Berbers, just to get a nice boom, get to the Castle Age, and go triple stable knights. Cheap knights for the Berbers so they can sustain it. And you're not worried about camels if you see the Gulams. Alright, so still Dark Age for Heart and Doubt, but Heart will be up faster. And the advantage of the Malay of the fast feudal. What's their team bonus? It's Doc's line of sight. So, well, I mean, could matter on this game. You are building docks. Look at the line of sight Hera has around his dock. He can see so much of that forest. Doubt's dock, I mean, look at this. He's not going to see anything. There's just a few trees. Also, I like the little random water spots in the forest. Probably just some land generation jank, but it kind of works for this map. So a couple of archers here forward for Jordan. I have an X over here for Jordan. What's he saying? It's saying that's heart space. I can't get in with the archers. Team USA versus Team Nili in Division 3 after this? Oh, is that after this? What time? I could cast that. I was going to go to the gym tonight, and it will close if I cast that. It's now Game 1 live right now? Should I even swap to that? Like, would that be more interesting than Onamaru getting stomped by Vitality? I mean, literally everyone else is casting this if you want to watch it. Maybe I should just go over to that. Does chat have a preference? I mean, maybe this will be quick. As soon as this is over, I'll jump over to it, I think. What are the settings for that? Is that also play all 4? Up to me? We'll see. If this game looks like it's over, and it's going to drag out like the previous one, we'll just swap. Look at these outposts from Doubt. Ethiopian bonus for the outposts. No stone cost for the outpost. Doubt will outpost everywhere. The Gulams will find the dock. Good thing the dock had line of sight to see them. And he'll start collecting relics. Now, Liri is up to the Castle Age. Maybe a bit of a worry that the TC is under fire from the castle. Yeah, Switchman, this is just a matter of time to be over. Sounds like a plan. I think the rules were don't display a logo and don't list hosts, and just say Community League instead of Division 3 in the title. Because Nerfox is organizing it. And it's not a World's Edge thing, so Nili can play. There's no prize. Sponsored by World's Edge for it. So in the back, we also have a TC for Andy. Mangonel hitting some vills. They'll have to fall back off of the wood line. That castle will be filled with archers as it peppers that TC with arrow fire. And a couple of knights will break their way on through this palisade as that Vil is trying to repair. And a knight will hit a villager out here in the middle. Monk comes forward for conversion. And we'll love to get a conversion on a knight. But the knights will then kill the monk. And I think Hera can jump the next monk. And now, Doubt, 37 vills to Hearts 41. Doubt up to the Castle Age, doing some docks and settlements on the outside. Heart getting a second TC up. I think Heart's far ahead of Doubt and has probably a very simple way to contribute. Either going crossbows or going karambits or just staying monks like he is. Low eco way to contribute. I think the Inca... What do they do? Champy? I could say they just go Eagle. I don't think that's an option anymore. We have Imp on the way for Jordan. So if that could be the counter to Hera going full Knights if he gets to Ethiopian crossbows. And Sharky Nebula, thank you for the follow. And there's Doubt up to the Castle Age. Mangonel going for the range, as the other outpost will crumble. And it feels like Hera, with a huge score lead, is in a spot where he just can carry. Wait, Jordan didn't have Bodkin this... Okay, so Jordan gonna go Fast Imp and hope that the Fast Imp carries. And they won't have Trebs along with it. He could do a University and then Bombard Cannon. Another range up for Jordan. And the Mangonels will go for the TC. And they're about to push through with Knights. So the Knights will hit the barracks, and Jordan being Imp will be the last chance. That TC gets Mangonelled. As that's happening, let me just check. The Community League standings. Or schedule. Here's some casting stuff, I think. Have the Community League in the title, video title. Do not use 3rd Division. Do not display the event. Do not name anyone as host. Alright. I have a spreadsheet to link in the description. So Heart... Oh, wait. What type of Mangonel shot will Heart get? Heart. Please, please, please. One big Mangonel shot on the crossbows. They're patrol stacking Heart. Just go for it. Oh. He's not going for it. Bracer's in. Jordan's being careful. He's not going to let that happen. But Hera's up to Imp. Once he gets Imp, he'll do the armor. And then he can spam Cavaliers everywhere. Andy investing into the Golams is not going to have camels to stop that. And even Heart now, more vills than everyone other than Andy. And he's ready to heal. And Jordan can't even afford Arbalest, doing chemistry now. Unless he's going to get Bombard Cannon out. Arb might have been the thing to click first, because it's faster. Wait, did he get chemistry? Okay, yeah, chemistry just finished. So the Armored Elephant now from Andy. He is pushing Leary, right? Leary is pretty crippled from this. The problem is Hera's not. And he's down to 31 vills. But Hera can just spam and flood Knights. And his Knights will kill everything. So Mangonel will be hit by the Knights. Elephants, Gulams. Eco. 15 seconds away. With a counter to Knights would be Ethiopians having fully upgraded Arbs. 10 attack versus 6 pierce armor. Once the armor comes in, that's the first thing Hera has to click, even before Cavalier the armor. Yep, then he clicks the armor, gets +2. And now this is open. Cavalier clicked right after that, and the next thing he'll want is probably a Castle and Conscription, or the attack upgrades. But the armor is what really matters. Cavalier for some HP. And he's disrupting the fish boom. The good thing is Hera's had a fish boom that hasn't been disrupted yet. Hera's knights don't know how to fight. And now Onimaru is looking... They look pretty dead to me, I think. And that's kind of how team games flow. You get your pocket player to imp, you do upgrades, and all of a sudden they carry. And you'll have a huge swing in the score pretty soon. All the forward armies will die. And I mean, Hart, he's at 66 Vils. He's not even that far behind DaToH right now, even with all the pressure he took, repairing his wheelbarrow TC. And now that Armor and Cavalier are in, Jordan does not have ARB, so he's only going to be doing 3 damage to the Cavaliers instead of 4. And in this army, I think 12 to 26. So maybe a bit ambitious for Hera to take the fight, but I think it's still a good one. Jordan trying to go to spread formation. Interesting that he'd be spreading there. Or spread formation. But the Cavaliers take a decent fight. They'll push Jordan back. But Hera's eco is so much better now. Crop rotation, even fletching himself. And he can try to raid with a couple of converted knights. The Hindustani knights are raiding. And Leary still has his crossbow numbers. So he might be dead in terms of Vils. But he's got 26 crossbows to micro. Now, scores are still close. This now, I think, comes down to the fact that they can't sling. Although Jordan could sling. I don't know what's better now. If Jordan goes Arbs, or if he were maybe to sling Andy and try to get Andy to go Imp Camel. But that's a long ways away, because he'd need to go Imp. He'd need to do Heavy Camel first. And they don't have a quick counter to these Berber Cavaliers. And once Hera has his production under control, and he gets up to around 200 pop, he can start slinging. Yeah, he can do coinage. The question is, do you sling Hart or Leary first? I think the answer is probably Hart, because you quickly get him to Imp as the melee, and he gets Arbs. Arbs and Imp monks from everything he's doing. And then, if you're also worried about potential camels, you sling them to elephants, and elephants will kill the camels hard. Leary kind of doesn't matter. And this will be a quick market. Alright, Jordan still on point with his quick walls, even these days. And with Arbs under the TC, that'll be a bit hard for Hera to push. DaToH, as the Inca, can start adding pikemen. Andy's TCs out here are all out in the middle of nowhere. And Cavaliers can even kind of fight the pikemen. Doesn't want to fight stacked Arbs. 1 or 2 Galams, 4 or 5 Galams, raiding in the back. But Hera's eco is way too good to be bothered by that. And Andy trying to do stables. Some Karambits from Hart. But yeah, this is where I think you get Hart to boom, go Imp, and then go melee elephants when you see the stables. And then you counter the camels. And if you are an archer unit, rather than waiting for Leary, Hera can add camel archers. If he gets a bit of stone. I mean, there isn't much stone in the middle on this map. Or on the map as a whole, but you do have some in the back. And you'll get some defensive castles up. And he'll keep pushing. Forward castle from DaToH. As more fishing ships go up and down the water. I mean, DaToH is fishing. He still has his fish. And they do have DaToH up to Imp. And to be fair, Kamiyuks could counter Cavaliers. Not as much elephants, though. And it will just be Arb from Hart. So he's not going to go elephant. He'll just go Arb. He'll go for the boring play. So camels go for the Vil. Hart up to Imp now, along with DaToH. I mean, DaToH still has a higher score than Hart, curiously enough. And Andy had 106 vills. He's not that far from Imp. He can add some camels. Now Hera and Hart might want to double sling Leary. Just get him to get Britain TCs. They'll be nice and cheap. So he can get to 7 TCs and reboom. I mean, they're not quite at 200 pop yet, and they do have to deal with all those arbs from Jordan. And, like, Leary here with the crossbows can help against the Kamiyuks. Andy getting a castle on the side as Automar takes a score lead. They start flipping. Alright, I thought Hera was going to run away with this. But not quite. Andy able to get just enough of a boom. Jordan doing two-man saw. And Leary is very dead. Caravan for Hera. As Onamaru is going to X the markets. But there's a castle on one side. And Hera probably needs to think about getting a castle on this side sometime soon. He has enough stone that he could just buy one more round and do it. Right on the hill, maybe. I mean, that does put you at risk of the catapult galleons, maybe. Well, you want to protect the trade, and you don't want to let them raid the markets. The other option is right in the middle of the markets. Or even on this hill. So wherever he feels most comfortable with that castle. There's a few spots for it. Now, Elite Champion Warrior. I think those should be killed by the Cavaliers, right? Cavaliers should beat that easily. 8 armor, so the crossbows will do nothing. 1 damage each. More castles from Andy. And is this once again going to be a map that was over in the first 10 minutes and it's going to drag out forever? Fabric shields, even more pierce armor. F. Oh, is there an F on the stream? The stream die momentarily. Let me see. OBS doesn't tell me I had any drop frames. We're good? Alright. It's good now? It's just momentary? Okay, YouTube doesn't have a warning for me. You didn't see any drops? Alright. I think my OBS settings may have enabling beta settings in OBS and new networking settings may have mitigated the drop issues. See how that works today. Or going forward. So this castle now besieged by 1 Treb. There are enough vills inside to repair it, but Hera taking a good fight with the Cavaliers. And this will be now Vitality still pushing the castle as Heart's back into the game. Pushing the castles from Andy, and the Cavaliers can start running through to the edge, to the rear of the map, finding a ton of vills from Jordan on gold. Jordan down to 99 vills. As the Cavaliers keep raiding, and they still don't have a way to stop it. Alright, muted myself before the sneeze. And we'll have Imp now from Andy. As he has a few camels, and he's still the one most capable of stopping a Hera. But camels, they don't even like fighting Arbs anyway. I was talking about the elephant swap, but I guess elephants would be much better against the Champies too. 9 pierce armor, so the Arbs do 1 damage on level ground. Ethiopian Arbs still pushing forward. I guess maybe Malay elephants, you don't want to go against Ethiopian Arbs with the low pierce armor. Have some Champions raiding, but Cavaliers are there. I mean, super late game Hindustani Ethiopians should be a nasty combination. We're up to Imp on 52 vills right now. Still could probably use a few more TCs. That's why we need Leary playing Rage Forest so he knows how to reboom. He knows the 7 TC eco. But you did write the F as OBS was giving me some yellow. It might have like downgraded the bit rate slightly. These champions still running about. That castle here from Andy will go down. And a bunch of arbs in the middle. In position where they can start getting the trade. And we'll look at the trade numbers. Much not started yet for Oromaru. And added in already for Vitality, aside from Lyri. But Hera and Hart with small numbers already. And they'll be adding more. Lots of markets for them. Happy Camel from Andy, and he's working his way towards Imp Camel, trying to get there. And Champies here will destroy the Arbs. Absolutely destroy them, but that's what the Karambits are for. So we'll have Oromaru, Champy, Arbalest, and Camel. Is that actually the better army composition? I'm still thinking we get to a stage where they're gonna have Hart be the one going elephants. And then Hera can go camel archer. And Lyri can get to Arb, maybe even longbow. And that'll probably be their ultimate composition. Maybe Hera continuing with some cavaliers. Hard, like I still have red dots here. The champions are so small, I don't even see them behind the trade cards. Well, camel archers, they'll do 2 damage to the champions. That's 59 Arbs. Jordan doing a nice patrol stack, which you're allowed to do with the Arbalests. As Hera just doesn't care and runs past. Now you can wall yourself fully, but that requires dock blocking the shallows. And this will be a nice little nook. Send a few cavaliers into raid. Well, it looks like they just want to get to the trade. Go for the trade raid. So Bombard Cannon will go for the castle, and also for the TC. And this smattering of Arbs, 77 Arbs on the hill. But also against Lyri with his micro, when he's the Britons. He will outrange them. And now that he's an imp, he is yeoman. So now that the range is 11 to 8. He has 3 extra range. And yeah, the Arbs fire faster for the Ethiopians. But this is exactly the situation you don't want in the team game. 1v1 against the Briton player, who outranges you, and will never take a bad fight. What you want is both players in a team situation with Cav in the middle, where the Arbs are in the back shooting and not taking damage from the enemy Arbs. That's where the Ethiopians shine. Not here. Not pushing Lyri one-on-one. And what are these? Karambit warriors? They should beat the Champies, I think. And Champies like an eagle/champion. And those usually die to Karambits? Well, the Karambits, not numerous enough, perhaps. I need more of them. As Champies, they are not shock infantry. So I guess Karambits don't have a bonus against them. And one-on-one, the Karambit will win. I mean, one-on-one, the champion will win. Oromaru still holding on, as Vitality is pulling slightly ahead. I will have Hoardings now on the way for Hera. As the Cavaliers move forward, and they'll try to be raiding the eco, as Lyri now is up to 88 Vills, but 58 Arbalests. And if he has that castle, could eventually try to start moving over to Longbowmen. But requires the elite upgrade, otherwise it's better to stay on Arbs. lead upgrade, and probably a few more castles for production. And that castle crumbling for Hart, as the bombard cannon for Jordan do their job. And still a good res stockpile for everyone, as Andy has gotten 2 of the Imp Camels. And Leary able to pick off the cannon in the back. Much easier to do that as the Britons. Now, Champies against the Yarbs. That's also where the longbows would shine. With one more attack, they do double the damage to the Champies. Oh wait, Genitors! Briton Genitors! Did they get extra range? 4+3. That feels like just Bracer. So, okay, Foot Archers, Yeoman doesn't apply. And also, Foot Archers, extra range. So, alright, not applying to the Genitors. I was thinking, wait a minute, what if Genitors had +2 range? Now, this Castle from Hart getting pushed. I think they still haven't gotten Leary and Hart to their final forms, though. 67 trade for Hera. Much better than the trade numbers still for Onimaru. No one really having proper trade yet. That's where I don't want to see the Genitors from Leary. I want to see either more Arbs or a longbow swap. Yeah, but this is more the situation the Ethiopians want. They're on the hill, dealing damage to the Cavaliers. And Leary can't use the range advantage as much. But still, fundamentally, it's Archer Knight against Archer Camel. And usually, Archer Knight wins that. Britons also can usually use the hills more effectively, since they have the extra range. But this is a decent fight for Andy with the camels. Lots of Cavaliers going down. Yeah, and there's Elite Battle Elephant for Hart. There it is. They're thinking, okay, we're fighting camels, let's go elephants. Still a risk against the Ethiopian Arbs. That's the one thing I'd be concerned about, the Ethiopian Arbs. They're probably the thing that kills the camels the most effectively. It's okay, Onimaru takes the score lead. And Ethiopians with Torch and Engine Siege. That is really scary. And still Leary only on Arb, not on Longbow. And that is, I think, still huge as far as fighting the Champies. And even fighting the Siege. 1 extra range to be only down 1 instead of down 2. And then doubling your damage versus the Champies. It is Imp Camel. That's against Cavaliers. But Imp Camels get wrecked by elephants. That's something we've seen time and time again. How will they do, though, with Ethiopian arms behind them? Because right now, Vitality doesn't really have a siege option. They can't match the Ethiopian siege. So Hera, I mean, 19k score. He did a lot of damage with the Cavaliers. And now, maybe Hart just hasn't had the elephant swap in time. The Imp Camels will come forward and get pushed back, but after the castle goes down, and you don't want to fight the Yarbs all alone. You want all 3 armies fighting, so the Cavaliers will dive in against the Yarbs, but be pushed back by the Camels. And Hart needs to go if his team is going. Leary has a ton of Arbalests here, and he will still have a production bonus, but that is a nasty hill now for Onimaru to be holding. While it's going on, Hera's going to try just to trickle in some Cavalier raids. Send them down the side of the map. They did indeed get the dock block, so that is walled fully. But this hill now controlled by Onimaru, the Ethiopians with the speedy Yarbs doing what they want. And pushing back the low Pierce Armor Malay elephants. I mean, same Pierce Armor as the Imp Camels, and the elephant should be just the better unit than the Imp Camel here. So putting them in the middle with the cheap elephants, I think still should, in the long run, be better for Onimaru. That's maybe in the long run, because it still depends on what Hera's doing. Here, Hera with the Cavaliers isn't making a unit that contributes as much as it was before. But maybe it'll contribute enough if it's still soaking up the fire in front of the Yarbs so that Leary has the range advantage. And Hart now pushing with the elephants. I'll have a lot of elite champion warriors trying to raid, but elephants to chase them down. And the trade number is looking so much better for Vitality. You just need to get Hart having enough elephants. And what does he have here? 6 stables as the melee. 38 on food. That should be the eco he needs with 59 trade cards to get elephants. Cannon hitting the elephants, knocking them back. Champy's trying to raid the Arbs. That's what Doubt wants. The thing is, Doubt can't contribute a unit as strong as the elephants, but the Champions do maybe soak up Arb fire well enough with all that armor they have. Imp Camel's still fighting the Cavaliers, but also taking more damage from the Arbs than the Cavaliers do. So they're kind of trading numbers there. I guess Camel should be a bit cheaper. We do have a push, though, into the trade. A push into the trade. Halb Ram from Doubt. He wants to get into the trade, get to the markets. And the Imp Camels can't easily be cleaned up by Cavaliers. Leary has to send Arbs down there. And now Vitality has to move their focus to the trade, while at the same time, they're maybe getting some momentum in their push. Their trade could start to be hurt, but they have so much trade. It can be raided, and they'll still have more trade than Otamaru. Are Camels good against anything other than Cavalry? They are very particularly anti-Cav. And not Elephant, just Cav. The huge weakness to the Halb line does make them somewhat less generally useful than Halbs, because otherwise they would be more useful, with more HP, better stats. Now, the Elephants pushing Champion raid on Hartsvilles. Trade rate is stabilizing, Hera able to rewall. They'll need to redock. And that ram will go down to the Cavaliers. Well, Cavaliers here cleaned up. So Doubt's still with a good push in forward position. Leary's gonna do keeps as the Britons, and you know what that means? That means Yeoman +2 attack for the keeps. That gives 8 + 16. I mean 8 + 6. And 14 attack. And that will do damage to the Champies. Not to the Rams, but to the Champies. Yeah, worse at raiding despite being faster. That's a good way to look at it. Oh, nice cannon shot. See if the cannon can maybe get a shot on the Arbs. Nice split. And now, a full armies from both teams fighting. Heart dodging cannon shots. Has to dodge the torsion engines. The Champy is now from Doubt, diving straight for the Arbs. And it looks like Onamaru clears that. So a bit stronger than the Elephants will be the Arb-Camel combination. Or at least stronger than the Cavaliers. The fact that the Champions were hitting the Arbs in the back matters a lot, because then the fragile Camels aren't soaking the fire. But every time there's something that goes down, the Elephants will come right back. Probably even more so than the Camels. Here is 7 Vills on food. And only 1 castle from him. What is the stone price? 133. I know your ecos are tight because you're constantly pumping units. I just wonder if there ever is a way Leary could get 2 more castles, then go Longbowman from 3 castles. Elite Longbowman. I think I think there'd be such a stronger unit in this situation for him than Arb. But I don't know if he could ever swing the eco for it. Hera has 87 trade cards. And it's insane how good these Arbs are doing. That Onimaru still has the gold to afford this. Is there a couple Halbs from Doubt, but otherwise not making a trash unit, when their trade numbers are much lower. That just means they have more population for army then. They can afford it on less trade. And it looks like they're pushing. Alright. So I thought Hera was going to carry this game after the castle push. Leary died really hard. And I thought, maybe okay, as they go to Imp, Hera will raid everything with Cavaliers. And he's not enough eco, he eventually got to Camels. And Jordan now with the overall score lead. I think they're going to carry this. Now this game, just like the last one, kind of all about your late game unit compositions. And we'll have a last ditch attempt for Hera to go Cannon Galleons. And he's going to try to snipe off the trade with Cannon Galleons. As they haven't stopped his Galleons on the water, freaking Andy will lose a few vills. He can dock to block Cannon Galleons getting in, but Hera can also go straight for the castle. And he's gonna maybe... Oh, he's gonna go demos! Yes! Yes, we have demos! They're useful demos! They're useful demos! What? Is it 2026? Good morning, Soxy! How far in the future did you bring us, Soxy? Is Australia like a year ahead of us? Are we gonna get useful demos eventually? Oh my gosh! Finally, some demos. This game has dragged on way too long, but we're finally getting demos. Welcome to the new meta. The Champion Warriors coming forward. Always has been. Well, up until this year, it has been. The Champions are all getting gunned down by the Arbs. As the Camels will fight the trade. A few Camel Archers now. And it feels like things are starting to break. Things are starting to break. Onimaru's getting better raids. Cannon there for Hart. Hart making Arbs just feels weird when he could be making elephants and Leary has the Arbs. Yeah, and Leary now pop-capped on Arbs floating resources. That's another situation you're thinking, oh, let's swap to longbows. Jordan trying to dance the cannon. And Hera on camel archers. Yeah, he's been Cavalier the entire time. It's so hard when you're constantly fighting, though, to find a way not to lose a fight and still make a unit transition. There's a lot of Cavaliers now pushing this back, and if they keep their trade standing, then they're still fine. This is not going to be a wood game anytime soon. There's tons and tons of wood on the outside. So this game could go on forever still. So Champy's here now with all that Arbalest fire, just soaking it up, making it so that the rest of the army, kind of the way you would with a ram, doesn't have to deal with the fire. And Onager the Forest just to prove me wrong. Well, now I'm seeing dots. I'm seeing blinks and raids, all in Vitality's trade. I think Onimaru might have just found a way to hold on. Well, a game that wasn't decided 3 minutes in. A game that was dragging on for an hour until Onimaru eventually won. But that can be the strategy on this map, knowing that it goes late. Doing the forward castle. Being prepared to push. And Warwolf for Leary. Oh, wait. What if he had some Warwolf Trebs mixed in? How would that do against the torsion engines? Get 17 ranged trebs with some splash damage. Even against the Yarbs, that would have been nice. Yeah, I mean, maybe Leary was just so dead they never got him to a composition that they would have wanted. And it feels like now, an hour 20 minutes in, they've had plenty of time to have gotten him a few more castles. And it's only one upgrade for Elite Longbow. Everything else overlaps. And then you're getting castles in the trade. And trebuchets out. And when you're an imp, you have banking. You can move your stone around freely. Well, I mean, if they clean the trade, which they almost have, only a few camels left. They're trying to do cannon galleons in the pond. Worse versus cannon because their shots are more predictable. They are far better versus cannon because their shots have a blast radius. You just gotta attack ground properly and you'll hit the cannon far more easily. If you right-click a cannon with a bunch of trebs, where you have all trebs attacking at once, they all hit the same spot. But if you spread it out and do splash damage over an area, you are much stronger against cannon. There we go, some cannon getting pushed back. Now some fortified walls will help give Vitality some breathing room. Got running around with his champy. With his 9 armored champy. Which honestly, they are helping. He will have a lot of deaths, but they are helping. As, I mean, I'm kind of surprised we haven't seen more trade from Doubt, but everyone else has good trade card numbers now. 87 for Jordan, 69 for Andy. Well, I mean, if Doubt's sustaining the Champy Warriors at only 42, I guess that's all he needs. Maybe they're cheap enough. He doesn't need any more. And this could be just the perfect eco balance for him. 40 is all you need for Champy. Okay, interesting. Not floating any food. Tiny bit of wood he's floating. So maybe that is all he really needs. He does have 72 Champy queued, so obviously he is floating some resources. And there are so many towers up here, he needs rams to push. And there he has to send the rams to fight. Does he have sappers? No, he does not have sappers. That's one of those things you want to try to add in if you have it. Nice and cheap. Very, very slight wood bonus. And you destroy rams a lot better. Nice demo again from Hera. And Jordan's rich enough he could think about adding Siege Onager too. But there's a GG. And Onamaru does win one game. A very, very long game. They do end up winning. Dang, that was a long one. Doubt 1,207 deaths. The Champy did their jobs. Hera 191,000 resources. Combination of, I think, Leary and Hart being a bit too dead early on, and not getting to the unit comps they wanted, or not early enough in Hart's case. Whereas Doubt had a very simple path of just going Champies. Alright, so we will go. Any updates on the Nili set? Apparently USA versus Nili is happening. So let me update my title. Even add and update the title. So, Team USA versus Team Nili, League Community Edition. What am I supposed to title it again? Oh, the Community League. One-to-one Nili's stream. Alright. So. And what are the settings? Is it play all 4 again? Team USA. Team Nili. 1-to-1 in what order? So. Community. And what are the settings? Play all 4, best of 5? Let me see if this is on the dashboard. Play all 4. Alright. Wonderful. And they're gonna play Arena! Yes, best map. Perfect time to join. If I typed the score wrong. Oh, I typed it extra wrong. Team USA against Team Nili. 1-1. Arena. There. So Smokey, Masty, and Emu against Nili, Hallis, and Fiage. Alright, in Arena. Tied 1-1. That's all the stats I get. I don't have a draft. I don't have anything else. Let's see. Capture age. I'm supposed to turn the logo off, it says. So, no logo there. I'll have it out of game because I got nothing else to put in the center. I can just do that. Okay. So let me update my YouTube title. And Community League USA versus Nili. And I can update this description with thing in the Discord. Alright, and spectator delay of 2 minutes. Oh, I already miss Rage Forest having to spectator delay. Stream health. YouTube says my stream health is excellent. It's good. So this is the balanced devs team. It is Nili, Fiage, and Hallis. All have been fairly high-level players who have worked for Forgotten Empires. And casting this means I'm probably not going to make it to the gym tonight. But, well, it's a sacrifice I'll make. Yeah, Monk's getting nerfed tomorrow if they help beat them. They've nerfed Monk so many times already. Monks are useless these days. Alright, oh, for some reason it didn't load. EE, load the game. Thank you. So, Masty, Smokey, and Emu against Hallis, Nili, and Fiage. Failed to download match content, DE. No, load the game. It's Auto Monk. Please, that actually was an AoE1 DE. They had a mistake. Why is my camera not focusing on me? Camera, focus, hello. Right, that was an AoE1. Some squats and push-ups in from the comfort of my home. I need a pull-up bar, and I don't have one here. I need to get one of those over the door pull-up bars. So, alright, wait, it's not Arena, it's Grand Barra. Wait, what? The dashboard lied is a different map? Oh, we might have missed the Arena game. Oh, no. Oh, well. Grand Barra. Another map that can drag on for a while. Looks trickier indeed. Yeah, they're a bit trickier. Had some wooden beams you could use. Wooden beams, the dream. All right, so here we go. So this will be the balanced devs, and this will be team USA, USA, USA. Let's do red versus blue. All right. So it's 1-1. I don't know what order it was. I'm gonna assume USA won arena. So it'll be. What are the colors here? Right, cool colors. It'll be Fiage, Nili, and Hallis against Masty, Smokey, and Emu. 1 and 2 patches of deer. All right, Team Vroom. Vroom, vroom, vroom. So, right, it's tied 1-1. We didn't see the first 2 games, but we will see USA win the last 2 games, obviously. I learned on Friday what Zoom beanies are. I still have no idea what they are, other than their meanies. So this is an incredible, tricky map to play, because you have to wall to the side, where there are lions and baobab trees, and you have to chop to the middle, where you then get gold access, but then if you chop to the middle, the enemy can also raid you through the middle. So, flanks have different options. They can drush, they can kind of go unique unit, Vietnamese, Khmer, and Saracens. And I think I like these civs more than Georgians, Maya, Ethiopians. So Maya, Ethiopians, your 2 archer flanks. Saracens, Vietnamese, decent enough by themselves. They will have the archer bonus for breaking through the palisades. So if you only palisade, or if you just palisade by the lumber camp, you can break through. And combine that with cracked terrain. Oh, they can do a lot of damage to buildings on cracked terrain. But the civ that I really like on this map is, of course, the Khmer, because you can boom, and then you can go elephants, and then you can just win with Khmer elephants. Great eco for booming, great elephants for rooming, and Georgians might be a bit doomed. They have to go halb, and then you're just doing a trash unit from the pocket, which doesn't feel good. And late game, yeah, Ethiopians are great. But Ethiopians, Maya, Georgians against Vietnamese, Khmer, Saracens. I think USA is a better late game civs. From an old management puzzle game, akin to Lemmings or Pikmin. I think I know what Pikmin is. Wasn't that the captain, was it like Captain Oliver, whatever his name was, from Smash Brothers? I don't know what Lemmings are. Are any of the devs Australian? Barbecue Turkman is, but he's not on this team. I guess he's not really a dev, he's a community manager. Of Lemmings. Ooh, also, chat, let me know if the stream is stable right now, because OBS just gave me some yellow. But I'm guessing the yellow is okay. Will not a drop completely. Maybe a loss of bitrate. Do I have a Wikipedia link for this? I don't even know if it's on Wikipedia. It's a community thing. Sometimes they don't include them. I think I remember it was like in the notes link of the league. Like if you scroll down somewhere on the league page, you can find it. Let me see. I don't know. I don't really use Wikipedia. Let me see if community shows up. References? I don't see it anywhere. If it's there, I don't see it. It's not on the league main page. Is Hallis still playing? He doesn't look AFK to me. I think the answer is yes. Yes, Hallis is playing. Is America winning? We're 1-1. I'm guessing it's Balanced Devs winning game 1, USA winning Arena game 2. Oh, that's true. Maybe he's auto-scout luring the deer. That's true. Maybe he just devved auto-scout so he doesn't have to play. So range and stone walls on the side. We'll see how stone walls fare against the Saracen archers. Double ranges for Masty, and he will stone wall too. And Emu getting around with the Drush. Rather longer Dark Gauge of his to try to harass the pocket. And this does feel kind of Rage Forest-esque, where if you're a flank and you can harass the pocket, you're doing your job well. Force the Nili to wall. Force the Nili to do a barracks, maybe go some scouts. If he's going scouts, and Smokey's booming, that's going to mean the elephants will be coming out and going vroom to Nili's doom. Hallis? Yeah, years ago. From the UK. It was probably their best player until Lewis came along. Emu about to teach Nili a lesson with his new men-at-arms? Let's see, he'll teach him a lesson in balance. Teach him how to fix the pathing. Stable for Nili, along with the blacksmith. So maybe he's going to try to FC with light cav. He does have the res for that, even with all the walling. Alright, the men-at-arms could just come over and harass Hallis. Ooh, that's actually rough for Hallis. If he's dealing with archers on one side and men-at-arms on the other, he's going to need to pay a lot of attention to walling. And a spear and archers now chasing from Fiage. Fiage coming all the way across the map. And behind this, we'll have a range from Emu, much later. And Vietnamese team bonus is Imp Skirm, of course. So that'll help deal with the Maya and Ethiopians on the flanks. Will I cover a T90 game? What T90 game? Oh, is T90 on a community team? Well, I've committed to casting USA versus Nili, if T90's somehow playing after that. Oh, this is T90's team? Oh, okay, this is T90's team. Okay, he's just not playing. Oh, he is on Team USA. Okay, okay. Well, if T90 joins for the Game 4, we'll cast him. Okay, okay. He said he has a tournament to play? Okay, so next game he's in then. Next game he's in. So let me put that in the title. Team USA / T90 versus Team Nili. Is Nili up to the castle age? And an X over here from Emu being like, Smokey, you opened the wood. Careful there. You overchopped. Go to your house. Oh, you know what? That house is as good as the gate now because he's the Khmer. He can hop in and out of the house and zoom in and out. So archers here forcing skirms out from Hallis. And if you're a flank and you're forcing skirms, I think you're healthy. You're happy about that. Healthy and happy. Team Chicken versus Team Pathing. So Nili going to the middle as the Georgians. He has a knight in the middle. And Smokey, he's not going to the middle. He's saying, I'm gonna stay in the back. I'm gonna mine some stone. Maybe I'll castle the middle eventually. But I'm just gonna boom until I need to make elephants. And I have enough gold here. I got a total of 1,600 gold per pair. And that's 3,200 gold total for making elephants. 800 to imp, 200 to castle, and then 2,200 upgrading and doing elephants, taking the middle, and eventually grabbing some gold. Also with Saracens on the team, you have another great counter to the Georgians with Mamluks, and the fact that they can always swap over to camels to fight the Georgians. And I probably like their siege line more than the Georgians too, because they have bombard cannon. Yeah, only you can prevent overchop. Team fast runners versus slow runners? Is Masty fast? Dash is a runner. He's the only one I'd know who would be running. I don't think he's on the team. Vroom, hello Turs. Looters. There's Emu up to the castle age. And Nili will take down Smokey's scout. Smokey also adding a single tile of stone wall behind the house. So he's booming all up on these farms. And Nili will add the third TC, but Smokey's adding the fourth TC. And look at that Khmer Eco Go Burr. 54 vills to 39. I think Smokey has them right where he wants them. And what's that? A couple of sheeps in the back? Emu even did some laming. And now Masty doing crossbow. Nearly 4 knights, but a few tiles a wall. Stable instead of a market. Went to the middle for a TC instead of doing them at home. Opened 2 TCs in a church instead of 3 TCs. He's going to be behind Smokey. Smokey adding in TC number 5. And Nili has nowhere to charge through. Smokey so secured, he is stone walling where he hasn't even overchopped. On the game sounds, they are probably a bit lower. I prefer to have them slightly too low than slightly too high. And it's also, they're just booming. No one's fighting right now. So house here for Emu. And he can lame. He can lame. But it'll be stone walls here from Peage. And doing the cheap Maya walls. So he's just about out of gold. Welcome to Lumberjack ASMR. That's all we really have is the crossbows will go through the house. Here, you can listen to some of Peage's Lumberjacks. Some lovely ASMR here. There we are. We'll have gold mining for Smokey. Crossbows will try to get through the gate. Now, crossbows from Hallis and from Fiage will chase these crossbows from Nili, but just the fact that Nili has to react to this is going to give Smokey an even bigger edge. Losing a Vil. Yeah, the crossbows are chasing. These aren't particularly walled in. Masty will also have the hill advantage. And Nili will come with knights, so triple rainbow, but it's in Nili's base to clear parade. And Masty will lose those crossbows. So he will be behind in numbers, 4 to 17. And the only thing that could go wrong now would be if Smokey can't actually get to the middle. But this army is back in Nili's base, and actually might need to go over now with the Saracen's bonus getting through the house, Emu breaking through. Fiage gonna nerf the Saracen's bonus in the next patch, killing some of Fiage's crossbowmen. Destroying the farm. And now, maybe breaking the range to get to the TC. Yeah, Saracens versus machine gun arbs. And Smokey is up. Smokey not on voice chat? Well, Smoke rises, and Smokey's up to the Imperial Age, adding in 2 stables at home. He needs to start doing his armor upgrades. I guess it's a good question. Do you spend gold on iron casting, or do you just save the gold with how limited it is? Remember, you can't get a sling. You can only sling when you're imp. Assuming the Community League uses the same rules as the League. Oh, he told the enemy, too. Decent up. He did tell the enemy. He all chatted that. He's Smokey using all chat. Also, camel archers with Hindustani ally. That doesn't boost the camel archers, I think. I think there is one... In Tariq 1, you get camel archers that originally belonged to a Hindustani player and turned to you. So they have lots of bonus, but that's not a natural bonus you just get, I think, in a team game. What you can do is Hindustanis plus Khitans for scouts. And then when you get the double forging plus the attack bonus, you break through walls very quickly. There's bloodlines. 4 stable elephants. Elephant's gonna go burr. Oh, but there's a hole. There is a hole. Smokey did not prevent forest fires. And there is a hole. And there's a problem in Smoky Town. Although, what they could do is just wall this out now, and then it's a bunch of knights and crossbows that would die. And also, he's the Khmer, so no problem. I'll just build houses and hide in the houses. Also, he might have been taking some stone. He could also take his teammates' gold. So there are the elephants. Is there a way? There is a way. I prefer to have that off, though, so it's less cluttered. You can do the match command if you want to see that. Be like this. So the Vills, they're not getting in the house. Not getting in the house. Alright, so Smokey, he's a bit hit, but he's still 30 Vills up on Nili. And I think he should just dominate now. There's the castle. And you can maybe do a gate, some walls to let the elephants out. He's going to overchop again. But he's got Maesty here with a castle. And now the elephants just need to go burr. You can even do some devotion and faith. And some quick gates back there. Knights will kill quite a few Vills, actually. Elephants are speedy enough that they can just barely chase down crossbows, and when they get husbandry, they'll chase them better. I think it's actually another overchop. Smokey being extra dangerous with the overchops. Needed more lumber camps in the back early on, and all this damage he's taking is his own fault. A few mistakes with the overchops. And not walling up properly. He'd been so careful to wall earlier. Now needs one more tile of wall right there. But all in all, I don't think this is doing too much damage to him. Nili up to Imp now. Alice up 2. So is Maesty. And one-on-one Ethiopian Saracens, I probably prefer Ethiopians. But as we saw throughout the course of a team game earlier in Rage Forest, having Mamluks just to deal with cav from the pocket is really strong. That's something the Ethiopians won't quite replicate. Even though their arms are better and their siege, probably better than counterweights. Oh, but Emu has to be careful. As Hallis has gotten to his base, you might need some of those Vietnamese skirms to clear this. As Smokey throwing Vills to their death. You know, his castle is in the middle, but it's not really on a gold. They need to get a castle out here, and then they're fine. Lots of archers from Fiage. I mean, lots of outposts all over the place. They're not even the Ethiopian team. Emu just wants his vision. This is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 TCs there from Smokey. He says, okay, I'll lose Vills, but I'll rebuild them. And now some overchops from Maesty. Overchops from Maesty. And Team USA making a few blunders here and there. Going for trade, wherein the gold in the middle is still there. Overchopping, letting the enemy in. And still not having gates. But the elephants will wreck the knights. The elephants will wreck the knights. Nili might have to go Halb. Honestly. He might have to go Halb Siege and not knights. I mean, they do have 2 SO civs in Halb's Ethiopians late game. But then you have the combination Elephant Civ plus Archer Civ plus Siege Civ and Saracens. So you have a nicer combination of units if you get all of them together. 8th TC. 8th TC for Smokey. The elephant in the room can adjust problems very far away. The other side of the map. So conscription for Nili. And we're missing that. We're missing Tusk Swords too. So still some upgrades capable for Smokey. I mean, Emu, he was devastated by that raid. He's down to 51 Vills. He needs to get some TCs going and reboom. Because he is going to struggle now. Alice and Maesty pretty close. I think Maesty's score is a bit lower because he lost those crossbows early. It's still a bit tricky for him, I think, to fight the Ethiopians, especially as Arb is on the way. Nili has an elephant. Nili converting an elephant with a monk. And he'll try to double with Cavaliers. Arb and chemistry on the way from Hasty. Emu, he's doing chemistry, so at least he's up. And Elite Battle Elephant from Smokey. Hasty gonna try to save Arbs. Or save crossbows until they become Arbs. Smokey trying to push forward, but Halbs are coming out from Hallis. Hallis has Halbs on the opposite side. Scores for the teams is still very close. And maybe that's just Smokey having markets in the corner preemptively. Not trading yet. And forward walls from Smokey. These will be great if they go up. Will Nili get in through that hole that's still there? No, he won't, as the hole isn't there anymore. And now Mace will finish walling. And just got to be careful they don't overchop this wall. And that they also finish the wall. But lots of forward houses here. He's getting an outpost to scout Emu. Those Ethiopian outposts. And now Elephant and Arbs, I think he needs to turn and fight. And Ikifs, thank you for the follow. Cavaliers all will probably go down to Arbs, but they'll get the Treb first. Now, Emu here with Arbs, Maesty here with Arbs. And, I mean, if there's a silver lining to having only 58 fills, it is the fact you're an Arb Civ. So you have your upgrades in. Once you have that, you don't really need Vills. You just need Arbs. More pop space for Arbs. I mean, Nili now has 13 military. He's trying to do Svan Tower keeps, just to slow this down. Some Halbs in the middle. They'll be picked off by the Arbs. Elephants don't even need to bother. But the Elephants are going forward. They're going to go for Fiage. Fiage, who doesn't seem to have Halb yet. And they can raid the TCs. Also, the TC's on cracked terrain. And we're going to look at Smokey. He does have Tusk Swords. Still needs Conscription. Elephants giving them extra damage will be extra important on the cracked terrain, since they themselves can act as their own siege. So Fiage's going to try to wall up the side. But, I mean, all the outposts for Maesty in the corner is Team USA controlling 3 corners, and with Elephants controlling the middle. And so that's the one thing I don't like about this map, is just how strong the Khmer pocket is. It seems to be one of those maps where one save dominates. The Arbs all move forward. And more towers from Nili. He's going to try to go full towers and no military? Just monks? I mean, he's not making any military. I think that may be an overreaction to the Elephants. I mean, you still want to fight the Arbs. You could be doing Halbs. I mean, your teammates are still contributing Arbs. You could be the one doing the Halbs. Where are the Halbs from Nili? Has he realized that Georgians get fully upgraded Halbs? That when you're a pocket with the Georgians, you play Halb Siege? Yeah, these are not Malay elephants. They won't just die to Arbs. Also, Emu can do elephants too. He's the Vietnamese. He can get more HP. What's the Khmer? Yeah, Scorpion range. I was thinking of an elephant training bonus, but I was confusing it with Kujur Camel bonus. Also, the Kujurs make elephants train faster too. Maybe they do. Not with that eco now, but 73 Vils, eventually he can. How much do they get against elephants? I think just the Cav bonus. If they have an elephant, anti-elephant bonus, it's small. Just in case Emu makes Fire Lancers and they get converted. Or the other team converts enough elephants. And even if it's plus 15, that's a total of 30, that's still half what Halbs get at plus 60. So those spawn towers here, plus 2 attack. So isn't that just... Yeah, for towers, Britons get +2 attack with Yeoman. They just don't get the Scorpion pass through. Maybe people have been sleeping on Briton towers. They actually have a lot of attack, like we just saw in that previous game. Yeah, it's not the 28-32 of Halbs. So there is... I was going to say pressure on the castle. It's just 2 Cavaliers. I was like, maybe it's being trebbed on the cracked terrain. But no. So cracked terrain Svan towers. Probably not the best Svan towers. Not the ones you want. And Khmer, do they get Elephant Siege? No, they get Ram Siege. So, quite a few Halbs here. But Arbs to protect the elephants from said Halbs. And not that many Cavaliers from Nili. We'll have torsion engines in just a moment from the from the Ethiopians, rather. Elephants now will just camp the Trebs. Lots of bombard cannon for Maesty. Saracen's a great siege line too. And they can slowly but surely work their way to push the towers. Also a bit of trade being added in for Team USA. Not that much. Gold is still in the middle. But you add a little bit here and there, and you won't need to add as much later. So big fight for the elephants now. Lots of monks for Nili healing behind this. And... oh, he's not devoted. Smokey's not devoted. Doing it now. We'll need to do Faith after that. So he is at max pop, and he is floating a bit of res. So he could just keep that stockpile to do more elephants, or he could use it to sling Emu. If they get Emu onto Rattan Archers instead of Arbs, it's going to be much better against the Plumes. And there's some trade out here. They deleted their walls, and they've walled more forward. There's a hole, though. There's a hole in that wall. Hopefully Feegisville's noticed that hole. Because that hole is there. And the elephants keep pushing. Lots more bombard cannon, too. Just gonna try to one-hit the keep. Nope, the keep stands. It'll keep on Ooh, it's hidden behind the tower of the castle. I think it dies, though. Is there a Wikipedia entry for the Community League? I have no idea. I couldn't find it. I've heard there is, but I couldn't find it. It's not on the main league page, at least. Wikipedia often doesn't track community leagues because they have a notability requirement. Yeah, kind of unfortunate. It kind of ruins it for tournaments like this where they're not like all in the same place as the main event. And the same thing with the cartographers community leagues. Kind of sad that there's no good place for that. That's why I'm kind of working on my website, so next time we do a big community event, we'll have better brackets for that. Oh, it's not attached, really. Why didn't they want it attached? Makes it harder to find, then. So, all the Arbs are pushing forward. And now the elephants really starting to overwhelm this military. And the Trebs will go for the castle. And all the elephants here will eventually be stopped. Now the workshop goes down. And another round of elephants will push forward. And on the sides, there's no real push there. Fortified wall from Mimu, making sure he doesn't get pushed. Making sure he's completely fortified. That tree, I don't think you can palisade it. So trade's starting to be added in a bit. The elephant's still pushing up the middle. Thank you, Regular Joe, for the follow. Castle goes down to the cannon. keep here will go down to the bombard cannon too. All of the arbalests from Fiage will move forward, but that's just not enough. That's just not enough against this arbalest ball. Let's go T90. T90 getting ready to sub in for the next game. So Hoarding's on the way for Nili, still trying to hold. But I think this is just inevitable. I think this game was over in the draft. As soon as they had a Khmer pocket, Georgian's pocket is not going to fight that. Why no skirms against the Arbs? Because it's a team game, and you can't go skirms when there are elephants. Arbs are going to be much better against the elephants. With 7 Pierce Armor, skirms would do 1 damage. Arbs at least do 3 damage. Smokey finally changed his... Yeah, T90, if you play, a little bit of a tip. You want your team maybe not typing in all chat. That's an in-game chat bug, is it? Because Capture has been telling us it's a star chat. Maybe it's just when we're spectating. It doesn't show properly. He's not doing that? Okay, okay. As he was telling the other team he was up to imp earlier. Alright, that's just part of the bug then. I thought he was just kind of taunting them. Being like, yo, you can say GG right now. I'm up. I'm up to imp. My elephants will be coming out. So Nili maybe is going to have a few thoughts about rebalancing elephants after this game. There's paper money for Emu. And we're just waiting for Emu to do his own elephants. He's finally at 120 plus vills, almost at the eco for it. And he's chopped most of the wood in the back. They're trading. They're waiting for the special Regicide Rumble build to become official. That's lots of cannon for Hallis. So many relics. What do we have here? Is anyone taking the relics? No one's taking them. But there are... Oh, wait, that's why. There we go. 7 relics. Now I see it. Now I see it. 7 relics in that church for Nili. Now someone needs to go forward and take it. 25 plus some trade. I'm okay. Oh, wait, there was a team. There's a team message and then an all message. So... maybe a weird bug there. Alright, so the plume's getting pushed back. The devs don't want to call the GG, but we're getting coinage now from both flanks, getting ready to sling maybe. Any message with a number goes to the team. Everything else goes to all chat. Interesting. Okay, so 25 plus some trade, whatever the 25 means. Smokey talking to the team. So, Rat and Archer's here, killing some vills. Vills all going down. And it is the Rat and Archer swap now from Emu. Should be much more difficult for the Maya to deal with that. Even with Eagles, the extra... I guess they don't get extra attack. They do have a bit of extra HP at least. But they should deal well with the plumes. They'll need Elite for extra attack over the Arbs. So Plume's here trying to stop the Rams. Taking us back to the old days, Ram versus Plume. Emu getting stonewalled out. Well, he was here earlier. He was here earlier. His outposts still see the trade. They have some idea of what's going on. They know the trade's there. Oh, and there's some elephants here. Elephants into Fiage's base. As Nili is trying to just go monk and do his own elephants. Smokey's having fun. I was like, elephant versus elephant. Has he done Faith? Okay, he has done Faith. He's devoted and he's faithful. Oh, nice shot. The torsion engine. Speaking of torsion engines is strong. But, yeah, Monaspa's not enough HP, really, to fight elephants. Elephants have 3 times the HP. And the elephants are now in the trade. The elephants are in the trade. Great. Nili here, I guess he's just hoping that Smokey patrol stacks the elephants so they can do an admin win at some point. I think that's the only thing that's left for the Balance Devs team. Smokey confirming their trade is dead. And there's the GG from Fiage. And Team USA will go up 2-1. And I'll check out some stats there. And yeah, Smokey killed a lot of units. And no surprise, he also had a big economy. And technology. Oh, look, he also got Imp really fast at 25 minutes. It's almost like the Khmer are really strong as a pocket on this map. And let's see, I don't have the drafts for this. If anyone still does have the draft links, that'd be great to get. Somehow, DE just went to windowed mode. I didn't hit Alt-Enter, but I can turn it back. That was weird. Shouldn't he be called Iron Age? No, it stands for Feudal Age, not Iron Age. Alright, so Twitch wants me to play an ad. I'll keep it between the games. And remember, you can also watch on YouTube if you want. We're streaming there in 4K. And our base has the drafts, lovely. Get them set up. We will get maps, and we will get civs. Alright, so Team USA up 2-1. And wait. Oh, I didn't turn the logo off on this one. I'm supposed to turn the logo off because it's not official. The official T90 will play in the unofficial tournament. Score wrong? Oh, the score is wrong. Yes, thank you, thank you. The classic swapping sides between the in-game and out-of-game overlays, and I misclicked the score. Actually, what side are they on here? Wait, let me check that. Team Vroom, okay. Against the Balance Lovers, okay. Got them right there. So, one more game, and it looks like it'll be on Menindee. This map again. Another map that could go long. Yeah, Nili ruled it's 2-1 now. Nah, just a simple overlay button side error. That's why when we go to lands, we have production teams, so we don't have to cast and click the score at the same time. Oh, I see 4 USA. Oh wait, no, never mind. I mistook a flag. The red on the UK flag looked like the proper US flag for a moment. I have T90, Emu, and Smokey. So Masty hopping off. T90 hopping on. He's got a tournament to play. It'll be Nili and Hallis, and looks like Fiage needs to join. T90 looks like he's going to be the Pocky. Smokey, you'll have to room over from the flank. And oh, some random person joined. Unless they're actually on the team. The T90 farm's incoming. I guess what they really need is one of those Rage Forest maps where they don't have any farms because everyone has a pond. Like one of those 6 pond maps in the 3v3 version. Then, well, we could have T90 fish traps, but 0 farms. 0 farms. You can click directly next to docks, right? You can do that. Oh, Just Frank. I don't know who Just Frank is, but he's apparently coming on for Fiage. He's 1600. No, 1688 with 500 matches. Can I tell something about the books behind you? There are a lot of math books. My undergrad days. They're sitting on a shelf. Alright, so Just Frank will be playing. I thought he was some random person. But, you know, maybe T90, he could do the fish booming on Menindi. So, we have a 90-second spec delay still. Civs for the USA team will be Teutons, Mongols, and Wei. Civs for the dev team will be Aztecs, Persians, and Britons. So Aztecs as the Vil fighting civ, Britons as the Archer civ, and Persians as the Cav civ, versus Teutons as the Vil tower fighting civ, Mongols, and then Wei, however they split them up. Mongols could go Cav Archer, Wei could go Shenbei Raiders, so either of them could take a turn as either role. Yeah, Just Frank isn't Franks, he's Aztecs. Why it's called Team Nili? Because Nili is on the team. Someone wrote USA versus Nili earlier, so I just wrote that. Alright, 30 seconds to go. And, okay, I don't know the results of everything. I can try to check off things as we go. I'm guessing that Team Vroom won Arena. They probably lost Migration, and then they clearly Team Vroom won Grand Barra. Looking out for what units to buff. Nintendo rename them to just Aztecs. Is the pathing better for the balanced devs? Balanced devs, not pathing devs. There's a big difference there. If we had as many people working on pathing as we did making DLC civs, imagine what the pathing would be. So, we have the devs. Just Frank, lowest weighted player in the game. He's around 16 to 1700. We'll have him being the Aztecs as the Vil fighting civ. Honestly, kind of simple, though. You Vil fight, you eventually boom and go Eagles. Or maybe it's actually very complicated if you need to go Monk and SO. So, maybe actually the hardest position to play. But we'll have Hallis as the Britons, and then Nili in the back as the Persians. Team names. Team names, yes. Team names. The balanced devs, the balanced lovers. Does anyone really love balance? I think we all love pathing. So we have Emu as the Teutons. He's probably not going to Vil fight. He's probably just going to go Teutons Trush then. We'll have Smokey as the Wei, T90 as the Mongols, and Nili as the Persians. I mean, you could douche on this map, right? I mean, you could see, oh, Smokey's not Vil fighting. I'll douche him. I guess there's a bit of a hill. There's some berries, some anti-douche houses. Yeah, Mongols Pocket. Well, if you're playing for a super late game setup, and you're going Mangudai SO, maybe the Mongols could be the ticket there. Remember, they also get camels, and they'll get Steppe Lancers. So, Knights, Camels, Steppe Lancers, Light Cav with extra HP. They'll miss the Imp Armor upgrade, but it's the transition that'll be smoother for the Persians. And if Mongols do go Mangudai, there are situations where Persians can go War Elephants to counter Mangudai. On a map like this, we might even see it. So, Smokey does the Fish Boom. And Nili will do the Fish Boom on the other side. And Emu will do the Vil fighting. He will Vil fight. He'll attack the mill, and Just Frank probably doesn't know how to deal with this. He only has 4 Vils there. Oh no. And well, his mill's gone. Emu's not going to take the fish. He's going to send more Vils. He can just do another mill. Just do another mill. It's fine. He took what? Almost half the fish already. You know what? You can always long distance take the fish. That's fine, too. That's fine. Let's go. Hello, Donut. Hello, Donut. So another mill. There we go. Mill number 2. Mill number 2. So Emu sends Vills forward to kill the mill and come back. Just Frank will just send more Vills to do another mill. So T90 is up as the Mongols. He is up fast, so it looks like he's going to go scouts. As the way, is Smokey going to FC for Tiger Cav, maybe? Yeah, Emu with Teutons, too. That's his civ. But also, Emu is not purple. He's red. I don't know if he can win if he's not purple. Also, chat, let me know. OBS just went yellow for a second. Let me know if the stream was disrupted at all. I changed some settings to hopefully make OBS more resilient to the internet drops I was having. So all swell. Wonderful. Oh, Baskets is here. Everyone type of lawns for Baskets. Didn't notice anything? Perfect. Alright, Ostrich now pushed in by that eagle. And T90 up to the feudal age. So, what's he going to do? He's going to do Loom after getting feudal. So 19 pop, no Loom Mongol scouts on a 9-ville start. Has a fast uptime. Also, no one going out to the sides to dock. There are shorefish out here, so we could have more docks. No one doing it yet. Lots of wood on the sides, and then lots of golds and some stones scattered about. Mostly gold. I feel like this map is a bit low on stone. And especially at the start, you only have 2 tiles of stone. So 2 tiles of stone, that's 700, plus your initial 200. You need to figure out how you're going to castle drop. Which is 650. So you got 850 stone. Or no, 900 stone. Wait, let me do the math. 700 plus 200. 900 stone. There we go. Only been streaming for 7 hours. What is this map? Menindi. This is Menindi. I first casted this in a 4v4 tournament that the Aussies played. And my intuition of the map is that it is a very late game oriented map where you are so far apart and have so much room in the back, it's hard to end it early. And I think that's exactly what we saw in that Vitality Onimaru match. Hair was everywhere with the Cavaliers, but Onimaru wasn't completely dead. And then they figured out the late game unit composition to win. They couldn't quite get to longbows, which I think would have been much better against the Champies. And maybe would have been different had he gotten there, but he was so dead early on. Never really went for it. It is a 4v4 version, yes. It is a 4v4 version. Alright, Frank's so low in score. He's Aztecs, and he was worried about Vil fighting, I think. I mean, he and Emu were both kind of lower, because they weren't really going for the smooth build. Which is a weird thing to say with all the fish he had. But he's also got a fast castle, so he doesn't have much exploration. Like, you look at the map, it just is out to the side. Well, I guess it's hard to tell for the team. But, like, I think that in team games, teams score... Like, your exploration matters for yourself, but the team doesn't add to your exploration score. So if he's just Vil fighting, and he's not really scouting like everyone is, you see his scouts very low. He and Emu just kind of a bit more conservative in their base. Nice to get the dock, though. That'll be a nice boost if it remains hidden. 2-hour game? I've already, like, the gym closes in 55 minutes. I think I'm already not getting there tonight. Yeah, lots of the maps from the league, I think, can be very long, dragged-out games. This, Tres Leches, there's Rage Forest in there. Frontline can be the same thing. Oh, the dock is found. Oh, what can Frank do? What can Frank... Oh, Frank's not gonna try to be the Viper. He's just gonna lose the Vil to the Scout. Yeah, unfortunately, you can't quick wall the Vil on the shallows, so you're taking the shorefish at your own risk. You've seen it go sideways. Imagine that, like, literally the map sideways. Like, one team somehow controls the northwestern half, and the other team controls the southeastern half, and they actually have huge trade lines across the whole map. So Smokey getting a Vil from Hollis, also wall up in the back. And I'll have an X in the middle there from Emu, saying, hey, there's some archers from Hollis. Smokey's doing a castle in the back, pretty close to the TC. 7 Vils on it. T90 will run his scouts into some archers in a sphere. Hollis will come over. Here's Vil boxing into douche, and somehow the game ended. He didn't make it into feudal. Yeah, I guess probably Butter, you need to go play houseboat then. There's not enough room to douche. Maybe we need to expand the island so that there's just enough room to douche on houseboat. Yep, pond right in the middle. As you can see, we have a good old fish boom here from Nili. And same thing over here from Smokey. Not as many fish traps, though. Not going as hard for the fish boom. Well, faster working docks for the Persians certainly do help. And Nili does correctly have the docks a tile ajar from each other. Or 2 tiles, even. So you can fit the extra fish trap in or 2 in. Alright, C90 still feudal. He's going scouts. He's just doing normal scouts build. He's up to the castle age. Awesome Tiger Cav running about. Vitality douche and lost the game. Against tag, oh boy. His Castle Age just about finished for T90. They'll actually be ahead of most of the other team, especially Nili. So Persians, I think, a bit more straightforward and easy to play than Mongols. And it'll maybe be Tiger Cav plus Cav Archer if, yeah, T90 is going to make the Cav Archer transition. So he has the stable from the scouts. He will be able to add in the Cav Archers. Yeah, Nili's done well on the fish. Only 6 versus 15. And we even have 3 fishing ships over here from Just Frank. But man, making up for the difference in elo for Just Frank is going to be hard for these 2 players. When I think USA is probably favored against the balanced devs even at their best lineup. Not at their peaks, though. As Just Frank, I mean, Hallis and Fiage in the past have been really good players. But probably not playing the same way they used to. So, a lot of crossbows now over here. As Just Frank, I mean, he's done what he needed to do. He's walled up. He's walled up. He's making a couple of monks as the Aztecs. He can do Redemption and Atonement. But Aztec monks against Teutons is rough. As Teutons will have that conversion resistance. Teuton's one of the civs that does fairly well against Aztecs in most situations. Even Teutonic Knights can fight Jaguar Warriors. That used to be kind of even. I don't know how it is after they changed the Jaguar Warriors. The high attack of the Jaguar Warriors actually used to... Actually, it's probably worse for the Jaguar Warriors now. Because the melee armor affects more now that they don't have the huge attack bonus. They have dev tools, they'll be fine. They can delete the mangonels from Emu out of nowhere. They can get every conversion insta. So more TCs in the back for the balanced devs. They're going to keep booming. And Nili will be far ahead of T90 in the boom. Because he is the one who has the fish traps. He is, I think, missing a couple of fish traps. He could fit 3 more between the docks. And Knights from Green, says Smokey. Be aware of that, I think T90 is. Seeing the Knights. So Cav Archers will lend themselves nicely into Mankadai, as you do kind of double up on the upgrades. Elite Mankadai being the only difference. And Frank just walling. And the Tiger Cav will surround and kill the Knights. So just Frank struggling a bit against this monk push, I think. Still wants the redemption monks to convert mangonels. Why do they race? Smokey might just not be on voice. He might just not be on voice. Or he might just be, like, listening and not have a mic, too. Okay, bit of a raid on T90. The knights get there from Nili. As the Mongols, he could go camels to try to clean this. Doesn't have to stay full cav archers. He would want bloodlines and husbandry anyway, and that kind of overlaps. But as Nili's walling himself in, we have a Hulk on the water for Frank. There'll be another TC in the back for Nili. Oh, is Frank Winston Waffles, or is that another guy? Crossbow is going to push the mangonels back. And T90 still running around with his cav... Oh, those are houses. Oh, those are cav archers for a second. No, more TCs for the back. Nili and Hellas. And maybe a mistake here from the USA team that they know that Boom needs to be in the back, but they're still trying to pressure the walls, or the wood lines here, but they can't really get to the vills. I don't know how that works out, though, because, I mean, the cav archers are shooting over the wood line. And Nili can kind of fight both cav archers and tiger cav with camels. But that's a kind of against the cav archers. If they're micro, they also kill the camels. But who will this fight be in favor of? It looks like it's okay for Nili so far. The HP bar is both dropping. A couple of monks in the back for Frank helping out. I need to swap to the cav archers, maybe. Nili can go heal. But the camel should be a bit cheaper and easier to replace with the tiger cav. And Nili should have a better eco. Or actually, no, 66 to only to 65. So, I'm missing the 3 fish traps. Absolutely huge for him, I'm sure. Yeah, T90 skills are impressive, running around with houses. He brought out the moving buildings mod to throw a balance the devs didn't understand at them. And now he has a good number of cav archers here. And 73 vills for T90. Feels like his boom is really far ahead of Hallis's boom. Hallis had been focusing on the crossbows at the start. So he does have more crossbows than T90 does have cav archers. So if they're able to take a fight, Britain should be the better civ here. And a couple of redemption monks going for conversions on mangonels. So Emu deletes rather than shooting at the vills. And that will be a TC up for just Frank. Emu pulling really far ahead in vills. He's on his 4th TC just now as Frank's on his 2nd. And no Emu, he'll probably go Teutonic Knights. Once he gets Imp. Wouldn't surprise me. Teuton play instead of deleting? Yeah, I think he could have gotten a shot off and then deleted. But honestly, you just don't want the conversion. I would have been sick on the TC. And I'm just looking at that because Frank's lower elo, he might not be able to dance the vills away like some higher elo players would. You never know what he's going to be good at, or what the holes are going to be. The Meow Meow Cav, the Tiger Cav. So lots of Pierce Armor from them, so the crossbows won't be effective. They will do only a single point of damage to the Tiger Cav. But when it goes late... I don't really like the way... Like, Persians, Britons, and Aztecs all have their own merits late game. Do the way? Really? Teutons and Mongols will be great. I'm not sure. I mean, I think this could still be a game, as Menindi goes, where you wait late, and then you have a super late game comeback, and Nili, not with the quick walls, had forever to quick wall that, but just couldn't get them in time. And now the camels will have to still hoover around as the vills go down. Have to go and try to split up. And that's a lot of vills dead for a player who's already pretty far down in the boom. I have another TC there for Smokey. Smokey. Are you really gonna douche the Persians? I think the farm's just a capture age thing. Or an in-game thing that capture age shows us. Yeah, T90 in the back with the cav archers. And the Britons, not quite enough to deal with the mobility of the Mongols. So able to go cav archer plus tiger cav. great for this map where they can get to the back and hit all the TCs, and the crossbows really can't defend. And then they can go back and forth between the back TCs and the middle base with the wood line, and keep swapping targets. Yeah, I don't know why Smokey's going there. Where are his vills even? Oh wait, he can't build it because Nili's vills are standing atop it. He has some anti-douche villagers. T90 will go there with the Cav Archers, and Smokey will be like, okay, no, I won't do the TC there. T90's exiting like, Smokey, what are you doing? Well, he's gonna do the stone. He's having a good laugh at that. He wants to secure the trade line. And the monks now will try to convert the Tiger Cav, force them away. Camels will take down the other Cav. And there'll be a Gurge Tower up for Emu. As the monks go forward to convert the camels. There's some low HP knights and camels on the other side. And the tiger, I mean, the tigers will fall off. Emu does have the most beautiful building in the game, though. The European Guard Tower. If he upgrades to keeps, they'll lose. And that's tempting because the Teutons do have keeps. And a few monks here for Frank, able to heal the camels. Imp on the way for Frank. Frank actually going to be the first player up to Imp. I'll get some Imperial Age Aztec monks. Got a ram out. We'll ram down some houses. Remember, you can dock block as part of a wall to wall across the map. We'll have Emu going forward. Emu's going to tower. Do one of those beautiful guard towers right in the corner. So Team USA focusing on the corners. They're going to focus on the trade. Securing the water for trade cogs. Yes, exactly. They can trade for wood. Trade cogs are super awkward on, I mean, on any map. But also on this one. So crossbows will fight. So Cav Archer, Tiger Cav against Crossbow Camel underneath some towers, but the towers are getting rammed. And finally a situation where this is maybe a good fight for the balance devs. Now we have Emu and T90 up. And for Smokey, I think it's probably worth it just to go full Castle Age Tiger Cav. They fall off so much in Imp that it's probably worth just to spend all your resources and go full Castle Age. And then you'll have to figure out something else in Imp. Probably Traction Trebs at that point. And it could even be Emu swapping to Teutons for the Cav Civ. For late game. And you have Teutons being Paladins. They could also just go Halb SO. T90 can be the SO player. They can have two players playing Siege Onagers. Smokey just then like Traction Treb plus whatever armor he can put in front of it. Greetings from Poland. Hello. I'm up, by the way, says Smokey. Not to everyone. That's just a bug. Not to everyone. Well, sure, there's a Polish land next March. Or is it March or is it April? One of those months. Polish land. They have royal blood. There's an AoE4 thing there, too, I think. Oh, there's an Aussie land in October? Really? I'd love to attend an Aussie land. Monks healing some camels. Healing some crossbows. Smokey saying okay to something. Oh, Smokey also dropped a castle. Smokey dropped a castle in the back on Hallis. T90 coming forward with a castle with some Trebs. And he'll look to help Treb. Nili now fallen far behind in score to T90. He's got heavy Cav Archer on the way in conscription. And he can think about starting Mangudai production soon. I'd love to. I'd love to. I'll need to figure out how to get there. Do you have a fly casters over budget? So there are the GGs. As Smokey with the Tiger Cav will smoke the devs. And I mean, difficult for Just Frank, right? If Fiage is here, I think this is still a competitive game. But it's hard to play with someone who's a bit of a different elo gap. So this map, it's a tricky one. And you can see how even like the double aggression still takes a long way to get to the back. But I liked the usage of Cav Archer plus Tiger Cav together. We have 2 mobile units. They were sometimes harassing the wood, and then harassing the back that's a bit more exposed. And the crossbows from the Britons could be in only one place at a time. Yeah, so there we go. USA, USA, USA. 71 kills for T90. 2 conversions for Just Frank, who had a rough game. I think Emu is probably a lot more experienced at the Vil fighting. And just, like, if you don't have a smooth game, and you have to really come up with a different build order on the fly, it can be really tricky. So let's see. We have 3 wins for Team USA. There we go. So thank you for letting me know this was happening. I would have missed it otherwise. Thank you all very much for watching. And I think that'll be it for us today. And remember, if there is some Division 2 or some Community League during the week, the next couple days I might cast it. Otherwise, Rage Forest semifinals and finals next weekend. I think we're starting around 14 to 15 GMT each day, so it'll be a bit early. I'll need to adjust my sleep schedule to wake up for it. Thank you all so much for watching. We'll find someone whom we can raid. Let's see, I guess Nili's probably going offline after he just played. So we'll find someone to send you over to. Maybe a survivalist. He hasn't been around recently. We'll go give him a raid. So thank you all for watching. And I will see you next time. And remember, I'll go put... once the video processes, I'll put some timestamps on YouTube so you can see when all the different sets were.